LoveLore Library. Chapter 677. In front of them, those people had just run away when they suddenly realized that someone was charging at the golden crystal beast. Then, they moved to a relatively safe place to watch the battle. To be honest, who would want to leave just like that? Moreover, even if they left, they wouldn't be able to cross the lava chasm. Whoosh! Han Chushue swung her sword at the golden flame crystal beast. Wherever the sword passed, the ground, the walls, and the surroundings were all frozen. Boom! The golden crystal beast condensed a fireball and shot it over, colliding with Han Chushue's energy. The two forces collided, ice and fire collided, and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Wang Haiyang decisively chose not to participate in the battle. He was only a 3-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator, a bit weaker than them. Facing the golden crystal beast that was close to the lower realm, he had no power at all. Whoosh! Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity to flash to the golden crystal beast's side and release his 5 lightning constellation. Terrifying lightning bombarded the golden crystal beast. What a powerful lightning attribute energy! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that the lightning attribute energy was strong, but that the 5 lightning constellations grade was higher. Wang Haiyang was stunned. Lightning attribute. He had the lightning attribute. He had both the space and lightning attributes. They were both fucking humans, but why was there such a huge difference? However, the golden crystal beast's reputation was not in vain. The 5 lightning constellation didn't cause much damage to it, and that was partly because its realm was higher than Lin Xian's. However, it really didn't cause any substantial damage. This was too exaggerated. Whoosh! The golden crystal beast opened its mouth and spat out terrifying flames at Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the space attribute and could easily dodge it. However, although the golden crystal beast's flames were dodged by Lin Xian, it directly attacked Ling Ying. Ling Ying frowned. Just like the space attribute, she disappeared from the spot. The darkness attribute was also worthy of its reputation. The golden crystal beast's attacks were fruitless. Its eyes glowed red and a red laser shot toward Han Chushue. Han Chushue was caught off guard. After all, she didn't have the space and darkness attributes. In the distance, Murong Qing slightly released her power. Time deceleration. That's right, she had used time deceleration on the blazing golden crystal beast. The laser beam would have hit Han Chushue, but because the time around it had been slowed down, the speed of the laser beam was also slowed down. Han Chushue easily dodged it. At the same time, the sword in her hand emitted a blue light and a cold shadow, and another terrifying cold sword energy slashed out. Time acceleration. Murong Qing had sped up Han Chushue's time flow. The golden crystal fiery beast could have blocked this attack, but the sudden acceleration of time caused the sword energy, which should have taken 0.5 seconds to reach the beast, to pass in 0.5 seconds. The golden crystal blazing fire beast was instantly sealed in ice. Therefore, it was more and more difficult to fight against high-level beasts. Other things that one could do, such as Han Chushue's ice seal, were even more difficult to hit against high-level beasts. It was not that one was weak, but the beasts were strong. Taking advantage of being frozen, the 3 of them went all out. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Lin Xian rushed over and released the lightning sword formation, Extreme Thunder Sky Flash, around the golden crystal fiery beast. Ling Ying's sword shadows appeared around him, and thousands of arrows pierced his heart. When the ice seal dissipated, the golden crystal fiery beast was reduced to a corpse. Ding! You have leveled up to Lightning Tribulation Realm. The system notification rang in Lin Xian's mind. I'm so sorry, but I killed it in the end. Lin Xian blushed and said. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue put away their swords and rolled their eyes at him. In the demonic beast domain, experience was an especially precious thing. Some people might be of the same trade, but they might fight over a demonic beast's experience. Even friends might fall out with each other. However, Lin Xian and Ling Ying wouldn't be like that. After all, they weren't ordinary friends. What was the meaning of rolling their eyes? It wasn't that she blamed him, but why did he have to say such a small thing? Chuxue, are you okay? Wang Haiyang quickly ran to Han Chuxue and asked. Han Chuxue shook her head. I feel that the three of you should be enough to deal with this demonic beast. I won't snatch it from you. We're all on the same side. However, I've been watching over you. If there's even the slightest bit of danger, I'll definitely take action at the first moment and ensure your safety. Wang Haiyang explained. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Men, really, sigh, hypocrite, look at how good he is. Han Chuxue nodded slightly and said, thank you. She still had to be polite. Some of the 10 people who were still alive had the idea of retreating. After all, they had never encountered a demon beast of this level before. Moreover, it was too dangerous. Although the difference in cultivation level was not big, this demon beast could kill a warrior with a single demonic skill. However, after thinking about it, they could not cross the moat even if they retreated. They still had to rely on these few people. Moreover, these few people did not look weak. It should be a good choice to follow them. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yeah. Back then, when I was your age, what was my cultivation level? It's really incomparable. Guys, let's go together. We can take care of each other. The 10 people came over and licked their lips. Lin Xian said, okay, let's go together and take care of each other. In such a dangerous place, it's always good to take care of each other. Ha, yeah, let's go together. Lin Xian's mouth curved. Take care of each other. Sure, but for Lin Xian, the value of these 10 people was more than simple thugs. When they encountered danger, they would also become the target of the beast. If they wanted to escape, these people might be able to buy them some time. Then, the group continued to move forward. In the intricate passage, they rarely encountered anyone. Moreover, the temperature was getting higher and higher. Everyone was soaked, and the oxygen was getting less and less. However, for them, it didn't matter if there was less oxygen, as long as there was enough. The sky was bright. Lin Xian didn't know how long they had been in there. They encountered some beasts and some people, but they still continued to move forward. I can't go on. 2 people who had been following them directly fell to the ground. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. I've used up most of my spiritual power to resist the heat. You guys go, we're going back. They gave up. Even if they could continue to resist, they had been using up their spiritual power. If they encountered a beast, they would die. We can't do it either. Chapter 678. Lin Xian glanced at them and shrugged his shoulders. Then you can go back. After saying that, they continued to walk forward. The 10 people who followed them all chose to stop. They couldn't understand one thing. Everyone's cultivation level was similar, so how could they persist for so long? Indeed, Lin Xian and the rest wouldn't be able to hold on under normal circumstances. Only Murong Qing was fine, but why did she look fine? It was all thanks to Linglong Shue's spirit recovery pill. At least, it could ensure that her spiritual power was abundant. Murong Qing didn't need it, but Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue would take it. As for the miserable Wang Haiyang, young Master Lin, what are you eating? Wang Haiyang looked at the spirit recovery pill that Lin Xian stuffed into his mouth. Oh, candy. It's going to melt if you don't eat it. Eating a little in such an environment will help you relax. Wang Haiyang smiled bitterly. He was really fucking considerate. Eating candy at this time. He couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had a spiritual tool that could restore spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. However, he also wanted to give up, but he couldn't. If he gave up now, how could he pursue Han Chushue? Wang Haiyang then looked at Lin Xian. He was also sweating profusely, but he seemed to be quite relaxed. Wang Haiyang thought for a moment. This should also be a way to pick up girls. No matter what, he had to show the masculinity of a man. He could not admit defeat. It seemed that Lin Xian was also deliberately persevering. How could he give up? It was just that, at this moment, the two backpacks were like two small mountains in his eyes. Fuck, it was too heavy. His mentality collapsed. What a strong smell of blood. Lin Xian originally wanted to taunt Wang Haiyang again, but suddenly, he sensed a thick stench of blood in the air. This space could be considered to be sealed. In a tunnel that extended in all directions, if there was any smell, coupled with the high temperature here, it would be very thick. Lin Xian then hurriedly walked forward. They stopped where they were. There were dozens of corpses in front of them. To be precise, these corpses were not piled up together. Instead, they formed a path. Some of them had fallen together, while some were more than 10 meters apart. They also understood why there was such a strong smell of blood. These people had died in a rather gruesome manner. They were bleeding from all orifices. Even Ling Ying, Han Chushue, and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted when they saw this scene. Wang Haiyang had seen corpses before, but he had never seen something like this. Coupled with the thick smell of blood and the fear in his heart, he was about to collapse. If it weren't for Han Chushue, he would have completely collapsed. But in the end, his reason told him that he couldn't collapse. He had to endure it. There are a few people here who seem to have paid me before. They died not long ago. Lin Xian glanced at them and said. How did they die? Ling Ying asked. There are no external injuries, so I don't know. Step back. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. If there were no external injuries, how did he die? Bleeding from their 7 orifices, it didn't seem like they were killed by demonic beasts. Then, Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. It didn't matter if he didn't activate it. But once he did, Lin Xian saw that something was wrong. Because in the air in front of this tunnel, under the investigation of the Eye of Cave Spirit, he saw some small things flying. They were flying very slowly, but they didn't seem like insects. Because their movements were more like tiny dust particles floating in the air. They could only move according to the airflow. Because Lin Xian and the others had stepped back, these tiny things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye were moving along with the airflow behind them. Lin Xian then looked back. There weren't any behind them, only this tunnel. Let's change to another path. Lin Xian said. Then, they turned back and changed to another path. Although this path was connected in all directions, there were only a few paths that continued forward. They saw another tunnel. There were also some corpses, but there weren't as many as the previous one. However, this tunnel also had those indescribable little things flying. What was this? Lin Xian didn't know. He had never seen this before. I say, beautiful sister, can you feel that something is wrong? Lin Xian asked Murongqing. Murongqing's realm wasn't low, but she couldn't see these tiny things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. She shook her head. Lin Xian said, there is a kind of microorganism floating in the air. I've seen it. It can only be found in places with corpses. We shouldn't have seen it before. Plus, these corpses don't have any external injuries. I feel that it might be related to these floating microorganisms. Microorganisms? How do you know? Murong Qing asked doubtfully. Was this something that a person could detect without using any equipment? Lin Xian nodded and didn't explain. Murong Qing felt that this scene was indeed strange. Since Lin Xian said it, she didn't ask anymore. She carefully thought about it. It can't be the Martian worm, right? Han Chushue suddenly said. Martian worm. Chushue, what is that? Wang Haiyang asked. The others also looked at Han Chushue. Han Chushue said, I've seen it before. The Mars bug is a very tiny creature. It can't fly, but because it's so tiny, it can float along with the flow of air. Once this tiny creature is sucked into the body, it will heat up in a short period of time. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse will find it difficult to resist this internal damage and will die in a very short period of time. This is because the Mars bug can ignore a martial artist's defense when it is sucked into the body. Once it enters the body, it will enter the creature's weak point. There is such a thing. Lin Xian showed a surprised expression. Han Chushue nodded. Well, although this creature is small, its vitality is extremely strong. It can survive in extreme cold or high temperature. But there is one thing. As long as there is a Martian worm, there must be a powerful demon beast. The lowest level is a heavenly venerable demon beast, because most of the Martian worms live in such demon beasts. Lin Xian, this place was getting more and more dangerous. That is to say, there is a heavenly venerable demon beast here. Wang Haiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If that is really a Martian worm, then there must be a heavenly venerable demon beast. Han Chushue said. Then let's go. A heavenly venerable demon beast is an existence that we can't stop. Wang Haiyang hurriedly said. He was completely terrified. Han Chushue looked at Lin Xian. Murong Qing said, as far as I know, there are many Empyrean powerhouses who came here before us. They are deeper in. It seems that there isn't much distance left. You decide whether to go in or go in. Chapter 679. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. His eye of cave spirit saw not only the Mars worms, but also the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations in the depths. Intuition. No, the truth told him that there were real treasures inside. Go in. Lin Xian said. Han Chushue, Ling Ying, and Murong Qing smiled. They also wanted to go in, but when they heard Lin Xian say, go in, they smiled. This was what they wanted to see. There was no doubt that it was dangerous, but wasn't there Murong Qing, a heavenly venerable with the time attribute? Time was a terrifying attribute. So what if it was a heavenly venerable beast? If they couldn't beat it, they could just run. Moreover, they all wanted to go in. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Haiyang completely collapsed. He didn't want to die. Women were important, but were they more important than his own life? At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Xingyue, how many times have I told you? This place is dangerous. Let's just go in. Can't you see that the surrounding passages are filled with corpses? Let's go back and invite the two powerhouses to come back. You go, I'll wait for you. Xiao Xingyue said indifferently. Why are you so stubborn? I'm thinking for your safety. As the two of them chatted, they walked over and happened to walk behind Lin Xian and the others. It's you guys. Gong Sun Jun was slightly stunned when he saw them. These people also came here. I say, the front is so dangerous. You guys still want to go in? Gong Sun-jun asked. Hearing Gong Sun-jun's words, coupled with his previous intentions, Wang Haiyang knew that he was going to back down. I feel that this place is very dangerous. We have to find a heavenly venerable powerhouse. I think we should wait for one and go in together. Wang Haiyang said. Oh. Young Master Wang, are you afraid? Lin Xian asked with a smile. How is that possible? I just don't want to put everyone in danger, especially Chu Xue. They felt awkward when they heard this. How about this, let's wait for a while. Wang Haiyang said. Gong Sun-jun looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, that's right. We'll come again. Xinyue, it's fine if we're late. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes looked at the corpse in front of her. She seemed to have some confidence. The most important thing was that they were too scared. That's right. Although women are important, what's the use if you lose your life? Lin Xian was different. He knew that he had a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse with him, so he wasn't afraid. Otherwise, Lin Xian would probably be the same as these two. For safety's sake, of course. However, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying would certainly listen to him. If he wanted to leave, they would definitely leave. However, Xiao Xinyue and Gong Sun-jun were different. She had her own thoughts, and it was impossible for her to be influenced by Gong Sun-jun. How about this, young Master Wang? Why don't you go to the back and look for reinforcements for us? We'll go in first. When we find reinforcements, you can bring them over to support us. How about that? Lin Xian said to Wang Haiyang. In fact, Wang Haiyang was very happy. It was much better if he didn't say it out loud. However, he still pretended to be hesitant. No, I must stay with you guys. Only then can I be more assured. Wang Haiyang said. That's right. Xinyue, don't go in first. Isn't it better if we find some powerhouses to go in together? Gong Sun-jun also said. He had just caught up with Xiao Xinyue and hadn't even held her hand. He didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Xinyue inside. Of course, he didn't want to die inside. However, he couldn't stop Xiao Xinyue. He didn't dare to go in. This was the most embarrassing thing. The smell of blood in front of him and the corpses in front of him all shook his heart. Everyone was afraid of death, especially those who came from an outstanding family. They were even more afraid of death because they had more. If they died, they would lose everything. They were even more reluctant to part with it. Then let's go in together. Lin Xian said. Oh. Wang Haiyang was stunned. Go in. Fuck. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so pretentiously. Then what? Wang Haiyang suddenly said. Is there anything else? I think it's best to wait for the powerhouses to go in together. After all, there are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. Brother Gong Sun-jun, what do you think? What? Heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts. Gong Sun-jun showed a shocked expression. Yes, heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts. If there are no heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, wouldn't it be suicide to go in? Gong Sun-jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He originally thought that he might be able to go deeper with Xiao Xinyue, but now he didn't dare to. Xiao Xinyue didn't seem to be surprised. It was as if she already knew that there would be heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. Gong Sun-jun then looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, Xinyue, did you hear that? There are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. You can't go in. Listen to me. Let's find 2 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses and then go in together. Go ahead. I'll wait for you inside. Xiao Xinyue said and walked straight to the path of corpses. Hey, Xinyue, Xiao Xinyue didn't respond. Gong Sunjun then quickly shouted, then you must be careful. I'm going to find a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse now. Lin Xian smiled and said, then let's go in too. After saying that, the few of them also walked in. Young Master Lin, Chushue, I'm going to find a powerhouse too. I'll definitely find one. Take this bag with you. Wang Haiyang threw the bag to Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and then walked in. Hu, Wang Haiyang and Gong Sunjun both took a deep breath. They felt like they were out of danger. However, they were unwilling. What if the woman they liked really died inside? Young Master Wang, let's go find a powerhouse together. Gong Sunjun said. Okay, let's go back. They were indeed going to find a powerhouse, but whether they could find one or not was uncertain. They really cared about the girl inside, but compared to their own lives, it didn't seem important. It was better to protect their own lives first. Hey, beauty. Lin Xian called Xiao Xinyue from behind. Ling Ying rolled his eyes, extremely unhappy. It was normal for a guy to call a girl a beauty, but this Xiao Xinyue was indeed too beautiful. However, after thinking about it, he let it go. After all, she had a boyfriend. What's the matter? Xiao Xinyue stopped. This passage is very dangerous, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue nodded, then took out a mosquito coil. Mars bugs are bugs. They're the most afraid of these things. She touched the wall for a while, and the scorching temperature ignited the mosquito coil. Then, Lin Xian could see with his eye of spiritual insight that the Mars bugs were trying their best to fly away, but they couldn't. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground. This Xiao Xinyue was quite something. She actually knew there were Mars bugs here. Moreover, could these Mars bugs be destroyed so easily? Chapter 680. The few of them looked at each other. Did mosquito coil really destroy the Mars beetle? Although they couldn't see it, they could see that Xiao Xinyue was fine even after walking into the danger zone. That meant that mosquito coil could really destroy the Mars beetle. Let's go. Lin Xian said to them and then led the way. Hey, hey, hey. Are you sure you're fine? Ling Ying pulled Lin Xian. It's fine. Just follow me. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue in front of him. Why did this woman make Lin Xian feel as if she also had the eye of insight? Or rather, she was quite familiar with this place. Hey, have you been here before? Lin Xian moved to Xiao Xinyue's side and asked. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's displeasure, Prince Charming points plus 20,000. Ding. Feeling Han Chushua's jealousy, Prince Charming points plus 20,000. It was fine if Lin Xian didn't go, but once he did, the two girls were jealous. Even Han Chushue was jealous. Look, there were 3 beauties here, and this bastard still went to talk to another beauty. Wasn't this infuriating? Chushue, look at this bastard. All men are like this. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and angrily stared at Lin Xian's back. Han Chushue also helplessly shook her head. What could they do? Pay. Men. No, men can't be spoiled. Ling Ying angrily pouted her little mouth. In front of your 2 girlfriends, you still went to talk to other big sisters. Ah. Murong Qing smiled at them. Originally, she didn't think that Lin Xian had a close relationship with these 2 girls. But as an outsider, she saw Lin Xian talking to Xiao Xinyue and clearly saw their jealousy. This was a bit interesting. If a girl didn't like a guy, why would she be jealous? This Lin Xian was quite something. Did he really steal away Ling Ying and Han Chushua's hearts? Aren't all men like this? There are no men who aren't fickle. The main thing is whether they are fickle or have thoughts about the lower half of their body. But doesn't that girl have a boyfriend? It shouldn't be what you think. That girl actually knew how to use such a simple method to get rid of the Mars beetle. Although it's simple, not everyone knows about it. She should be familiar with the situation here. Lin Xian might be asking her about the situation here. After all, who would have the time to flirt in such an environment, right? Murong Qing also put in a good word for Lin Xian. Ling Ying nodded. That's true. After all, she also has a boyfriend. If Lin Xian has such thoughts about a girl who has a boyfriend, then he is a real scumbag. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely not be happy. I won't allow you to frame me. I just want to pick up girls. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently, no. Lin Xian frowned. No. You really haven't been here before. If you haven't been here before, then how do you know that there are Mars beetles here? You even specially prepared mosquito coils that martial artists wouldn't bring outside for them. Lin Xian asked curiously. I guessed. Xiao Xinyue replied indifferently. Lin Xian, he didn't know if what she said was true or not. She guessed. That was too amazing, right? Xiao Xinyue seemed to feel that such an answer was a little inappropriate. After all, he did help her. Moreover, she might need his space attribute to return later. She then added, there are many places where my family lives. After seeing so many, I know what kind of places have Mars beetles. Although I can't see them, I can guess. Lin Xian suddenly understood. But aren't you afraid? Since you know that there are Mars beetles here, then you should also know that there are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts here. Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue glanced at Lin Xian and continued walking. At most, I'll just die. Lin Xian, that won't do. You have to be responsible for your family. If you die, what will happen to your family? And your boyfriend? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Xiao Xinyue frowned slightly. She ignored Lin Xian and continued walking. This girl was quite arrogant. You could basically think of her as the second Han Chushue. However, she was actually taken by another man. That didn't match the logic of her personality. Unless she really liked him. Really liked him. Lin Xian didn't think so. Because in the conversation between her and Gong Sun Jun, whether it was words or expressions, Lin Xian couldn't see any signs of liking her. But your boyfriend is a little bad. He left you here alone and ran away alone. Sigh. Lin Xian followed and sighed. After all, this girl was his mission target. Although she already had a boyfriend, and although breaking up others was a very shameful thing to do, but there was no other way. If he couldn't get her, the Jade Marrow liquid would be gone, the Art Pavilion Group would go bankrupt, and Lin Xian wouldn't have the capital to build his own force. This was the price of the mission's punishment. Therefore, in order to complete his mission, she was the target that Lin Xian had to complete. Although it was a little shameless, there was no other way. In any case, he was used to being a scumbag. He said that he was going to find powerhouses to help. From this sentence, it was clear that although Xiao Xinyue's personality was cold and arrogant, and she was also very smart, she was a little naive. Especially when it came to matters between men and women, she was simply too naive. Sigh, then you don't understand men very well. Lin Xian sighed. Of course, he knew that Xiao Xinyue wouldn't ask why, but in her heart, she must be puzzled by Lin Xian's words. Therefore, after Lin Xian finished speaking, he didn't wait for her to ask and directly said, "It's not that I want to say bad things, ha. You said that it's not a problem to find powerhouses. I also heard that he went to find powerhouses because you didn't want to go back. But for a man who truly loves you and is willing to give up his life for you, would he really leave you alone in such a dangerous place? Anyway, if it was me, if I really fell in love with a girl, in such an environment, I would rather not look for powerhouses. I would rather stay by her side. That way, I would be at ease. Even if I die, I would die with her. It's not that he went to find powerhouses because you didn't want to go back. What do you think?" The more Lin Xian spoke, the deeper Xiao Xinyue's brows furrowed. That was because she felt that it made sense. "However, but I think that what he did wasn't wrong, and I was the one who asked him to do it." After saying that, she quickened her pace. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Why was this woman so stupid? If he had known that she was so stupid and stubborn, Lin Xian would have taken action before they confirmed their relationship. Chapter 681. At this time, Ling Ying and the others walked over. Yo, young Master Lin seems to have made a girl unhappy. Ling Ying curled his lips and said. Lin Xian scratched his head. No, I'm just asking her why she's so familiar with the situation here. Then what did you ask? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Nothing much, it's even harder to talk to than Chuxue in the past. Han Chuxue, hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chuxue muttered, I'm not ignoring you. The first time they met after they met was when they hugged. Han Chuxue already knew that Lin Xian was the person who saved her, and she already had a crush on him. Naturally, it was impossible for her not to chat with Lin Xian. Ha, I'm just kidding, Chuxue is still very gentle. Lin Xian laughed. So you're saying that I'm not gentle? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. No, you're gentle too, gentle yuppie. Humph. Hypocrite. Then they also quickened their pace and walked forward. Murong Qing walked over and said with a smile, hypocrite. Then she walked away. Lin Xian, fuck. In front, Xiao Xinyue stopped in her tracks. Room? Why is there a room here? Lin Xian and the others walked over with a shocked expression. That's right, they were walking in a place that might already be underground, and there should be magma flowing underground. Moreover, they were in a very deep place, but in such a situation, there was actually a room here. It was obvious that this should be a secret door, and there was one on the left and right sides of the passage, but it should have been discovered by the experts before them and opened it. The reason why this was not another passage was because there was only one room with a table, chair, cabinet, and some small boxes. It was a very simple stone house. Lin Xian scanned the room with his eye of cave spirit. There were no traps. No, to be precise, the traps had already been triggered. There were several corpses in both rooms. Logically speaking, those who could come to this place were probably at least at the lower realm. Furthermore, they must have been very knowledgeable and had used a special method to discover the Stardust bug but had not been attacked by it. Even the weakest lower realm existence had died under the mechanism, so there was no need to say how terrifying the mechanism was. But now, it didn't seem that important anymore. Everyone knew that there were demonic beasts here, but was the room behind the secret door made by demonic beasts? Demonic beasts need tables and chairs. The only thing I can think of is that the demonic beast in human form is here. Murong Qing murmured. In fact, it was easy for demonic beasts to take human form. It mainly depended on their bloodline. Most demonic beasts might need to be at the domain realm or the heavenly venerate realm before they could take human form. However, some demonic beasts with more powerful bloodlines, such as those at the Thunder Tribulation realm or the lower realm, could take human form. Therefore, no one could say how strong demonic beasts that took human form were. In any case, they would not be too weak. No, this is not a place to live. This is a mechanism, Lin Xian said as he walked in. Several people followed him in. Look, there are 3 wooden boxes here. The wooden boxes have all been opened, and the 3rd wooden box is where the mechanism is. These 4 martial artists were burned alive. I guess this mechanism should have instantly filled the room with flames that can kill powerhouses instantly. This kind of flame must have surpassed the magma level. That is a powerful fire attribute power, such as the power left behind by a fire attribute demonic beast in advance. Lin Xian said. Then why did they open the wooden boxes? Ling Ying asked. Are you stupid? In such a place, a room with 3 wooden boxes on the table in the room appeared. If it were you, would you open them? Ling Ying nodded. Yes. That's right. In my opinion, the current situation here is similar to the ruins of powerhouses in the fantasy novels we read. Everyone, needless to say, they really felt that way. Then what's the point? Lin Xian shook his head. How would he know? He also wanted to know why there would be a secret door in such a place where demonic beasts should live. Behind the secret door was a room with a table and chairs, as well as a mechanism. It was as if it was waiting for people to come and then use the mechanism to kill them. To be precise, it was to kill those greedy humans who were blinded by greed. Was this a trap? Lin Xian also did not know. I heard a rumor. Xiao Xinyue suddenly said. Everyone looked at her. The rumor is that this holy dragon flame cave is a place where a dragon lives. We know this too. Everyone knows it. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue then continued. But I also know that based on this holy dragon flame cave is the place where the real dragon is buried. Several people looked at each other. You're saying that the dragon is dead? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes, this is just what I heard, but I'm not sure. Lin Xian said, if this is the tomb of the powerful dragons, then it does make sense. Why does this place have a déjà vu feeling like it's the remains of a powerful expert? That's because dragons must be extremely powerful existences. When a powerful expert fell, they naturally did not want their burial place to be disturbed, so they set up a mechanism to prevent outsiders from entering. The demonic beasts would use this place to cultivate and instead become the guardian of this place. With such a deep place, I'm afraid there are even more dangerous mechanisms inside that even demonic beasts can't enter. How do you know? Murong Qing asked. I guessed. Aren't those fantasy novels all written like this? Everyone, but I feel that it makes sense. Han Chushue said. If that's true, then following its fall, there must be a lot of treasures that were buried with it. Ling Ying's eyes lit up. Hey, I said that this shouldn't be what we should be concerned about now. If this is really the case, then the danger is unimaginable. Murong Qing said helplessly. That's true. Ling Ying sighed. Then are we still going? This was a very important question. Should they go deeper or not? I want to go. Lin Xian said. Then let's go. Since Lin Xian said so, Ling Ying said without hesitation. Xiao Xinyue naturally wanted to go as well. This kind of place was dangerous for a martial artist, but at the same time, it was a place that could change a person's life. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Since they knew it was dangerous and still came, then they shouldn't stop. Of course, stopping might be a wise choice, but they didn't want to stop. Xiao Xinyue directly walked out. Lin Xian and the others were about to follow her out, but they suddenly found that Xiao Xinyue, who had just left, had rushed back in again. Bang! She slammed her hand, and with a burst of power, she directly closed the secret door. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 682. Just as they finished asking, they felt a terrifying power flowing rapidly in the passage outside. The entire space was trembling, and the surrounding temperature had increased exponentially. It was already hot here, but they could withstand it. However, the current situation was, their room was like an oven. Shuai, Han Chushue and Xiao Xinyue released their ice attribute power at the same time. The ice attribute power lowered the temperature in the room, but the temperature increase was simply too exaggerated. Even if the two of them kept releasing their ice attribute power, the temperature was still rising. Even if they used all their power, they could not stop the temperature increase. They could only slow down the temperature increase slightly. The ice that had just appeared melted into water. What's going on? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. Xiao Xinyue's face was dripping with sweat. She gritted her teeth and said while releasing her power, "Flames are filling the holy dragon flame cave." Lin Xian frowned. "It's a flame tide," Murongqing said. That's right, it was a flame tide. Just as Xiao Xinyue went out, she realized that the flames in front of her had filled the entire passage and swept over. She quickly rushed in and closed the secret door. She knew that at this speed, if she was not in this room, she would definitely not be able to escape if she ran. She would definitely be swallowed by the flames. Fortunately, the secret door was sealed well. The flames could not pour in, but the terrifying power of the flames was heating up the place. "Beautiful sister, how long will this flame tide last?" Lin Xian asked. Murongqing shook her head. "I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it. I'm not sure, but according to the current situation, if the flame tide doesn't stop, we will all die here." Although their ice attribute was strong, their realm was still there. How could the ice attribute power of a thunder tribulation realm be stronger than the heat of the flame tide and lower their temperature? At most, it could slow down the temperature increase. Murongqing was in the heavenly venerable realm, but her attribute was time. Under such circumstances, she had no other way. What could they do now? Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute, but he could not send them out, because he did not have enough strength, and they had already been here for many hours. This distance was impossible, and the outside was filled with flames. The entire Holy Dragon Flame Cave was probably filled with terrifying flames, without any gaps. If they went out, they would be in the middle of a terrifying flame tide. The second method was to use an extremely strong ice attribute to lower the temperature, but they didn't. Perhaps there was a third one, which was perseverance. Everyone was drenched, and the scorching heat made them feel as if the already thin oxygen was about to disappear. Shuai, Lin Xian's body erupted with a burst of cold energy. Perhaps his ice attribute wasn't as good as Han Chushue's or Xiao Xinyue's, but he was at least a 6-star Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. Plus, with his ice attribute power, every bit of improvement was worth it. Lin Xian's ice attribute power lit up, and everyone was shocked. Murongqing was also stunned. Xiao Xinyue was even more stunned. Space, lightning, ice, 3 attributes. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Plus Lin Xian's ice attribute power, the 3 of them could reduce the temperature even more. Here. Lin Xian threw a spirit recovery pill to Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue looked at it doubtfully, and then took it without hesitation. The moment she took the spirit recovery pill, she felt the spiritual power in her body recovering rapidly, and it recovered a lot. She was shocked. What kind of divine item was this? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the temperature here had reached more than 200 degrees. Under normal circumstances, everything would have been cooked. Fortunately, their realm was not low, and with the help of their spiritual power, they could withstand this terrifying heat. The temperature was slowly dropping under the ice attribute power of the three, which meant the eruption of flames outside had ended, and they were slowly lowering the temperature. The temperature finally dropped to a more bearable level. The three of them were completely exhausted, and directly fell to the ground, panting. Murong-Qing and Ling-Ying hurried over to support them. "Take this and recover your physical strength." Murong-Qing gave each of them a green leaf, and they could feel their physical strength recovering. It could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. If there was another 20 minutes of flames, they would probably be cooked. Lin Xian also finally understood how terrifying the flames were. However, it was a daunting experience without any danger. However, there was a very important reason why they could hold on until now, and that was Lin Xian's spirit recovery pill. Linglong Shui gave them the spirit recovery pill. Without the spirit recovery pill, their spiritual power couldn't support the ice attribute power, and they would have been cooked long ago. However, they didn't have the spirit recovery pill now. "There won't be a second flame tide, right?" Lin Xian gasped and asked. Murong-Qing shook her head. "No, even if there is, it will take a long time. The flame tide is similar to a kind of power accumulation, and it needs time to accumulate fire attribute power." Lin Xian sighed in relief. "That's good. But you also have ice attribute." Murong-Qing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at a monster. Space, thunder, and ice attributes, logically speaking, any one of these three attributes was a rare attribute, and it was enough for anyone to have one. However, all three were on one person, and he even had the space attribute. This was simply too abnormal. Xiao Xinyue also looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Maybe this is a genius," Lin Xian said with a smile. "No, this is a monster. In the future, if you reach the lower realm, the domain realm, or the heavenly venerable realm, you have three rare attributes while others have one attribute. In terms of combat power, it's simply shocking. However, there's also a disadvantage. Others cultivate one attribute, but you have to divide your attention to cultivate three attributes." Lin Xian nodded. Of course he knew, but he didn't care. Because as long as he completed the task, he didn't have to worry about anything. "Everyone, let's rest here for a while and recover our spiritual power and physical strength. Then, we'll go out. The eruption of this flame tide is good news. Under such a flame tide, all the demonic beasts and martial artists will probably die. Only the Empyreans might be able to survive. We were lucky enough to be in the room, otherwise we would have died as well. In the following path, we will most likely be obstructed by traps. As for demonic beasts, there should be very strong fire attribute demonic beasts." Murong-Qing nodded. "I can still deal with heavenly venerables, but if there are demonic beasts above the heavenly venerable realm, then our lives will end here." Above the heavenly venerable realm? Wasn't that too exaggerated? Chapter 683. An hour later, Lin Xian slowly pushed open the secret door of the secret room. There were no more flames outside. Of course, the temperature was higher than before, but the flame tide had passed and this place had been cleared. "Come out, there shouldn't be any danger," Lin Xian said to them, and then the four beauties walked out one after another. Lin Xian said, "There aren't many spirit recovery pills left, but the temperature here is still very high. We need to use spirit power to resist, so we don't have much time left. Everyone, hurry up, we can't waste any more time." "Okay." Then the five of them sped up and rushed forward. "Lin Xian, I'll be at the front, you go behind." Murong-Qing caught up with Lin Xian and said, "No, I'll be at the front." Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm stronger than you, Murong-ching said. If they encountered a trap or something, she should be fine as a sky sovereign, right? However, although Lin Xian was not weak in the Thunder Tribulation realm, facing the traps here, it was definitely not enough. But I'm a man. Lin Xian said this and walked forward. Murong-ching was stunned in place. Logically speaking, in this kind of environment, Lin Xian's words were simply too lethal to girls. In fact, there was a bigger reason why Lin Xian was at the front, and that was because he had the Eye of Insight. In addition to seeing the direction of the flow of spirit power, the Eye of Insight could also detect the traps, so he was definitely the best choice to be at the front. Murong-ching didn't know, so she was extremely touched. This kind of man was worthy of a girl entrusting her life to. Compared to Gong Sun-jun and Wang Haiyang, it was a stark contrast. He was obviously not strong, but he still wanted to be the first to go. Forget it, let him be. Murong-ching was more cautious and used the time attribute to protect herself. Stop. Lin Xian suddenly stopped in front. What's wrong? Ling Ying asked doubtfully. There's a trap in front, Lin Xian said. In front of them was a passageway that did not seem to have any clues at all. The few of them revealed puzzled expressions. It was within their expectations that there would be traps, but how did he know? Moreover, Lin Xian didn't even stop to observe carefully before directly saying that there was a mechanism here. You don't believe me? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue chose to believe in Lin Xian. After all, they were Lin Xian's women. However, Xiao Xinyue felt that it was too bizarre. She definitely had her doubts. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, 20 meters in front of us are all traps. You guys back off. Then, they retreated a little. Lin Xian grabbed the wall with his hand, and then directly pinched off a piece of stone. Whoosh! Then, the stone was thrown forward. Whoosh! In the next instant, the entire passageway erupted in terrifying flames. The intensity of these flames was probably enough to burn a law adept to death. Xiao Xinyue's mouth opened slightly. How mysterious. How did he find out? Logically speaking, Lin Xian was too lazy to demonstrate. He could have just released his spatial attribute and brought them 20 meters away. Why did he need to demonstrate? There were two reasons. They needed a leader. Normally, it should be Murong-ching, but Lin Xian had the eye of spiritual insight, so it had to be him. If there were only the four of them, at least Ling Ying and Han Chuxue would unconditionally trust Lin Xian. However, there was also Xiao Xinyue. She wasn't familiar with Lin Xian, so why would she choose to trust him unconditionally? Therefore, Lin Xian needed to demonstrate to let her know who to listen to. Although she was very smart, they weren't familiar with each other. It was inevitable that she would make a big mistake because of them. The second reason was to show off. This was his mission goal. If he didn't show off now, when would he? Do you believe me now? Lin Xian said to Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue didn't say much. She just nodded slightly. Yes, she believed him. Let's go. Whoosh. Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and brought them to the front. An hour later, they were once again trapped in front of the lava moat. In front of them was a cliff that was hundreds of meters high. There was no way to cross it. It was all magma below. However, they stopped this time. Because they saw several powerhouses sitting in front of them, meditating and recuperating from their injuries. They could see that many parts of their bodies had been burned black. It was likely that the flame tide had just erupted. They had nowhere to hide, so they could only use their own strength to resist the power of the flame tide. It really wasn't easy. There were 5 of them in total, and dozens of them had been reduced to white bones. There was nothing left of their corpses. To be able to resist the flame tide for so long, the weakest of the 5 was in the celestial venerable realm. Even domain realm cultivators could only resist for a very short time. Sensing the movements in their surroundings, they opened their eyes one after another as they were recuperating. Of the 5 people, 3 were old men and 2 looked to be at least 50 years old. When they opened their eyes and saw these beautiful women, they couldn't help but be stunned subconsciously. However, they didn't do anything special. Of course, they were also surprised. After all, they had experienced the flame tide just now. These people were so young, how could they be unharmed? One of the old men stood up and took a deep breath. He glanced at them sharply. How did you resist the flame tide just now? It was strange. It was too fake. Could it be that they had some ability to resist the flame tide or the power of the flame here? If he got it, wouldn't he be able to reach the end? This was the demonic beast domain. Demonic beasts weren't the only dangerous things. Sometimes, martial artists were even more terrifying than demonic beasts. Lin Xian said, "We found 2 secret doors behind us. One of them was a room. We hid in the room and closed the secret door. The flame tide didn't seep into the room. Otherwise, with our strength, how could we resist the flame tide? Senior, don't you think so?" They came to a sudden realization. Another old man stood up. "So it's the 2 secret doors that we found. You're quite smart. However, you can go back now that you've reached here." Another person said. "Why?" Lin Xian asked. "Because although there's a path ahead, we can't go through it." Lin Xian frowned. He could see that there was a passage 100 meters away. Why couldn't they go through it? "We're the first batch of martial artists to enter here. More than a dozen of us have already died in the magma ahead." "Why?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "If you're not afraid of death, you can try." "Ha, cough, cough." 2 of them laughed, but they started coughing again, probably because their laughter pulled at their wounds. Then, the old man explained, "Come, take a look below." Lin Xian and the others walked forward and looked below the magma. Then, their pupils shrank. Chapter 684. It was the same black shadow under the magma. That's right, it was the black shadow of the demonic beast they saw under the magma in the first magma chasm. At this moment, the black shadow continued to swim in the magma without disappearing. It just swam without appearing or attacking them. "Watch carefully." The old man grabbed the bones of a corpse and threw it forward. Whoosh, a flame shot out from below. At the same time, it was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Then, the white bone turned into dust. Lin Xian, that is. Xiao Xinyue frowned and asked curiously. "There's no harm in telling you guys. Otherwise, it's not a good thing if you don't know. There's an extremely powerful demonic beast under the magma. It won't appear or attack us. Even if we stand on top of the magma, it won't affect us no matter how loud we make. However, once it appears on top of the magma and tries to fly forward, it will release a terrifying flame energy. Even heavenly venerables can't withstand this flame energy. It's like the guardian beast here, forbidding everyone from going forward." Sigh, there were more than 10 heavenly venerables in our group, but only the 5 of us are left. We killed several heavenly venerables and overcame all the difficulties to get here. But now, we can't even go forward. An old man sighed. They were the first batch to enter this place. They might have killed the adult golden fire crystal beasts, so the people behind them only encountered some young demonic beasts. It could be said that they had taken care of some dangers for the people behind them. However, they didn't need to thank them because this was what they had to go through. In other words, there was no one in front of them. They had become the first batch to enter this place, and they didn't know what was ahead of them. Sigh, after getting injured, we didn't get anything in the end. The most likely place to find the heaven and earth spiritual treasure is in front of us. We should be almost at the end of it. It's a pity that we can't go through. Let's go back, the old man said. Wait, maybe I can let you go through. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying and the others looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Why would he help them? You? Ha ha ha, they couldn't help but laugh. Go over there and let this old man take a look. If you want to go over there safely, the only way is to use the spatial attribute. Otherwise, no matter how fast you are, you will be captured by that power. What do you think you should do? Ha ha ha. The old man's smile froze on his face as he saw Lin Xian's silhouette disappear from where he stood and reappear more than 10 meters away. Clearly sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding space was still very easy for Empyrean powerhouses. You are of the spatial attribute. Perhaps some people thought that the spatial attribute wasn't that rare, but reality had proven that it was indeed rare. How rare was it? It was so rare that these Empyrean realm powerhouses gave up on it. They didn't even think about leaving to find an expert with the spatial attribute to help them get through this place. Instead, they directly gave up. This was enough to show how rare spatial attributes were. The 5 Empyrean powerhouses revealed excited expressions. The higher their realms were, the more they came into contact with and the more they understood. Compared to those lightning tribulation realm cultivators, those at the profound heaven realm were even more aware of the rarity of the spatial attribute. They hadn't expected to encounter one. At this time, the way they looked at Lin Xian was different. Quick, send us to the other side. Since there is a guardian beast here that forbids martial artists from entering, it means that the other side is the most important place. It must be filled with treasures. Come with us and we will protect you. At the same time, we will help you obtain many treasures. The old man excitedly said. This was simply the most fake of words. Any martial artist with a little bit of experience would know that when they came across something good, who the hell would be so kind as to give it to you? Who wouldn't want to take it all for themselves? Even if they were Lin Xian, they wouldn't reveal their spatial attribute. They would wait for them to leave and then go over by themselves. This was what Ling Ying and the others didn't understand. If these people weren't strong, then they wouldn't care, but they were very strong. When they came across treasures, they wouldn't be able to compete with them. If they were careless, they might even lose their lives. Sure, but how are Senior's injuries? It wouldn't be good if something happened. Lin Xian had an innocent look on his face. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a small injury. It's just some external injuries. I meditated just now to recover my spiritual power. It's not that serious. That's good. Then I'll send the 5 seniors over first. After speaking, Lin Xian's spatial attribute erupted. The 5 powerhouses disappeared and appeared on the other side. Lin Xian, why are you sending them over? Ling Ying walked to Lin Xian's side and hurriedly asked. Lin Xian's eyes gradually sharpened. Then, he said, I don't want to either, but there is an unexplored place ahead. Moreover, there is a guardian beast guarding this place. There might be many treasures ahead, but it will definitely be more dangerous. Isn't it good to have 5 heavenly venerable powerhouses scout the way for us and kill demonic beasts for us? In their eyes, we are very weak. If we encounter powerful demonic beasts, we don't need to do anything. They won't let us do anything either. I also understand, but it's inevitable that they will want to kill us. Don't forget, they need me to send them over. Naturally, they also need me to send them back. Otherwise, they will still not be able to pass through this natural chasm. Therefore, even if their intentions are not pure, they will definitely not do anything to us. Instead, to us, they are our bodyguards. As for the treasures, Lin Xian stroked his chin. I think that there might be many treasures, but the real treasures will definitely not be easy to find. Because Lin Xian had the eye of cave spirit, he needed someone to clear the obstacles. Then, with the help of the eye of cave spirit, he could explore places that others could not explore. Lin Xian was the most likely person to find the real treasures in this sacred dragon flame cave. Alright, I believe you. Ling Ying said. Xiao Xinyue glanced at Lin Xian again. This youth, who looked younger than her, had displayed extraordinary wisdom. In such a short period of time, his words and actions had made her admire him. Lin Xian is right. The unexplored places still need some people to send themselves to their deaths. Let's go. Then, the 5 of them disappeared and arrived on the other side. Beside them, the 5 powerhouses did not move forward. Instead, they waited for Lin Xian. At first, they wanted to directly enter and ignore the people behind them. However, they suddenly thought that even if they returned, they still needed this youth. Therefore, they could only wait. Chapter 685. Seniors, we don't want anything else. We're not that strong. We just hope to follow behind you and ask for some treasures that you don't want, but that will definitely be of great help to us. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. You've helped us come here, so we'll definitely protect you and give you good things. You can rest assured about that. The old man smiled. Lin Xian's words made them relax their vigilance. Their wariness towards Lin Xian was almost gone. Because Lin Xian's meaning was that they could take the good things. They only needed the things they didn't need. Then, there would be no conflict in terms of benefits, and naturally, there would be no conflict. Let's go. You guys just follow behind us. After saying that, they walked inside. Lin Xian and the others obediently followed behind. With 5 heavenly venerables leading the way, wouldn't it be perfect? What? Didn't all the good things belong to these powerhouses? It was still the same sentence. The most powerful things were definitely not that easy to find. The most precious things were naturally the most powerful ones. Lin Xian believed that his eye of spiritual insight would definitely be able to display an astonishing effect at the crucial moment. Do you guys feel that the temperature here has dropped? Lin Xian asked Xiao Xinyue, who was walking beside him, suspiciously. There was no other meaning to it. Because she was of the ice attribute and happened to be beside Lin Xian chose to ask her and not Han Chuxue. He believed that they wouldn't mind. However, that was just his opinion. In fact, the girls would definitely mind. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes. That's right. They had gone deeper, but the temperature had dropped. This abnormal situation made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of worry. That's right. The more abnormal it was, the more worried they would be. This was a very normal phenomenon. Perhaps some people would be very happy. Wow, the temperature has dropped. This feels good. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Lin Xian could feel the temperature drop. Naturally, the 5 heavenly venerables in front of him had also felt it. Venerable Huang, look ahead. The 5 heavenly venerables in front seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and stopped one after another. Huang Yinyan's eyes flashed. As expected, that demonic beast is a guardian beast, guarding the most precious place. There's actually a great hall here. It seems like the rumors are true. This is really the place where a dragon died. Before it died, it left all the treasures it had collected in its life, and even its demonic skills were probably left here. Maybe this great hall is where it's located. Let's go. Then, the 5 of them sped away. Lin Xian looked at the golden palace from afar and was secretly shocked. What's the situation? Hall. After all, it's their own treasures. Naturally, they don't want others to take them away. Of course, many things follow the will of the heavens. If the will of the heavens is so, you won't die even if you take everything away. Of course, the premise is that you have the will of the heavens. If this palace is made by an extremely strong expert, it's very easy to create it. It's not surprising, said Murongqing. Let's go in and take a look. They walked to the huge entrance of the hall. How big was the door? It was dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. Moreover, the hall was blocking their way. There was no way out. It seemed like this was the final destination. But in Lin Xian's opinion, it shouldn't be that simple. Sweeping a glance, there was no mechanism. The door also didn't have any mechanism. It seemed like it was specially designed to reward those who could come to this place. After passing through the front, it was as if they had passed all the tests. Next was the reward. It gave people the feeling that this was the final reward. The scariest thing was that the temperature here had dropped to a normal temperature of about 20 to 30 degrees. They felt comfortable in such a temperature. But in a place like this, wasn't it too strange? Step back. We'll open the door. There might be a mechanism. Be careful. Okay. Then, Lin Xian and the rest stepped back. Lin Xian subconsciously blocked Han Chuxue and the rest behind him. Xiao Xinyue stood on the other side. Everyone's eyes were looking forward. Open. The 5 of them used their strength together and the door opened a little. Arg! The 5 of them burst out with terrifying strength and slowly opened the door. Damn, if it weren't for these 5 experts, even if we came here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the strength to open this door. Lin Xian sighed. Seems like it. Just as the door opened, a terrifying beast roar came from inside. Then, accompanied by a gust of wind, a black demonic beast rushed out. Be careful. That Huang Yinian should be the strongest out of the 5 of them, and the one giving the orders every time was also him. They might not know each other before, but everyone knew that in a place like this, unless you were extremely confident in your own strength, it would be best to stick together and have someone to give orders. Otherwise, it would be too messy. Even experts would be chaotic. What kind of monster is this? Its cultivation is in the heavenly venerable realm. It doesn't matter what kind of monster it is, as long as it's in the realm. Fight. Kill it first, then we can enter. Let's go. Lin Xian led them to hide in the distance. A battle between heavenly venerables wasn't something they could participate in. Murongqing could, but she was one of their trump cards. Moreover, if they could avoid fighting, then they wouldn't. There were 5 heavenly venerables working for them. If they fought, there would be the risk of getting injured or dying. Why would they fight? Wasn't this a great feeling? 6-eyed Bloodbat King, I'm afraid one of them is going to die. Murongqing said. Aw. That terrifying? Ling Ying asked doubtfully. Murongqing said, the 6-eyed Bloodbat King is a terrifying monster. It's at the divine brilliance realm. This monster must be able to transform into a human form, but it's stronger in its original form. The most terrifying part of the 6-eyed Bloodbat King is its 6 eyes. Watch carefully. The 6-eyed Bloodbat King wasn't weak, but it wasn't suppressed by 5 heavenly venerables. Of course, it was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed Bloodbat King flashed with a red light. At this moment, one of the Empyrean powerhouses that had charged over let out an inexplicable scream. Then, he fell to the ground, clutching his head with both hands. He seemed to be in extreme pain, and his scream made everyone's hearts tremble. Bang! He screamed and struggled for a few seconds before his body exploded. The ground was filled with minced meat and blood. It was disgusting to look at. What kind of ability is this? Lin Xian was also shocked. Chapter 686. Most importantly, Lin Xian didn't see any power at all. Then, that person just exploded. One had to know that this was the heavenly venerable realm. What kind of monster was this six-eyed blood bat king? This scene was incomparably disgusting. Although they had seen corpses and even killed people before, the sight of a person exploding into pieces of minced meat was still nauseating. If it was a demonic beast, they would have seen it many times. But they knew that it was a human, so it was different. But it was still okay. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Murong Qing was relatively calm. She said to Lin Xian, "This is what I meant when I said that the six-eyed blood bat king is dangerous. If these people knew that this demonic beast was the six-eyed blood bat king and had some understanding of it, then they wouldn't die. But since they don't know about it, then they will definitely die." Is that the power just now? Murong Qing nodded. The most terrifying thing about the six-eyed blood bat king is its 6 eyes. These 6 eyes can release an invisible power. Those who know about it know that during the battle, you must not look at its eyes. But even if you know, you are almost unwilling to fight with it. Because unless you close your eyes, you will inevitably look at its eyes. And once you look at its eyes, the six-eyed blood bat king will release that power from its eyes. This power will stimulate the blood in the human body, causing the blood to heat up in a short period of time. The human body will become like a sealed gasoline can being heated by fire. Then, it will explode with a bang. Even if you are a few stars higher than the six-eyed blood bat king, you will still be affected by this power. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. There is such a power. Murong Qing smiled and said, "The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. This is just one of them. There are many more strange things. As your realm increases, you will see more and more. Then what if we guard against it?" Lin Xian had never heard of this before. He still needed to know more. This was a bit awkward. While they were fighting a bloody battle in front of them, Murong Qing was teaching them knowledge behind them. You don't have to worry too much about this. The power of the six-eyed blood bat king can only be released once after a period of time. That is to say, only one person will be affected. But what should you do if you are affected? It's simple. Heat up your body and cool it down. If you are of the ice attribute, just cool it down. What if it's not of the ice attribute? Then, just wait for your death. Lin Xian, boom. A loud sound came from the front. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck the six-eyed vampire bat king down from the sky. Then the 4 of them rushed up and opened fire. The six-eyed vampire bat king became a corpse. What a pity. If he could eat the experience of an Empyrean realm demonic beast, he would definitely die from pleasure. The 4 experts didn't suffer any injuries. They looked at the corpse of the expert who died. They seemed to feel pity, but in fact, they were secretly pleased. They didn't know each other at all. They came in together. In front of them should be all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual treasures. The moment the door opened, although the demonic beast attacked, there was also an extremely strong heaven and earth spiritual force. They knew that there were indeed heaven and earth spiritual treasures behind the door. With one more person, they would have to share more. If one of them died, they would get more. Wouldn't that be perfect? This was the reality. Every one of them even hoped that everyone would die and he would be the only one left. It was a pity that it wasn't easy to realize. Everyone, it may be very dangerous inside. It's up to you whether you want to enter or not. If you want to, just follow us in. Huang Yinian said and walked straight through the huge door. Let's go. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He led them in. Which one of them didn't come for the treasure? Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian, Xiao Xinyue or everyone else, they all came for such a big risk. The temperature in the hall was very normal. There wasn't any heat at all. When they entered, they were shocked by the spaciousness and splendor of the hall. It was a dazzling sight. In the corners, on the floor, on the table, there were all kinds of secret manuals, spiritual tools, small boxes and small jade bottles. They were probably all good stuff. As they entered, the walls of the hall lit up automatically. The hall was so big that it was beyond imagination. They couldn't even see the end of the hall. They couldn't see what was on the other side. There seemed to be other lights. Ha ha ha. Treasures, all of them are treasures. Huang Yinian and the others laughed crazily. There were probably more than 1,000 treasures here. Even the weakest ones were rare in the outside world. After all, these could be the treasures of that expert from the dragons. There was a huge statue of a true dragon here, which made it seem more likely. This is not the last place. Lin Xian said. Ah. Ling Ying came to Lin Xian's side. What do you mean? I didn't see the corpse of the expert from the dragons. There's no coffin either. The death of such an expert shouldn't have been easy. I didn't see the corpse either. Moreover, when the door was opened, the six-eyed blood bat king flew out. How could a true dragon let himself be with a six-eyed blood bat king whose bloodline is not on the same level as a true dragon? So, this must not be the last place. But, it seems like there's no other way. Han Chushue said. Lin Xian glanced around. No, there's more. Although he didn't see any traps, the hall was very big. There was an area that didn't seem to have any treasures like tables and chairs. However, that was still part of the hall. Lin Xian felt that he could go there and take a look. Xiao Xinyue and the others looked around, but no one moved. No one touched the treasures. They weren't sure if it was safe or dangerous. It was safe because Lin Xian didn't see any traps. Take whatever you want. Be careful. Lin Xian said. At this moment, 2 lines of words appeared in the void in front of them. Everyone became alert and looked at the 2 lines of words. Those who are here are fated. Each of you can take 1 item and leave. If you're greedy, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's right. That's the sentence. And this sentence made the hearts of those 4 Empyrean realm powerhouses crumble. Lin Xian and the others were fine because they weren't greedy people. Of course, they were greedy. However, compared to danger, they valued their lives more. We can only take 1 item. Then we have a choice. Murong Qing said with a smile. Chapter 687. Since they could only take 1, they would definitely find the best one that was most suitable for them. The 4 experts originally thought that they could empty this place, but they didn't expect such a scene to occur. Everyone, go and find what you want. Remember, you must only take 1. Don't treat the words of the fallen experts as a joke. Murong Qing said to them. All right. Then, Ling Ying and Han Chushue walked together. Xiao Xinyue went to find what she wanted by herself, while Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. What do you want? Lin Xian looked around. There weren't many martial skills. After all, this was a dragon, and martial artists cultivated human martial skills. There were a few Earth-grade martial skills here, and most of them were Mystic-grade. However, there were 2 Heaven-grade martial skills. He guessed that they were obtained from the human race and were placed here. The rest were spirit tools, but most of them were rare crystal stones and elixirs. Lin Xian pointed to the front and said, "I'll go there and take a look." "I'll go with you." Lin Xian nodded, and they walked over. The more they walked, the more it didn't look like a hole. It was pitch black in front, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy was very rich. Lin Xian took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The scene in front of him made him open his mouth. Murong Qing was also shocked. In front of them, it didn't feel like they were in a building. It was an empty space, and in this space, there was land. And on the land, there was a plant. It was the same plant. This plant was a kind of flower, and the petals had 9 colors. There were probably more than 1,000 of them. This is a 9-color spiritual lotus. Murong Qing cried out in alarm. More than 1,000 9-color spiritual lotuses. Lin Xian was also secretly shocked. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was released by the 9-color spiritual lotus. Doesn't this 9-color spiritual lotus grow in a world of ice and snow? Lin Xian asked. Who told you that? Lin Xian said, aren't all lotuses like this? Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I don't know where you got this opinion from. The 9-colored spirit lotus has a chance to grow in a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant. And here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is stronger. However, there are so many 9-colored spirit lotuses here. They should have been planted and then nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on their own. Murong Qing sighed. This 9-colored spirit lotus was the key to creating attribute increasing potions. Because of its rarity, this thing had not been created yet. Murong Qing was also looking forward to Lin Xian increasing her time attribute. However, this thing should be useless, but Lin Xian said that he had a way. However, disregarding everything else, how many potions could these 9-colored spiritual lotuses produce? How much profit could they bring? It was unimaginable. This attribute increasing potion, if diluted by 5%, could be sold for millions or tens of millions. Anyway, it was sold to the rich. Why is it a pity? Lin Xian asked. Because you can only take one. Murong Qing said. But it's not the same. Oh. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. If it's the same thing, then it's the same thing. If it's not the same thing, then can't all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses be the same thing? Damn! Are you playing word games with the strong espers? Moreover, the same thing is the same thing, right? Don't court death. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. But this is what Senior Dragon said. Lin Xian looked at the void and asked, Senior Dragons, there shouldn't be any problem with me, right? There was no answer. Then it's a tacit agreement. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. At this time, 2 strong espers came from behind. 9-colored spiritual lotus. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 9-colored spiritual lotus, but they secretly shook their heads. Unfortunately, they could only take one. How could they choose the 9-colored spiritual lotus? After looking around, they silently left. Lin Xian plucked all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses one by one. Murong Qing was speechless. Really, how could he be so daring? She prepared her time attribute at all times to protect Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian spent 10 minutes to pluck all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses and put them into his interspatial ring. Nothing strange happened. Murong-Qing was speechless. Could it be that what Lin Xian said was true? See, isn't it fine? Lin Xian grinned at Murong-Qing. Really, I will never come out with you again. Murong-Qing took a deep breath. She was simply on tenterhooks, okay? This brat was too reckless. Lin Xian smiled and cupped his fist to the air. Thank you, senior. Let's go. I have already chosen my things. You should go find what you want. Then, the two walked back. However, Lin Xian turned his head again. His eyes flickered with a light that no one could see. Hey, these 9-colored spiritual lotuses, how many attribute-increasing potions can be made? Murong-Qing asked. Lin Xian said, one can make 9 undiluted potions. After diluting, one can make about 30 to 40 potions if the attribute is increased by 5%. Murong-Qing was speechless. A 5% increase in attribute purity would definitely cause countless experts to fight over it. This isn't just a small increase in attribute purity. To a heavenly venerate, a 5% increase in attribute purity could increase their attribute combat power by nearly 10%. Lin Xian's mouth hooked up. So, if this is only a 5% increase, then the bottle should be sold at a higher price. 50 million. Murong-Qing said. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. He was just about to say 5 million, but this girl increased it by 10 times. Too low. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Murong-Qing asked doubtfully. No, 50 million. Isn't it too high? Murong-Qing smiled and said, no, not at all. There are quite a lot of experts in this world, and there are even more rich people. 50 million in exchange for a 10% increase in strength of an expert, do you think it's a loss? Lin Xian shook his head. That's right. In other words, these 1,009 colored sacred lotuses can make more than $1 billion. He opened his mouth. Of course, the premise is that all of them are sold. Moreover, how can we sell all of them? Don't you still have to make time attribute potions for me? Murong-Qing smiled. Didn't I say that I don't want your money? Accompany me for a night, and I will immediately increase your time attribute to 100% purity. Lin Xian looked at Murong-Qing with an evil smile. Murong-Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Do you want me to strip naked? Of course. Okay. Then remember what you said. I will accompany you when we go back. Lin Xian was speechless. Like hell I'll believe you. However, wasn't this too fucking profitable? If they sold all of them, it would be more than $1 billion. What kind of concept was $1 billion? Actually, you might think that it was a lot, but compared to the real assets of the 8 great families, $1 billion was only a tenth of their total assets. Lin Xian wasn't sure, but it definitely wouldn't be too heaven-defying. However, if they had money, coupled with fame, they could try to develop their forces. Therefore, when they went back, they could try to make the attribute-increasing potions. Ah! Save me, save me. Chapter 688. At this moment, a scream came from the front hall. Lin Xian and Murong-Qing looked at each other and quickly rushed over. After rushing over, they discovered that there was an Empyrean realm powerhouse whose entire body was burning with raging flames. These raging flames were burning his body and soul, causing him to scream miserably. It was unknown where these flames had come from. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue said faintly, it seems that he secretly took 2 things, and then his body directly burned with flames. Hearing this, Lin Xian was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he was fine. He guessed right. One thing was one thing, but he took 2 things. Two things. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. This was the price of greed. He thought that there were no powerhouses here. He was a dignified heavenly venerable expert. What was there to be afraid of? Then he died, not even leaving behind ashes. Heavenly venerables were like ants. Everyone was greedy, and Lin Xian was also greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to pluck all the 9-colored spirit lotuses. However, he was lucky, or it could be said that he was more careful. If it was normal, Lin Xian wouldn't have taken two things. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Huang Yinian sneered in his heart. However, it didn't matter to him whether he died or not. In any case, everyone could only take one. The fall of this heavenly venerable made everyone else give up on this idea. Lin Xian didn't care. Anyway, he didn't know him. If he died, then he died. What did he choose? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue wasn't familiar with Lin Xian, but she subconsciously showed him. What's this? Lin Xian looked at the crystal in her hand. Frost was forming on her arm as she held the crystal in her hand. 10,000 years ice, a super rare top-grade crystal. I'm afraid it's one of the most valuable things here. Murong Qing saw it at a glance. Xiao Xinyue nodded. She was of the ice attribute, so this kind of thing was definitely beneficial to her. Then, Lin Xian moved closer to Ling Ying and the others. Little Chushue, what did you choose? Han Chushue also took out a piece of 10,000 years old ice, which was exactly the same as Xiao Xinyue's. Obviously, this was a good thing for those with the ice attribute. Their luck was pretty good as they all had it. Only 2 pieces in total. Lin Xian asked. In an ice box, there are 4 pieces in total. Then take them all. Han Chushue. Hey, don't court death. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, listen to me. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian grabbed Han Chushue's hand and pulled her over. Xiao Xinyue looked at them in confusion. This Lin Xian actually had such a good relationship with Han Chushue. They could even hold hands. Although he didn't really know Han Chushue, she should also be very noble. Lin Xian opened the ice box. Take them all. Han Chushue looked at Lin Xian. Then, she chose to believe Lin Xian and took the other 2 pieces. Ling Ying looked at them worriedly. Don't worry, Lin Xian can take more than 1,000 pieces. As long as it's the same thing, it doesn't matter how many there are. Murong Qing whispered to Ling Ying. Ah. Her small mouth opened slightly. No wonder. Sure enough, after Han Chushue took the other 2 pieces, nothing strange happened. Xiao Xinyue saw it all. She silently looked at the 10,000 years old ice in her hand. What a loss, what a loss. As long as it was the same thing, it didn't matter how many there were. Little Ying, what are you? A heaven-rank dark attribute martial skill, Shadow Cage. Ling Ying said with a smile. With her status, she shouldn't be lacking in heaven-rank martial skills. However, heaven-rank dark attribute martial skills were too rare. She was really happy to get one here. Han Chushue walked towards Xiao Xinyue. Here. Han Chushue handed her a piece of 10,000 years old ice. Xiao Xinyue frowned and looked at Han Chushue in confusion. You were the one who discovered the ice. 2 for each of us. No need. Xiao Xinyue refused. You and I are both ice attribute. You should know how much the 10,000 years old ice can improve us. Take it. Then, Han Chushue put a piece in her hand and walked away. Xiao Xinyue lowered her head and looked at the 10,000 years old ice in her hand. She thought that Han Chushue was a girl who was difficult to talk to. She didn't expect, Lin Xian, on the other hand, had been thinking about something. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze fell on a heavenly venerable. These three heavenly venerables hadn't chosen what they wanted. There were too many things. For them, the higher their realm, the better their vision. They always wanted to find something better. As for the expert in Lin Xian's eyes, he walked in front of the dragon statue. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He reached into the throat of the dragon statue and took out something that emitted a red light. Lin Xian couldn't see what it was clearly. Then, he quickly looked around. Just as he was about to put it away, Huang Yinian had already arrived beside him. Venerable Zhang, give it to me. Huang Yinian reached out his hand to Venerable Zhang. Another Empyrean powerhouse also walked over. What do you mean? The two's gazes fell on his hand. Dragon Ball. Their eyes were shining with greed. Dragon Ball. Ling Ying and Han Chushue came to stand behind Lin Xian. Murong Qing explained to them, Dragon Ball is the crystallization of power in every dragon. It's similar to the crystallization of power in monsters and monster crystals, but the Dragon Ball is even more heaven-defying. According to the situation of this senior dragon, he should be at least in the Great Void Realm. The power of a Great Void Realm Dragon Ball is unimaginable. I'm afraid this Dragon Ball is the most precious thing here. Venerable Zhang, this venerable has been leading the way. This Dragon Ball should belong to this venerable, right? Huang Yinian said coldly. Venerable Huang, whoever sees it will get it. Why should it belong to you? This venerable has put in a lot of effort along the way. This Dragon Ball should belong to this venerable. Another heavenly venerable said. Bang! Huang Yinian didn't give them any time to react. He slapped the chest of the third venerable who spoke. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Then this venerable will kill all of you. The Dragon Ball will naturally belong to this venerable. Huang Yinian, you're courting death. Ha ha ha, your cultivation is below this venerable. Now, give me the Dragon Ball and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Yinian said angrily. Fuck you. Do you think this venerable is afraid of you? Then, the two in front of him started fighting. The other one got up from the ground and wiped the blood off his face. Greed flashed in his eyes as he joined in the fight. That was human nature. Lin Xian and the others quickly distanced themselves. They looked at the door and found that it was tightly shut. Chapter 689. The battle between them would definitely not affect them, because in their eyes, they were no threat to them. Moreover, they still needed Lin Xian to send them out. This door, Lin Xian's attention had already shifted away from the few powerhouses fighting, and he hurriedly ran to the door. He pushed hard, but it did not budge at all. Murong Qing walked over and pushed hard, but it still did not budge. Then, she frowned slightly. That's not right. Just now, a heavenly venerate powerhouse could at least push it a little. Why can't I push it at all? Murong Qing was puzzled. Xiao Xinyue revealed a surprised expression. This sentence meant that, she was a heavenly venerate. No wonder they dared to keep walking inside. It turned out that although they were very beautiful, the woman who caught her attention the least was actually a heavenly venerate powerhouse. Ah! There was a scream in front, and then everyone looked over. Huang Yinian had indeed become the final victor. Everything around him had been destroyed, and the other two were lying on the ground, twitching all over. Blood slowly flowed out, and then they slowly lost their vitality. Fight with me. Give it to me obediently, and you won't have to die. Bah! Huang Yinian spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a ferocious expression, then turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others. Killing people was a very normal thing. To Lin Xian and the others, this particularly outstanding scene in front of them was very normal, and not too surprising. You guys, have you chosen your things? Huang Yinian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. To him, this trip had given him the most precious thing in this place, and he was already satisfied. Now, he just needed to leave. As for them, there was no need to kill them. Lin Xian nodded. We have chosen, but this door seems to be unable to open. Huang Yinian walked over. Pfft, that's because you are too weak. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force, but it did not budge. His brows suddenly furrowed. Then, he exerted force again, but it still did not budge. Strange. Huang Yinian's expression was solemn, then he looked at Lin Xian. Aren't you of the spatial attribute? Can't I just use my spatial energy to teleport out? Lin Xian shook his head. I've tried. When the door is closed, it's as if there's a barrier around it. With my spatial energy, I can't get out. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Senior, look! Lin Xian shouted. Huang Yinian turned around and was shocked to find that there was a dragon's shadow in the air in front of him. The dragon's shadow was looking at them. Everyone was incomparably astonished. Why did the door suddenly close, and why did the image of a true dragon appear here? Senior. Huang Yinian walked over and bowed respectfully. Shua, the true dragon phantom spat out flames. Even he was caught off guard and was burned by the flames. Ah! The entire hall was filled with miserable screams. Then, they saw a man on fire screaming. In a short period of time, the screams became softer and softer. Eventually, they fell to the ground. When the flames finished burning Huang Yinian, not even his bones were left. A fiery red dragon ball rolled down from his disappearing body. Lin Xian, what's going on? Did he break the rules? The true dragon's gaze then turned to Lin Xian and the others. Run! Lin Xian shouted subconsciously. Whop! Sure enough, the terrifying flames were also spat at them. Everything was so unexpected. Why did a true dragon's shadow suddenly appear? Why did the true dragon's shadow attack them? It was reasonable to attack Huang Yinian because he fought here and destroyed the entire hole. But they didn't do anything. Murong Qing stood there and released her time attribute. Time froze around the true dragon, but it only lasted for an instant. Oh no, this true dragon's shadow is probably at the virtualized realm. Murong Qing said in shock. Her time attribute was indeed powerful, but if it was used on the true dragon's shadow, which was a realm higher than her, then it was completely useless. It's over. Such a thought flashed in everyone's mind. That's right, it's over. They couldn't get out, and they couldn't beat it. Hua, a flame was spat at Han Chushue, and Lin Xian quickly used his space power to teleport her to his side. Are you okay? Han Chushue shook her head slightly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. What to do? What to do now? Suddenly, he thought of something. This true dragon's shadow was very powerful, but it didn't seem to have consciousness, and it didn't move much. Whoosh! Lin Xian teleported to Huang Yinian's corpse, then held the dragon ball in his hand and released his space power. All of them were brought to the place where Lin Xian plucked the 9-colored spiritual lotus. Then, they also felt the terrifying power rushing over from the main hole. What are we doing here? There's no way out here, we're just waiting for death. Ling Ying bit his lips. Pa! Lin Xian slapped the wall, and everyone was very curious. What was he doing? Was he trying to smash this place and get out? How was that possible? Then they were shocked to find a golden light in front of them. Quick, go in. Lin Xian rushed in. When the last person, Murong Qing, stepped in, everyone disappeared from the spot. The moment they disappeared, a flame rushed over, but it was empty. Plop, they were like a human pyramid, falling down one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was in a pitiful state. Could he have been the first to enter? Anyway, he was the first to fall down, and then someone fell on him, then the second, the third, ding. Because host rubbed a girl, Prince Charming points plus 1000000. Allo. Lin Xian was stunned. He was purely subconsciously trying to push the person on top of him away, and then he grabbed something incredible, and he didn't even realize it. If it wasn't for the sudden system notification, Lin Xian wouldn't have known what happened. Then he glanced at Murong Qing. Xiao Xinyue, who fell on top of him, gritted her teeth, and her face was red. He didn't know if it was because of embarrassment or anger, it was probably both. She was also on top of someone. At that moment she wanted to slap Lin Xian, but she thought of something and didn't do it. Cough cough, Lin Xian quickly removed his hand. Hey, get up, I'm being crushed to death. Lin Xian shouted. Ah. Oh, I was wondering why it didn't hurt at all. I'm sorry, Xinyue. Ling Ying, who was on top of Xiao Xinyue, said embarrassedly and then stood up. Chapter 690. Xiao Xinyue also quickly stood up. Her face was flushed red, revealing her shyness and anger. However, she was relatively calm and didn't blame others. After all, this Lin Xian also saved her life. Moreover, he didn't do it on purpose, right? Then, she glanced around. Lin Xian squeezed his hand. It seemed quite big. Anyway, it felt good. And it wasn't a loss. However, their attention wasn't on this place, but on this space. Lin Xian, how did you know there would be a teleportation array there? Murong Qing asked curiously. This teleportation array really saved their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape or fight. They would definitely die under the flames of the real dragon. When I came to pick the 9-colored spiritual lotus, I accidentally found it. At first, I thought it was a secret door. I didn't expect it to be a teleportation array. Lin Xian casually said. So that's how it is. She didn't ask how he found it. Anyway, her life was saved for the time being. So, the hall just now isn't the final place. Han Chushua looked ahead and said. I guess it's here. After saying that, Lin Xian took the lead and walked forward. This was just a passageway. It didn't look luxurious, just like a simple cave. However, the temperature here wasn't high. It was even lower than the hole. The surrounding spiritual energy is flowing inside. Murong Qing said. Every one of them could feel it. They didn't have this feeling in other places, but it was here that they felt it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was flowing inside as if there was a gravitational force attracting it. However, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth wasn't high. It seemed to have reached a level of dryness. Perhaps, it was about to be full. This was Lin Xian's feeling. He had long felt that the hall couldn't be the final place. When he was picking the 9-colored spiritual lotus, his eye of cave spirit detected a mechanism on the wall. That place shouldn't be a dangerous mechanism. It was more likely to be a secret door. So, Lin Xian guessed correctly. Therefore, this place, coupled with the feeling he had now, gave Lin Xian the feeling that this was the true final place. But, we still have to go out later. We still have to face the true dragon silhouette. Ling Ying thought of something and said. Lin Xian took out his phone. Unfortunately, there was no signal here. Otherwise, he would have asked Ling Longshui to come over and help. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he suddenly realized that there was fire in front of him. They looked at each other. It was originally a very dark environment, but the sudden appearance of fire made them feel that it was inconceivable. They also felt that they were about to see the final secret of this place. In this trip, they had all obtained some. Although their levels did not increase, the items they obtained would be of great help to them. Only Murong Qing's items were slightly trashy. After all, her level was high, so she needed better items. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue had also obtained the 10,000-year glacial ice. If they could refine it, the ice attribute energy in their bodies would increase by a lot. Perhaps they could even increase their ranks. Ling Ying's Heaven-tier dark attribute martial skill was also a great harvest. After turning a corner, their target appeared in front of them. In front of them was the end. The Eye of Cave Spirit could not see any other hidden doors or mechanisms. Everyone's attention was on the ball of flame. The flame was not big, only about 20 centimeters. After walking closer, they realized that it was an egg. The flame was burning on the egg, so it should be of the fire attribute. This can't be a dragon's egg, right? Ling Ying's small mouth opened slightly. In such a place, with such an egg, it was inevitable that people would subconsciously think that it was a dragon's egg. It could be. Han Chuxue nodded. The few of them surrounded the dragon's egg and carefully observed it. I understand now. Ling Ying suddenly thought of something. Everyone looked at her. The surrounding temperature has decreased, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy is surging over here. Therefore, this dragon's egg seems to be absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy and heat. Ling Ying's words made Lin Xian come to a realization. No wonder they felt that the temperature was gradually decreasing after passing through the second lava chasm. Moreover, there were signs of heat and heaven and earth spiritual energy surging into the dragon's egg. That would be incredible. A dragon's egg had been absorbing heat and heaven and earth spiritual energy for who knows how many years. The surroundings were all scorching fire attribute energy, and it was constantly absorbing it. How much energy was accumulated in this dragon's egg? Gotcha that at this moment, the dragon's egg made a sound, and then a crack appeared. From this crack, they could see that there seemed to be a fiery red flame inside. The few of them subconsciously took a few steps back. Whoosh! And at this moment, Lin Xian's hand directly punched over, and his fist smashed into the dragon's egg. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It's not me. I couldn't control my hand and punched in. Lin Xian said innocently. That's right, he was also prepared to retreat. After all, he really didn't know what was inside, and he didn't know what dangers there were. But, it was as if a force directly controlled his hand, and he directly punched in. However, it was probably because of the dragon orb, because Lin Xian's hand was holding the dragon orb. This punch only hammered a fist-sized hole, and it happened to be blocked by Lin Xian's hand. No one knew what was going on inside. How is it? Ling Ying carefully came over. I can't pull it out. Lin Xian said. Everyone, why did it feel so dirty? They really couldn't pull it out. No matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge. Then. Lin Xian quivered. Damn. Lin Xian couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Someone is licking me inside. Hooligan. Lin Xian, it's true. It's biting me. Ah. It's so disgusting. The girls looked at each other. Inside, could it be that the baby dragon was biting Lin Xian? Does it hurt? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian frowned. It doesn't hurt. It's quite comfortable. Everyone, whoosh, in the next instant, a flame rushed out from Lin Xian's hand on the dragon orb, and in an instant, Lin Xian's entire body was set ablaze. Lin Xian. At that moment, everyone was shocked. I'm fine. Lin Xian, who had turned into a living person, actually spoke. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. His entire body was burning, but they found that Lin Xian's body didn't have any traces of being burned by the fire. Ding! Fire element activated 1%. 2%. Chapter 691. That's right, the fire attribute energy did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, it entered Lin Xian's body and activated Lin Xian's fire attribute energy. This was a fucking good thing. This fire attribute energy seems to be entering Lin Xian's body. He should be fine. Murong Qing said. But, in the next second, pervert. The girls beside them all blushed. Knowing that Lin Xian seemed to be fine, they were relieved and let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Lin Xian was fine, but the fire suddenly burned fiercely again. His clothes turned into ashes, and then he stood naked in front of the girls. Ding! Prince Charming points +5400000. Lin Xian was helpless. How could he be blamed for this? He was helpless too. One of his hands was restrained, so he had to use the other hand to cover the important part of his body with the fire. But it was still seen. It was so awkward. Not to mention Murong Qing and Xiao Xinyue, even Ling Ying and Han Chushua blushed for him. It's a bit hot here. Xiao Xinyue muttered and quickly walked away. Her little face was completely red. What did she do wrong today? Not only was her chest pinched by this bastard, but also, this made her feel guilty because she had a boyfriend. Murong Qing was fine, but she was indeed a bit shy. I'm a bit hot too. She walked away after saying that. Ling Ying and Han Chushua bit their lips. Their relationship with Lin Xian was not ordinary. For this kind of relationship, they were more concerned about Lin Xian's safety. They only took a few steps back and did not leave. At least they could see Lin Xian and his safety, so they could be more relieved. But this scene was different in Murong Qing and Xiao Xinyue's eyes. The two girls actually didn't move away. Although they did move a little further away, they were still right beside Lin Xian. Weren't they embarrassed? Or was their relationship so good? Or were they just returning the favor? Thinking about it, it was true. Xiao Xinyue felt that her life was saved by Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would have died under the flames of the true dragon's shadow. And now Lin Xian was wrapped in flames. Who knew if he was fine now, but what about later? At least she had the ice attribute. Although it might not be of much use, with Han Chushue, their ice attribute might give him a chance of survival in a moment of danger. Worst case scenario, she would just turn her back. Thinking here, Xiao Xinyue walked over and turned her back to Lin Xian. Although she looked cold, she was the same as Han Chushue. She was actually very kind-hearted. Fire attribute. Unlocked 98%. 99%, 100%, ding. Congratulations on unlocking fire attribute power. Finally, Lin Xian unlocked the fire attribute power. Perhaps this would not be Lin Xian's main attack attribute power. For the time being, he did not have any powerful fire attribute martial skills. But, even if he did not have a lighter or something outside, he could at least make a fire, right? Anyway, having more attributes is definitely good. Right now, the premise is that you can control it. Ding! Your level has increased to 7 stars of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. Ding! Your level has increased to 8 stars of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. Lin Xian's level also increased under this power. Feeling the increase in power, they subconsciously glanced over. Then, they silently blushed and turned back. Can't you put on some clothes? Ling Ying gritted her teeth and said. Damn! Big sister, I still have fire on me. Even if I put on clothes, they will be burned. Lin Xian said helplessly. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly felt a connection in his mind. This connection was the same as the little guy in the dragon egg. It was a connection with him. He could feel him and his emotions. This connection was very strange. This flame seemed to be for this connection, and he was the one who initiated it. Master recognition. Lin Xian directly thought of this term in his mind. Demonic beasts could recognize a master, but this was almost impossible to achieve. Even if there were experts who had demonic beast mounts as companions, it was very rare for them to recognize a master. Demonic beasts must have agreed from the bottom of their hearts. After recognizing a master, everything about the demonic beast would be decided by the human, including life and death. Therefore, this was almost impossible to achieve, but now, the flame on Lin Xian's body disappeared. Then, he felt his fingertip being bitten by a small, moist mouth. Be gentle, be gentle. It was still a bit painful. Then, Lin Xian realized that his hand could actually move. Then, he pulled his hand out. The little guy was biting Lin Xian's finger with his little mouth, dangling there as if he was fishing. He was even kicking his legs cutely. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought that even if it was a dragon cub, it would still be a little dragon. But he didn't expect it to be a little girl. She was very, very small, about 20 centimeters. Like a porcelain doll, she was very, very cute. There was a pair of small dragon horns on her forehead. She had some baby fat, but she definitely didn't look like a baby. She looked like a 10-year-old girl. She also had a pair of cute ponytails. She was very, very pretty and cute. He felt that when she grew up, she would definitely be a beautiful girl. However, her body was too small. 20 centimeters, she looked like a little elf. But, there were no clothes. Wow! Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were directly melted by her cuteness. Seeing this scene, their big eyes twinkled as they walked over. Then, they couldn't help but poke her gently with their fingers. So tender! Ling Ying exclaimed. Lin Xian suddenly remembered something. He grabbed her with one hand and pulled her out. Hey, 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 let go, let go. Lin Xian was helpless. This little girl's little mouth was biting his finger. It didn't hurt much, but she still didn't let go. Be gentle. Also, you rogue, I'm not wearing any clothes. Ling Ying quickly took out a piece of her clothes from the space ring. He tore a piece of cloth and quickly wrapped the little girl. Pop, Lin Xian finally let go of her. Then, she was carried by Ling Ying. Lin Xian quickly put on his clothes. So awkward. At this time, Murong Qing and Xiao Xinyue came over together. They gathered together and stared at the little dragon in Ling Ying's hands. The little dragon blinked its especially big and lively eyes and looked at them with a timid expression. This is really a dragon. But are dragons born in human form? Han Chuxue said in surprise. Murong Qing said, dragons belong to the top bloodline demon clan, but they shouldn't be born in human form. Maybe it's because they have absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth here for many years. Chapter 692. Even if it was a dragon, it couldn't be born with a human body, right? Everyone knew this. No matter how strong a beast was, it was still born with its original body. However, this little dragon was indeed a very special existence because it was born with a human body. Although it was very small, it looked like a human. Of course, there was also that pair of very iconic little dragon horns. However, these dragon horns could generally be melted after reaching a certain age. At this moment, the extremely cute little girl was sitting on Ling Ying's palm. She blinked her big eyes and looked at everyone. Those big eyes were especially beautiful and full of spirit. It was as if all the girls were about to melt on the spot. This was a miniature version of a little girl around 10 years old. Originally, a very beautiful 10-year-old girl was already cute enough. After being shrunk, her whole body was only 20 centimeters. It was simply too cute. Her big eyes were full of curiosity, as if she was curious about something new. Of course, there was also some fear. "Daddy," she slowly stood up in Ling Ying's palm, then turned to Lin Xian. The small piece of cloth on her body was also tied properly and did not fall off. Then, she actually called out in a very childish voice, and opened her two small arms to Lin Xian as if she wanted to be hugged. "Lin Xian, Daddy." No, this newborn baby could actually speak. And it was even human language. Moreover, who taught her to call him Daddy? Dragons, were they so magical? "Daddy," it was another sentence in a childish voice. Perhaps because the first sentence did not receive any response from Lin Xian, her second sentence was filled with grievance and sobbing. Lin Xian looked at everyone. "What are you looking at? She already called you Daddy. Hug her." Murong Qing said with a smile. Lin Xian scratched his head, then gently took the little girl from Ling Ying's hands. Kikik, then, a cute bell-like laughter came out of her mouth. "Oh whoa." Then, with a mouthful, she directly swallowed the dragon ball in Lin Xian's hand that was very big compared to her body. At that moment, the dragon ball seemed to have turned into a force that poured into her body. Then, everyone saw a wave of heaven and earth spirit energy surrounding her small body. The little girl jumped from Lin Xian's palm, then jumped into Lin Xian's arms, directly burrowing into his neck. She obediently laid in Lin Xian's clothes, yawned, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. The few of them were dumbfounded by what they saw. "Why did she call you Daddy? She seems to have recognized you." Ling Ying. Lin Xian looked at the dragon's little girl in his arms, then he also scratched his head. "It's probably because I was bitten by her just now. It seems I've been recognized as its master." "Wow!" Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. A girl dragons recognized him as her master. Not to mention other things, this was a dragon. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but he was still a real dragon. This was something that many people couldn't even dream of. "I'm so envious. I also want to have such a cute little girl," Ling Ying said. "But, what should I do? Why don't you take her home and raise her?" Lin Xian said. Ling Ying quickly shook his head. "Don't. She has already recognized you as her master. She can only follow you. Even if I want her, I can't. It's almost impossible for a monster to recognize a master, but you are probably the first person she saw when she was born. Subconsciously, she thought you were her daddy." For a moment, Lin Xian didn't know what to do. After all, this was a little girl from the dragon race. Although he didn't know how powerful she was, and how much combat strength she had, but since she was from the dragon race, at least she would grow up to be very abnormal. But, he had to raise a little girl of dragons for no reason. What should he do? He couldn't bring her everywhere he went, right? It was also inconvenient. But if he didn't bring her along and she recognized him as her master, she wouldn't be able to stay at home obediently, right? Fortunately, she could speak. He just didn't know how high her IQ was when she was just born. He also didn't know if she could communicate. He would have to wait until she woke up. Anyway, before coming here, Lin Xian never thought that he would bring a little dragon home. How many people would wake up from their dreams with a smile on their face? How can you still look so miserable? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Women are the most troublesome. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, what a hypocrite. Xiao Xinyue also looked enviously at Xiaolong, who had half of its head sticking out of Lin Xian's chest. This was an opportunity that not even hundreds of millions of warriors could have. Unfortunately, it wasn't hers. Since it wasn't hers, it meant that they weren't fated. Perhaps, at that time, the little girl would recognize whoever came in with the dragon pearl as her master, but who knew about this matter? It was purely fate. What name should I give her? Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Such a beautiful and delicate little girl. Of course, I have to give her a cute name. Ling Ying couldn't help but gently fiddle with her little pink cheeks. Then, the little girl bit Ling Ying's finger. At first, she was shocked. Then, she couldn't help but giggle. The little girl closed her eyes and sucked on her finger. It tickles. Ling Ying smiled foolishly. She probably swallowed the dragon pearl in one gulp and then absorbed its powerful energy. In this case, she might be sleepy. A cute name. Then let's call her Dogxing. Lin Xian said. The girls, you're crazy. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Why don't we call her Long Er? Simple suits her quite well. Han Chushue said. Okay, then I'll call you Little Long Er. Lin Xian gently scratched her little nose. In less than a minute, she seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Oh, right. Murong Qing thought of something and said, it's best not to let outsiders know about her existence. If they know that you have a little girl with dragons here, it will be dangerous. Then, she looked at Xiao Xinyue. Of course, she trusted the others. But this Xiao Xinyue, after all, they didn't know each other. Xiao Xinyue naturally understood Murong Qing's meaning. Then, she said lightly, I won't tell anyone. She didn't need to explain anything. She didn't want to explain anything. She definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian said. After all, he didn't know Xiao Xinyue. What kind of person she was, Lin Xian didn't know. But, Han Chushue looked around. How are we going to go back? Can we go back? Everyone was faced with such an awkward question. Little Long should be the most precious existence here. But even if they got her, there was still the true dragon outside. Chapter 693. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, that dragon should be Dragoni's father or mother, right? Do you think it will still attack us if we bring her out? But I keep having the feeling that the true dragon outside has no consciousness. Although many experts still have a consciousness even after they've died, we clearly didn't do anything just now. Yet, the true dragon wanted to kill us. There's no reason for that. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What she said makes sense. But she has already recognized me as her master, she shouldn't attack us, right? Lin Xian said. But if you die, the master-servant contract will disappear. Under normal circumstances, how can dragons be willing to become a human's pet? Makes sense. But we can't be trapped here forever, right? We have to go out eventually, if we don't we'll die. How about this, I'll take her out first, will you guys wait here? If there's any danger, I'll come back. If there's no danger, I'll take you guys out. Lin Xian said. Be careful. Don't worry, I'm of the space attribute, at least I have the ability to save my life. After saying that, Lin Xian walked back to where they fell. There's a teleportation formation flashing at the place where they fell. It's obvious that it's the teleportation formation leading back to the main hall. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Under the worried gazes of the others, he disappeared from where he stood. Lin Xian is the most suitable person. First of all, Dragony has recognized him as her master. This is a special characteristic. Second, he's of the space attribute, at least his ability to protect himself is the strongest. Even if there's danger, he can just teleport to the teleportation formation and come back. Anyway, it seems that the dragon outside can't come in here. Lin Xian appeared outside. The moment he appeared, the dragon rushed straight at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian subconsciously wanted to run back. My daughter. But at this time, the dragon actually spoke, and it's a woman's voice. The blood-red eyes gradually became clear. This scene made Lin Xian feel like there's hope. It stopped in front of Lin Xian and circled around. It seems to be a little excited. This should be Dragony's mother. But it's just a shadow. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the dragon turned into a beautiful woman standing in front of Lin Xian. Then she reached out a trembling hand to touch Dragony, but it's just a shadow, she couldn't touch her. Lin Xian, she's already very satisfied. She recognized you as her master. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with teary eyes. No matter what, she's still a mother. Lin Xian nodded. I don't know why either, it's all a freak combination of factors. The woman looked at Dragony, then murmured, it's also my fault. This remnant soul has been here for too long, plus the erosion of the fire attribute energy, it's getting more and more out of control. Plus, someone just destroyed this place, so I lost my mind and attacked you. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why. After all, this is just a remnant soul, you can't be too harsh on her. That's good, that's good. She sighed as she looked at the sleeping Dragony. Even if she comes out, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to survive, or maybe she'll be used by evil people. With her great power, it's also a good thing to have outside help. Then she looked up at Lin Xian. Even if I can't trust you, I have no choice but to trust you. Human boy, can you take her out and take good care of her? Lin Xian nodded. If Senior trusts me, I can definitely do it. That's the will of the heavens, I hope you can trust me. Take good care of her and don't let her go down the path of evil. Lin Xian nodded. Since Dragony has recognized him as her master, that means she'll listen to him in many things. Go down the path of evil. As long as Lin Xian wasn't a bad person, then she wouldn't fall into the evil path. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of bad people, then they could use Dragony's power to achieve many things, including their own schemes. Perhaps this was what her mother was worried about. But what can she do if she doesn't believe in Lin Xian? She also needed someone to take care of her daughter. Otherwise, it would be a problem for her daughter to survive the moment she was born. Moreover, her illusory figure would most likely dissipate. This was the only solution left to her. She could only choose to believe in Lin Xian. It's just, Lin Xian showed a worried expression. I've never experienced something like this before, so I don't know how to teach her. The woman shook her head. No need, she's been absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for thousands of years. At the same time, she also ate my dragon orb. It contains all the energy I had when I was alive. She only needs to slowly refine it. You only need to protect her. I understand, this place should be collapsing soon, you should leave as soon as possible. Her gaze lingered on Dragony's body, reluctant to part with her. Then what do I need to do in the future? What do I need her to do? Let her live happily. Smiling faintly, the woman reached out her hand to Dragony, but her figure gradually faded into nothingness. Hurry, go. In a short period of time, her figure was already gone. In the first place, this shadow won't be able to last long, and with the sudden burst of energy, it's normal for it to disappear in a short period of time. Rumble. It's at this moment that the surroundings trembled violently. Lin Xian, fuck. Don't be like this. It's fucking collapsing. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. From the time they entered until now, it's probably more than 4 to 5 hours. Even if they were given half an hour to return at full speed, it still wouldn't be enough. Although Lin Xian has the space attribute, he's only an 8-star Tribulation Realm cultivator. Even if he released all of his space attribute, he still wouldn't be able to reach the cave entrance. If it was the lower realm, he could still give it a try. But he can't think anymore, this place is already collapsing, he must hurry back. Whoosh. When he arrived inside, the women were already waiting for him. Hurry, it's going to collapse. Lin Xian didn't have time to say anything and quickly led them into the teleportation array. When they came out, it was only a few seconds before the stone began to fall. Every one of them had a panicked expression. Go! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and released his space energy, all of them arriving in front of the door. Fuck! This is a scam. Dragony's mother is too troublesome, isn't she? It's fine if it collapsed so quickly, but the door still can't be opened. Murong Qing released her time energy and stopped time, stopping everything falling around her. Then she pushed the door with all her strength, but it didn't budge. Chapter 694. Isn't this fucking over? This won't do. This door can't be opened by the strength of an Empyrean. Murong Qing was also panicking. Even if she was an Empyrean, if this place collapsed, they would all be crushed to death. Everyone put in more effort. However, with everyone's strength added together, the door only moved a little. Their combined strength could not compare to the strength of 2 Empyreans. Murong Qing was of the time attribute and did not specialize in strength. It took 4 Empyreans to open it. It's over, it's over. At this time, perhaps she was awakened by the commotion around her. Dragony opened her eyes and blinked in confusion. She did not seem to be stupid and seemed to have understood something. Then, she slowly reached out her little hand from Lin Xian's arms. Boom! A flame blasted out like an explosion. The door shattered. Lin Xian's mouth fell open. What the hell? Even Murong Qing's strength could not break it, but she did. This was too fucking exaggerated, right? Then, the little girl seemed to be tired and fell asleep again. Run! The entire Holy Dragon Flame Cave was collapsing. They quickly rushed out. But, could they make it? Boom boom boom, stone after stone fell around them. They ran back the way they came while dodging the stones. It's too late, too late. Ling Ying said through gritted teeth. From the looks of it, they knew that in a few minutes, everything would collapse. How could they run out? There's still a chance, there's still a chance. Don't give up. Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Although they knew it, they could not give up. Boom! The road in front of them had collapsed, and all of them were stuck here. Go! I have the space attribute. Lin Xian shouted and was about to release it, but Ling Ying pulled his hand. Murong Qing and the others also stopped at the side and looked at them. Murong Qing released time freeze again, and all the stones that had fallen in midair stopped. Lin Xian, you should go. If you only use your spatial attribute on yourself, you should be able to reach the cave entrance in a short amount of time. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes were a little red. He thought that he had survived a disaster, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. There was nothing he could do about it. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. I'm serious. If you don't do this, none of us will be able to escape. But you're alone. You can get out. Don't fucking waste time, let's go. Can you not be so stubborn? Ling Ying's tears were about to fall. Of course, she couldn't bear to do it, but there was no other way. Han Chushua also bit her lips, but she tried to show that she was strong. Xiao Xinyue couldn't do anything about it. You go out first. After all, I'm in the heavenly venerable realm. If I only use my spiritual power to support a small area, time freeze can last for at least half an hour. You only need a few minutes to get out. After you get out, you still have a way. Don't you have powerful spatial attribute friends? They should be able to make it in time. Murong Qing said. Nonsense. Don't think that I don't know how much spiritual power time freeze consumes. Even if you're in the heavenly venerable realm, you can't hold on for a minute. After all, Lin Xian had released time freeze before. Time freeze was different from time acceleration and time deceleration. In terms of spiritual power consumption, time freeze was dozens of times faster. Murong Qing also sighed helplessly. Yes, Lin Xian was right. She could only hold on for a few minutes, but that didn't mean that Lin Xian could find a way to get them out. Unfortunately, if she was in the great virtual realm, then even time freeze could last for at least an hour. If it was only a dozen square meters, then it could last for half a day. This was the difference between the heavenly venerable realm and the great virtual realm. Fuck. I'm not leaving either. Lin Xian cursed. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Ling Ying couldn't help but cry and push Lin Xian away. Han Chushua bit her lips and didn't say a word. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them like a ray of light in the dark night. Are you leaving? Lin Xian's body shook as he raised his head to look at Ling Longshui who had appeared behind them. Fuck. Why are you here? At this moment, Ling Longshui was simply too beautiful in Lin Xian's eyes. At that moment, Lin Xian was so excited that tears were about to fall. Traveling. Ling Longshui said indifferently. Xiao Xinyue didn't know her and didn't understand how this person appeared. She also didn't understand why everyone's eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly lit up when they saw her. Time and space were indeed of the same level, but they were two different attributes after all. Time had its terrifying aspects, and so did space. However, in this situation, space was obviously what they needed. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian hurriedly said, and then all of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were outside the sacred dragon flame cave. At the same time, they saw the huge sacred dragon flame cave collapse with their own eyes. Probably many people died inside. However, thinking about it, the flame tide should have killed all of them. This was what it meant to be a survivor of a disaster. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Xinyue also understood why everyone was so surprised when they saw her. Ling Ying and Han Chushua were so emotional that they cried. At that time, they thought they were dead for sure and would be separated from Lin Xian forever. However, they weren't dead yet. Lin Xian simply wanted to hug Ling Longshui and kiss her fiercely. This was a goddess. Thank you, Sister Ling Long. Ling Ying held Han Chushua's hand and the two of them bowed to Ling Longshui gratefully. Xiao Xinyue also bowed slightly. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Murong-Ching also breathed a sigh of relief. She was unwilling to die in there. Thank you, Senior. Murong-Ching clasped her fist. Ling Longshue's face was indifferent under the veil. She nodded slightly and then disappeared from the spot. Hey, you're leaving. At least send us directly back to Lin and City. Lin Xian shouted into the air, but she had already left. Then, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Laugh? You're still laughing. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian and wiped his tears. Shouldn't we be laughing after surviving? Why are you so disobedient? Ling Ying couldn't help but cry again. It was completely out of fear. He couldn't help but hit Lin Xian's chest and then threw himself into his arms and cried louder and louder. Han Chuxue was also secretly wiping her tears. When she was about to die, other than her family, she really felt that Lin Xian was the one she couldn't bear to part with the most. She also wanted to throw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cry, but after all, that was her personality. Chapter 695. In Murong-Ching's eyes, there was no need to explain this scene anymore. Ling Ying threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried. Although the feeling of surviving a disaster is indeed a bit emotional and difficult to control the emotions in her heart, but this is Ling Ying, she still has some understanding of him. Before, she already suspected whether or not they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it is basically confirmed. She wasn't sure about Han Chuxue, but Ling Ying is definitely Lin Xian's girlfriend. Even if she isn't his girlfriend, they are definitely friends. In any case, they must have a very intimate relationship. Not to mention Lin Xian, this Ling Ying definitely likes Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue was also very surprised. This Lin Xian and Ling Ying's relationship is actually this close. For a girl to be outstanding, in fact, many times don't look at how many pursuers and admirers she has, but how other beautiful and outstanding girls see her. This is enough to explain the problem. In any case, in Xiao Xinyue's eyes, whether it is Han Chuxue or Ling Ying, they are all worthy of her admiration. So when Ling Ying acted so intimate with Lin Xian, she was slightly surprised. As for whether or not they are boyfriend and girlfriend, she doesn't know. Okay, don't you feel ashamed? Wipe your tears. Lin Xian used his arm to wipe Ling Ying's tears. Ling Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian, then retreated to the side to wipe her tears. Lin Xian looked at everyone, then said, "Let's go back. There is no need to stay here. The most precious thing is already in his hands, and that is the sleeping dragony in his arms. And, let's go back, also, I didn't cry." Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Okay, you didn't cry, it's just sand in your eyes. Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Ling Ying snorted. Chuxue. New moon. Just as they were about to return, two voices suddenly rang out. Then, they saw a few people rushing over. These two people were Wang Haiyang and Gong Sunjun. The few people behind them should be the experts they had found. Xinyue, are you okay? Gong Sunjun rushed over and quickly grabbed Xiao Xinyue's hand, looking at her worriedly. Xiao Xinyue subconsciously pushed Gong Sunjun's hand away and said faintly, "I'm fine. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. I heard the sound of the collapse from afar. I thought I would be fine once I came out," Gong Sunjun said excitedly. In fact, they had already seen the situation here from the distant peak. They saw that the sacred dragon flame cave was collapsing. What could they do? He didn't dare to go in. Even if he found an expert, he definitely wouldn't go in. He even gave up. However, just as he was about to give up, he saw a few figures appear at the entrance of the cave. "Chushue, are you okay?" Wang Haiyang asked with a worried face. Lin Xian discreetly pressed Dragony deeper into his arms so that they wouldn't see. He sneered in his heart. This man is really a hypocrite. Han Chushue shook her head slightly. After all, she still had to respond politely. "Xinhue, I just found this expert. I didn't expect such a dangerous situation to happen inside. Fortunately, you came out. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go back. I'll drive, you go back and have a good rest." Then, the two of them walked away. Xiao Xinhue, of course, was not a fool. She couldn't tell whether Gongsun Jun was telling the truth or not. She only knew that the one who saved her was Lin Xian. Anyway, she wouldn't go so far as to break up. After all, she was relatively naive. However, if he wanted to continue to increase her favorability, this Gongsun Jun would have a hard time. Why did Xiao Xinhue agree to be his girlfriend? In fact, it was quite simple. First of all, Gongsun Jun had been pursuing her for several years, but he never managed to move her. So, Gongsun Jun directed and acted in a hero saving the damsel in distress scenario. Needless to say, this method was really useful. Even if the girl didn't like you, with his years of pursuit, she would feel embarrassed to refuse. Then, he succeeded just like that. Xiao Xinhue still foolishly thought that Gongsun Jun was her savior. Until now, he was still her savior. However, although she agreed, she didn't have a good impression of him. Therefore, although they were boyfriend and girlfriend, their relationship wasn't very good. They didn't even agree to hold hands. And today, when Xiao Xinhue needed him the most, Gongsun Jun wasn't there. He said that he was going to find a strong expert, but in the end, he didn't come. What she wanted was companionship. Of course, she didn't care. After today, it would be very difficult for Gongsun Jun to continue to improve their relationship. "Young Master Wang, we are all very tired. Please drive us back," Lin Xian said to Wang Haiyang. "It's no problem, no problem. Everyone, quickly get in the car and rest. I'll drive," Wang Haiyang quickly said. "Thank you." Then, Wang Haiyang continued to play the role of a driver. In fact, he was very happy. Han Chushue and the others were tired. At this time, he drove them back. Wasn't it wonderful? It seemed that Lin Xian was helping him again. He should be grateful. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Xiao Xinhue. "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Xian smiled and didn't reply. This was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Xiao Xinhue sat in the back seat of the car, looking at her phone every 10 seconds or so. She really wanted to thank Lin Xian. Although it was the strong expert who saved them in the end, she seemed to know Lin Xian. Moreover, in the hall, Lin Xian also saved her life. Then, she sent this message. Logically speaking, Lin Xian should reply no matter what. She felt that it should be like this. Even if it was an emoticon, it would be good. However, the other party didn't reply. Then, she would look at her phone every once in a while. So, what was this called? A way to pick up girls. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better was one method. But what was the principle behind it? Emotions. If you don't reply, you will make the girl feel emotional and think too much. Then, you will be one of them. Isn't that a good thing? "Young Master Lin, did you get any treasures inside?" Wang Haiyang smiled and asked. Lin Xian sighed, "Don't mention it. We almost lost our lives. We didn't get anything. Not to mention treasures, we didn't even level up. This time, we came here to do a set of steamed dishes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Haiyang was happy. They didn't get anything. That's great. Don't say that. Everyone is fine. That's the most important thing. Yeah, being fine is the most important thing. Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 696. Lin Xian didn't understand why Linglong Shui would appear here. Weren't they watching a drama? And Lin Xian didn't ask her to come, yet she appeared at the most crucial moment. It's really hard to describe the feeling of seeing her, it's simply the happiest thing in life. Did anyone get hurt? Lin Xian said, no injuries, and we didn't get anything. At this time, Dragony moved in his arms and poked her head out from Lin Xian's collar. Lin Xian pressed her back into his arms. Shut up. Lin Xian said, but in fact, he was talking to Dragony in his arms. Ah. Wang Haiyang looked at the interior mirror in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and said, what I mean is that everyone is tired, let's not talk and let everyone take a nap. Yes, everyone rest first, I'll try to drive as smoothly as possible. A few hours later, they returned to Lin and City. Master Wang, just drop us off at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Lin Xian said. Okay. Wang Haiyang said and then dropped them off at the Rose Hotel. Lin Xian and Murong Qing got off the car. Chushue, I'll send you home. Wang Haiyang said. Han Chushue and Lingying also got off the car. No need, my home is still some distance away, and I'm tired. No need to trouble yourself, I'll just stay at the hotel today. Then, okay. Wang Haiyang didn't think too much about it, but he wasn't tired, otherwise, he would have found an excuse to stay at the hotel. Phew, they breathed a sigh of relief, at least they returned safely. As for what they got, it wasn't bad. Heaven class skill, 10,000 year ice. Lin Xian was the most satisfied, he directly got a little girl with dragons. Everyone go rest, it's been a tiring day. I'm going to take a shower, I'm soaked in sweat and dry, it's sticky. Murong Qing said and walked into the hotel. Hey, aren't you going to eat something? Lin Xian shouted from behind. Come and eat after you shower. Murong Qing waved her hand and said. Then we'll go take a bath too. Han Chushue said to Lin Xian. We. Alright, let's go. Lin Xian smirked. Go. We are just me and Chushue. Go to sleep. Lingying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian and walked away with Han Chushue. Actually, it was just a casual remark. If Lin Xian was more forceful, they would probably not reject him. However, there were more important things to do now. Lin Xian caressed Dragony in his arms through his clothes. She seemed to be tickled and let out a particularly crisp and cute giggle, thinking that Lin Xian was playing a game with her. Lin Xian quickly brought her back to the room. Back in the room, only Lin Xian and Dragony were left. Lin Xian carried her out. Daddy, Dragony jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and rubbed her face against Lin Xian's. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead, then carried her and placed her on the bed. Dragony blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. What a cute little elf. Her clothes will probably have to be custom-made, but it's not that troublesome. Other than calling me daddy, can you say anything else? Lin Xian reached out and pinched her small delicate jade feet. This is really fun, oh. I can. Dragony nodded her little head. Lin Xian, oh my god. How come this little girl really doesn't have any communication barriers when she was just born? But then again, it's not like she's a baby when she was born. Although she's very, very small, her appearance is at least that of a 10-year-old girl, just that her body is too small. She's really special. As for why, maybe it's because she absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all year round, or maybe it's because of something her mother did. In any case, Dragony can't look at her according to common sense. Moreover, she looks so harmless and super cute. Can you imagine how much power she has? Even Murong-Ching couldn't break the door, but she just yawned and blew it open with a spit of fire. Then I'll call you Dragony from now on, okay? Lin Xian gently pinched her little cheeks. He he he. Dragony nodded repeatedly, then couldn't help but giggle. Lin Xian didn't know what she was laughing about. Daddy, after laughing for a while, she opened her arms like she wanted a hug. Also, next time call me Big Brother, not Daddy. Lin Xian said. Daddy, Lin Xian, forget it, let's talk about it later when we're more familiar with each other. Lin Xian then held her with both hands. Daddy. Dragony is hungry. Dragony rubs her tummy as she grumbles in an aggrieved manner. I'll go take a shower first, you stay on the bed by yourself, after the shower I'll take you out to eat something delicious. Lin Xian then walked into the bathroom, the sound of the shower mixed with Dragony's laughter outside. Lin Xian didn't know what she was laughing about, so he stuck his head out to take a look. The little girl was jumping up and down on the bed, using the bed's elasticity to jump up high, but the small piece of cloth on her body fell off. See no evil, see no evil, see no evil. Wouldn't I be a fucking beast if I saw this? I'll have to hurry up and fix her clothes. After the shower, Lin Xian released the power of the fire attribute, directly evaporating the water on her body. This is one of the fire attribute's functions. After walking out, Lin Xian quickly wrapped the little girl's body with a cloth. Dragony was very obedient, she enjoyed Lin Xian's every move. Lin Xian then stuffed her back into his pajamas and walked out. Murong-Ching had already arranged a private room for Lin Xian outside before she took her bath. Lin Xian walked in directly. There wasn't a single person inside yet. Daddy, Dragony wants to eat. From Lin Xian's embrace, she could smell the aroma of several dishes on the table. She fidgeted around in Lin Xian's embrace. Shoo, don't come out yet, wait until the food is served. Be good. Okay. After all, there will be waiters coming in one by one to serve the food. That's why Dragony can't come out at this time. With her body shape and the pair of cute dragon horns on her head, if she was seen by anyone, they would definitely guess something. Wow, it smells so good. Ling Ying and Han Chushue came in one after another, they couldn't help but exclaim. Although they didn't fight much during this trip, but the whole process was still quite tense. Their stamina was also very high, naturally they needed a big meal like this. Why did you come in your pajamas? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, then sat down beside Lin Xian with Han Chushue. It doesn't matter, you girls still need to dress more tightly. I want to see Dragony, where is Dragony? Ling Ying couldn't wait to ask. Here. Dragony's sweet voice came from Lin Xian's embrace. Chapter 697. This Dragony, you can't treat her like a newborn baby. She understands the meaning of those words and can say them. Is this something a newborn should do? That's impossible. So, just like her appearance, you can't go wrong by treating her like a 10-year-old girl. Lin Xian patted her head and said, come out later. Oh, Dragony's head went back into the hole. Why don't you let her come out? Ling Ying asked doubtfully. Are you stupid? The food hasn't been served yet, won't she be exposed when the people serving the food see her? At least wait until I have the ability to protect her and myself before I expose her. Not to mention that it was a pet of the dragon clan, it could also be called a pet. However, Lin Xian preferred to call it a companion. However, normal people would call it a pet. Even if it wasn't a dragon and was just a very ordinary demonic beast, if it was willing to follow you, how precious would that be? It's unimaginable. Although demon beasts aren't that rare, but demon beasts that are willing to follow humans are extremely rare. What's more, she's a little girl from the dragon clan. One can only imagine how much danger Lin Xian and Dragony would be in if this news gets out. When the time comes, those domain realm, celestial realm, and even those above celestial realm will be attracted over. A little girl of a dragon, Lin Xian is basically the only one in the entire 5 empires who has a little girl of a dragon, right? No, that's not very likely either. There are some dragons or other demon beasts that have a good relationship with a certain family, or maybe they were saved by a certain family, or maybe they had a special affinity with someone in the outside world. But for a demon beast of this level to recognize a human as its master, Lin Xian must be the only one. Perhaps for some other trash demonic beasts, if you threaten them with death, they might submit and sign a master-servant contract with you. But for powerful demonic beasts, even if you threaten them with death, their pride would never allow it. Even if they died, they would never accept you as their master. Therefore, Lin Xian's luck was truly invincible. From the moment she was born, she felt that Lin Xian was her father. She didn't understand this, but she was close to Lin Xian. That was it. If this wasn't luck, then what was? Tisk, you're the stupid one. Ling Ying mumbled. Soon, Murong Qing walked in, followed by several beautiful waitresses. Just leave the things here. You may leave. Yes. Lin Xian knew Murong Qing's identity, but Ling Ying and the others didn't know that Murong Qing was actually the boss behind Rose Heaven. However, they could feel that these people were respectful towards Murong Qing, so they could naturally see something. But the boss of Rose Heaven was too exaggerated, they probably couldn't guess it. They probably thought that it was someone with more authority, after all, she was very strong. It's impossible for an ordinary person. Dragony, who was in his arms, seemed to have heard Murong Qing's words. When she heard the door close, she poked her head out and stared at the food on the table without blinking, saliva almost dripping out of her mouth. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Looks like there's another little foodie, but... After all, this little girl is so small, even a big apple is bigger than her stomach. Even if she's a foodie, how much can she fit? Lin Xian then carried her to the table. So cute. Ling Ying and the others all looked at Dragony in unison. She's too pretty and small. If she could grow to the size of a real person, she'd definitely be very pretty. But on the contrary, she's even cuter. She's definitely aroused the motherly love of these girls. Come here, Dragony, big sister will make something good for you. Ling Ying beckoned Dragony over with his hand. Dragony obediently ran in front of Ling Ying. Ling Ying then prepared a plate for her and prepared a lot of delicious food. Eat. Thank you, big sister. Dragony said sweetly and then ate with her bare hands. Although she's a little lacking in ladylike manners, it's still okay, quite cute. Everyone eat too. Murong Qing said. Okay. Ling Ying didn't eat much and didn't even finish the glass of red wine when a timid voice came from the front. Big sister. Ling Ying put down the wine glass and couldn't help but open his mouth. This little girl's face is full of oil stains, and the most terrifying thing is that she's finished all the delicious food on the plate. Damn! Lin Xian, look at her, she's finished all the food on the plate. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. It can't be. Lin Xian was also surprised. That plate of food might not be much for one person, but that plate of food could fill her stomach. However, looking at her now, this little girl's small stomach did not bulge at all. Moreover, she looked like she was not satisfied and wanted more delicious food. Let's not talk about other things first, we have to abide by the law of volume, right? You ate food that's bigger than your stomach and your stomach didn't change. And you're still hungry. Little girl, aren't you full? Lin Xian asked. Not full, I want more. Dragony blinked her big eyes and ran over to Lin Xian's side, wanting to give him a hug. Lin Xian. Maybe it's because she's one of the dragons, we can't use common sense to look at her. Murong Qing said. Lin Xian rubbed her little head and said, I'm not hugging you, your face is full of oil. Go find some sisters and let them feed you, I still want to eat. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dragony pouted her little mouth and made an aggrieved look. Daddy, you don't like me. Dragony wanted to cry. Ah. Lin Xian scratched his head. Damn it, I'm not a woman, I don't even know how to take care of a kitten, how am I supposed to take care of a little girl? But I'm sure she'll follow me, she probably won't want to follow anyone else. No. I'm saying that those big sisters are pretty good. Let them prepare some good food for you. Be good. Lin Xian grinned and rubbed her little head. Hearing Lin Xian's words and Lin Xian's intimate actions, Dragony giggled happily. Aha! Then she twisted in front of Ling Ying, hugged the plate and looked at Ling Ying with pleading eyes. I'll cook for you, just tell me how much you want to eat, I'll cook for you. Ling Ying smiled. Thank you sister is second best. Dragony said sweetly. Then who's first? Daddy. Dragony said without hesitation. Ahem. Lin Xian couldn't help but cough. Chapter 698. Lin Xian was a bit embarrassed. He didn't even take care of her, how come he's the best? Don't tell me I'm not the best to you. Ling Ying leaned in front of the little girl and asked with a smile. Han Chushue couldn't help but laugh. What a pitiful girl. She's the best to this little girl and then she's saying Lin Xian is the best. But they've only just met. Daddy is the best anyway. The little girl said with a childish voice. He's not even willing to feed you and you're the best. Murong Qing teased. Because of Dragony's appearance, they now have a lot of fun. Dragony turned her head to look at Lin Xian and said, yes, the best. Good. Let's eat. Ling Ying smiled. Lin Xian also couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, however, there was a spiritual connection between the two of them. For example, Lin Xian could feel how this girl was feeling, and sometimes even know what she was thinking. This girl could probably feel him as well. This was the powerful part of the contract. Anyway, Lin Xian found that what she said was true. Lin Xian, can I sleep with Chushue and Dragony tonight? Ling Ying asked after a while. I don't mind. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Chushue and I will help her make some clothes while we're at it. She can't have no clothes to wear. Murong Qing said, give me the measurements and I'll help find someone to make clothes for her. Okay. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at Dragony, who was sitting on the table with a piece of cake in her hand and swinging her legs. Of course she heard their conversation. Dragony, you can sleep with the two sisters tonight. They'll help you make a beautiful dress, okay? No. I want to sleep with Daddy. Dragony shook her head decisively. Be good. No, Dragony, don't leave Daddy. This little girl seems to listen to Lin Xian but she can't leave Lin Xian. Anyway, they're in the same space so she must be with Lin Xian. Then let's sleep together. Murong Qing said with a smile. Swish Ling Ying and Han Chushua's little face turned red. They seemed to understand the meaning behind Murong Qing's words. That's right, that's what Murong Qing meant. Ahem, let's sleep together. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said shamelessly. Go to hell. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. If Murong Qing wasn't here, they might still be able to accept it half-heartedly. But with Murong Qing here, they definitely couldn't do it. As for whether they could do it when Murong Qing wasn't here, no one knew. But they really like this cute little girl, they even want to bathe her. Look at the grease and cream all over her body, they don't believe she won't bathe. But how can they let Lin Xian bathe her? Although they really couldn't do anything, cough cough, this girl was still a girl after all. She had all the qualities a girl should have. What if that Lin Xian was a pervert? This girl is so innocent, if Lin Xian knew what she's thinking, he'd be so aggrieved. Wah! How perverted must he be to do such a dirty thing? This girl is really, okay, let's not talk anymore. Let's eat, I'm starving. Beautiful sister, I don't think this food is enough. Look at this girl. Lin Xian pointed at Dragony. She's almost finished the second plate of good food. You'll notice that she doesn't seem to be eating fast. But when you look at her again after chatting for a while, damn, she's almost finished. This little stomach, is it a bottomless pit? Murong Qing smiled and said, I'll make some more. The dragon race's thirst for food is very high. I still understand this point. Their consumption rate is also very fast. I just didn't expect such a little girl to have such a great thirst for food. Is it because the more she eats, the more powerful she gets? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You don't say, it seems to be true. Murong Qing replied with a smile. But I don't know how powerful she is. Yes, how powerful is she? Logically speaking, those who are just born should be at their weakest and need to slowly improve. This is a normal situation, but... Back in the sacred dragon flame cave, this little girl had used a single burst of flame to shatter the door that even Emperor Murong Qing couldn't shatter. That was already very abnormal. And now, looking at her, this harmless little girl, where does she look like an existence with even a little bit of power? I don't know when this dragon horn will disappear. Why should it disappear? It's super cute. Ling Ying said. But at least it's gone. Even if others see her, they won't recognize her as a dragon. Lin Xian said. Then protect her well. Ling Ying's finger gently stroked her little face. It seems like he loves this girl to death. Han Chushua also liked it and would reach out to play with her. However, this girl's attention was all on the delicious food. When they touched her, it was as if she didn't feel anything. She completely ignored them and continued to eat the delicious food. If you ask Lin Xian who is the most powerful foodie, it's obviously this girl. It didn't take long for them to fill their stomachs, but Dragony still looked like she wanted more. How about I ask the chef to make some more and send it to the room? In case she's hungry at night, she can eat. Murong Qing said. Thank you sister. Lin Xian hasn't said anything yet, but Dragony can't wait to nod her little head and suck her little hand in her mouth. Let's go. Murong Qing stretched her body and was the first to walk out. Chushua, let's go back. Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go together. Go, who wants to go with you? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, didn't you say you want to give her a bath and make her a temporary dress? Look at her body covered in oil, she can't not take a bath. Don't tell me you don't want me to give her a bath. The two girls looked at each other. Yes, she needs to take a bath, and the dress must be made first. But Lin Xian won't go and Dragony won't be alone with them, so she can only share a room with Lin Xian. Hey, let's make it clear, you can't do anything excessive. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and reminded. Of course, the main point is this girl, right? Lin Xian nodded again and again. Let's go. Lin Xian then put Dragony in his arms and followed behind them with a smirk on his face. Every time, he would say that he wasn't that bad, but every time, he would let Lin Xian have his way. Now, wasn't he falling into Lin Xian's trap again and falling into Lin Xian's schemes? Looking at the smirk on this guy's face, they know he's up to no good. Chapter 699. Inside the hotel room, Lin Xian and the rest walked in one after another. You go take a shower first. Ling Ying took Dragony from Lin Xian's arms and faced Lin Xian. I just took a shower before dinner. But look at your chest. Ling Ying pointed and Lin Xian looked down. Okay, this girl ate until she was covered in oil and then she snuggled into his arms. Now her chest was covered in oil. Lin Xian then glared at Dragony, who stuck out her tongue cutely. In the future, you can eat as much as you want, but you can't dirty yourself, do you hear me? Yes, Dragony heard you. Then Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. As for Ling Ying and the rest, they were cultivating their relationship with Dragony. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Xian came out. Let's go quickly, we have to help Dragony bathe. Ling Ying and Han Chushue, who were full of motherly love, couldn't wait to carry Dragony into the bathroom. Then Lin Xian heard the sound of the door being locked. Damn! The three of them were together and they didn't lock the door when they were taking a shower. Now, just how scary was he? Lin Xian had already prepared the red wine. He was going to do something big tonight. Lying on the bed, Lin Xian happily played with his phone. He hadn't checked his phone in a long time. They were all messages from Miao Xiao Miao, Lu Yufan and the other girls. They knew that Lin Xian went to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave and were worried about his safety. Lin Xian also replied to them one by one to let them know that he was safe. Of course, Lin Ye also replied. After returning, Lin Xian was relieved. Lin Ye and the others were also relieved. In the bathroom, Lin Xian didn't know what was going on, but he kept hearing their laughter. What's so funny about taking a bath? But that last Dragony's laughter was even more cheerful, making Lin Xian want to go over and see what they are doing. But reason prevailed over impulse, because Lin Xian knew that if he peeked, he would be done for. Although they didn't need to hide anything from each other, they were still girls. After all, they couldn't put aside their pride. It would be fine if there was only one, but it was different if there were more than one. The fact that Lin Xian was able to trick the two of them into bed together was already heaven-defying. Don't even think about other things. 10 minutes later, they came out with Dragony in their arms. Subconsciously, Lin Xian turned to look at them. Don't look, turn around. Ling Ying blocked Han Chushue to protect Dragony. At this moment, it was Han Chushue who was holding Dragony. Okay, I won't look. Then what do you want me to do? You can play with your phone. After saying that, the two of them sat down on the sofa in front of the table with their backs facing Lin Xian. Dragony, big sister will help you make some clothes. Ling Ying's tone suddenly became 100 times gentler. Lin Xian was envious. Then from the corner of his eye, he saw the two girls sewing and cutting the pajamas. He didn't know what kind of pajamas they would make. Little Ying, you can do it. Little Chushue, come and chat with me, I'm so bored. Lin Xian said. Han Chushue's pretty face blushed a little and whispered, I have to help Ling Ying. Daddy, Dragony can chat with Daddy. Dragony's voice came from the other side. Forget it, you don't have to. Just try on the clothes. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. About 20 minutes later, Ling Ying clapped his hands. Okay. Lin Xian looked over. Oh, although the dress wasn't very exquisite, but at least everyone could see that it was made of pajamas. As for the length, it should be safe as long as it's below Dragony's knee. Dragony jumped happily. This jump was about 4 or 5 meters. For a martial artist, this isn't much, but if you take into account her body size, these 4 or 5 meters are equivalent to Lin Xian's 10 meters. She then jumped directly onto the bed and landed next to Lin Xian's legs. Daddy, Dragony climbed onto Lin Xian's lap and sat down, her big eyes looking at Lin Xian with anticipation. Good, good, good. Lin Xian said while rubbing her little head. Hee. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dragony was especially happy as if she was being praised by her teacher. This scene made Ling Ying and Han Chushua envious. No wonder they signed a contract. In Dragony's heart, no matter how good they are to her, they can't replace Lin Xian's position in her heart. But it doesn't matter too much. They just liked the cute little Dragony, and their motherly love was aroused. They were envious of Lin Xian, but if they were jealous, then they would have to consider the relationship between the two of them. Chushua, are you sleepy? Ling Ying asked Han Chushua. Han Chushua nodded, a little. Then let's go to sleep. You, take Dragony back. Ling Ying then pointed at Lin Xian. After all, Dragony has to be with Lin Xian. They can't keep her, but maybe they'll get to know each other better in the future. Me? Where are we going? Lin Xian appeared to be at a loss. Where do you think we're going? Take Dragony back to your room to sleep. Dragony comfortably climbed onto Lin Xian's stomach and rubbed against it. This is my room. Lin Xian said. Stinking hooligan, hurry up and go back. It's been a tiring day, it's time to rest. Pack. Lin Xian then turned off the light at the head of the bed. Once the light is turned off, it'll make people subconsciously think of something. Don't say anything, come up and sleep. I'm not going to do anything. Lin Xian said. You. In the darkness, the two girls' faces were flushed red. Alright, since Dragony is here, he probably won't dare to do anything. Ling Ying then grabbed a quilt and sat down with Han Chushua on the bed. She then crawled under a quilt. Dragony, do you want to sleep here with Big Sister? In the middle of the night, Ling Ying turned around and looked at Dragony lying on the pillow. Dragony wants to sleep with Daddy. Dragony said in a childish voice. Actually, I have an idea. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying and Han Chushua laid on the bed and looked at Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian hugged Dragony and crawled under the quilt, placing Dragony in the middle. Isn't this fine? The faces of the two girls turned extremely red. Bastard. In the end, after thinking about it, it's fine as long as he doesn't do anything. Also, it's quite fun to make Dragony sleep. Lin Xian really didn't do anything. He just slowly moved in between the two girls and hugged them in each hand. Dragony then realized that there's no place for her to go. After a night of silence, the two girls were tired and gradually fell asleep. By the time they woke up, it was already noon the next day. They had slept for such a long time. Shoo, Lin Xian and the girls looked at each other. Ling Ying carefully sat up because Dragony was sleeping very soundly. Chapter 700. Dragony is probably still in the process of absorbing energy. During this process, she needs a lot of sleep. This isn't strange, she's especially noisy when she's making a ruckus. But when she's sleeping, she's more sound asleep than anyone else. They all went into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian, do you have any plans for today? Han Chushue asked a rare question. Although their relationship was indeed very good and extraordinary, Han Chushue rarely took the initiative to talk. Although she was cold, she was more shy than anyone else when she was shy. I'm going to find Xiao Linglong and the others. After all, they saved my life, so I'll go and thank them. Lin Xian said. There's also another reason. This time, he used up all of his spirit recovery pills. Maybe he didn't use much of the blood recovery pills, but he used a lot of the spirit recovery pills to recover spirit energy. He wants to see if he can get some more from her. These things are much better than recovery medicine. We'll go with you, after all, she saved our lives. Ling Ying said. No need, they're shy with strangers. Although you've seen them several times, to be honest, you haven't spoken much. I'll go by myself. As for your thanks, I'll tell them on your behalf. Okay, then I'll go to school with Chushue. You should also prepare yourself, it's almost time for the St. Brilliance Academy's entrance exam. After the exam, you'll have a chance to enter the St. Brilliance Academy's secret territory. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. They went to St. Brilliance Academy for 2 reasons. Firstly, they liked the school life. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what else they could do. Secondly, it was for the secret realm. Anyway, according to the news, there was a chance to increase one's attribute power in the secret realm. At the same time, even if it didn't work, one could at least increase one's level. The secret realm was similar to a small world. There were some opportunities and even some rare spiritual items. Anyway, it was purely up to one's luck. Then take care of Dragony, I'll go to school with Chushue. Ling Ying wiped his face and walked out with Han Chushue. Just thinking about Linglong Shui and the others gave Lin Xian a headache. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingwei only had 20 days to complete the mission. Linglong Yu had more than a month to complete it. In other words, Lin Xian would have to take care of the 3 of them in about a month's time. Oh God! Lin Xian swore that this was definitely the most difficult mission ever. The favorability level was indeed raised to about 50, but for girls like them, it might be 70. If you didn't have a good opportunity in method, the confession would fail. Moreover, perhaps Lin Xian was more confident that he could take down one of them within 20 days, but what about 3? If they didn't live together and didn't know each other, it would still be fine. But if they lived together every day, how could he take them all down? What was the difficulty equivalent to? In fact, compared to Lin Xian taking down Ling Ying and Han Chushue, this was several times more difficult. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were already very generous, even Lin Xian admired them. Would Linglong Shui and the others be as generous? Such excellent girls, they're willing to be with other girls. Thinking about it, Lin Xian's head was about to explode. Daddy, are you unhappy? Lin Xian sat on the edge of the bed and turned to look at Dragony. Rubbing her big eyes, she slowly crawled over to Lin Xian's lap and looked up at Lin Xian. I'm not unhappy, just a little troubled. Lin Xian sighed. Dragony will be very good, I won't let Daddy be troubled. Dragony said softly. Lin Xian looked at her and couldn't help but smile. This girl thought he was troubled because of her. Okay, be good and be good. Are you hungry? She rubbed her little belly. Can I be hungry? Dragony asked weakly. Lin Xian laughed. This girl actually cared so much about what he thought. She even thought that she might trouble Lin Xian if she was hungry, causing him to worry. In the future, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Also, my troubles are not because of you. Lin Xian gently scratched her delicate little nose, then said, Go wash your face, I'll go get you something good to eat. Thank you Daddy. Dragony then flew up and gave Lin Xian a peck on the cheek, then flew barefooted to the bathroom. Lin Xian's mouth fell open. Damn! This girl can fly after sleeping for an entire night. She didn't have any wings, she was just flying in the air. Lin Xian knows that dragons can fly, but that still needs to reach a certain level, right? This girl is getting more and more mysterious. Although Lin Xian doesn't know much about dragons, but he knows that there's a big difference between this girl and normal dragons. It can also be said that she's a lot stronger than the average dragon at this stage. Her birth is strange, she's a little girl. No matter how strong your dragon's bloodline is, you can't be born with a human body, right? She even hatched from a dragon egg. As for the reason, although Lin Xian doesn't know, he can more or less guess. It's either she's been absorbing power for who knows how many years in the Holy Dragon Cave, or her mother did something for her. Dragon Pearl. That's not the reason. This girl's learning ability is very strong, she can turn the faucet on her own, wash her own face, there's no need to worry about her ability to take care of herself. Lin Xian ordered the food from the hotel and it was quickly delivered. That's right, a table full of food. After all, he's seen this girl's appetite, it's simply terrifying. But since it's dragons, Lin Xian is used to it. Lin Xian and Dragony really finished the table full of food. Let's go, you can't run out without my permission, you hear me? Lin Xian patted Dragony, who snuggled into his arms. Okay. Then he walked out. It was snowing in Lin and City today. Lin Xian, who was in the house, didn't know that the entire Lin and City had turned into a vast expanse of white when he went out. Snow was still falling like goose feathers. It probably hadn't stopped since last night. It was December now, and snow was considered normal. After all, it was winter, and January and February were the coldest periods. The pedestrians on the road are mostly wearing cotton-padded jackets and down jackets. Take a look at Lin Xian, she's still wearing a sweater and a jacket. But to him, even if it's minus 50 degrees Celsius, it's not a problem. What's more, there's a heat pack in his arms. This Dragony is really warm. On WeChat, there's a message from Linya, telling Lin Xian that it's snowing outside. If he can wear more clothes, she probably knows when Lin Xian will come back. She's probably still sleeping, so she didn't call and only sent a message to remind him. This simple reminder is really full of warmth. Chapter 701. Little Dragony, are you cold? Although Lin Xian felt that his question was a bit idiotic, but even though this little girl has clothes, it's very simple and crude. He's just concerned about this little girl, after all, she's so small. Although she's of the fire attribute, it wouldn't be good if she couldn't withstand the cold. Daddy, are you cold? Dragony actually asked Lin Xian back. Normally, this kind of little girl would answer whatever you asked her. However, she turned around and asked if Lin Xian was cold. What does this mean? This little girl's IQ is a bit high. Maybe she's very simple, no, she's very simple, but her IQ is ridiculously high. After saying that, Lin Xian felt his chest heating up. No, I'm not cold. Lin Xian hurriedly said. If this girl released some kind of power and burned his clothes, that would be terrible. Oh, Dragony's body became a bit more normal. What kind of power do you have, Dragony? Lin Xian curiously asked while walking. Oh, Dragony's voice came out from his arms. I don't know, Dragony isn't too sure what I can do. Oh right, I can set fire. Dragony said. Fire should be her most basic ability. Dragons are divided into many attributes, Thunder Dragon, Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon and so on. Obviously she's a fire attribute dragon. As for other attributes, Lin Xian didn't know. Maybe she doesn't know herself. Asking now is a waste of time, after all she doesn't know anything. She's just born, but I'm sure she'll know everything in the future. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Ling Longshue's residence. He talked a lot with Dragony, but most of the time it was Lin Xian introducing her to the human world. Listening to him, Dragony had a confused look on her face, but she's looking forward to it. Knock knock knock, knocking on the door, Lin Xian heard footsteps coming from inside. Bing Lingyue opened the door for him. Hello, little Bing Bing. Lin Xian greeted Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue was stunned for a moment. Then, she imitated Lin Xian and waved at him stiffly. It smells so good. Which one of you is cooking? Lin Xian walked in curiously. Ling Long is cooking. I wonder if it tastes good. Bing Lingyue said straightforwardly to Lin Xian. This should taste good. Did you bring anything delicious? Ling Longyue ran out of the kitchen and took a bite of the cucumber in her hand. She looked at Lin Xian and asked. No. Lin Xian shrugged. Then, Ling Longyue's face fell and she looked a little disappointed. Lin Xian smiled and asked, 2 days ago, when I came over to ask you for help, didn't you say that there was a lot of good food? Don't you care? Why do you want me to bring good food now? At that time, they had been poisoned by television dramas. When Lin Xian invited her to go with him, she refused and even said that she didn't care. Humph. Anyway, I have money. I'm just too lazy to go out and buy. Ling Longyue said proudly. Even though Ling Longyue didn't use much strength to knead her, Ling Longyue felt that it was disrespectful to the dragon race. After all, Ling Longyue was a very serious person. Ling Longyue stuck out her pink tongue and hugged Dragony. Do you want to eat? Ling Longyue asked. Yes. Dragony replied in a cute voice. Then call sister and I'll let you eat. Sister, hee, Ling Longyue laughed in satisfaction. Let's go, I still have a bag of chips that I can't bear to eat, I can give you 2 chips. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Can you give me more? At most 3, no more. She then led Dragony out of the room, chatting happily with Dragony. She's the youngest in the family, now that she met an even younger one, she always had to be controlled. But now, she's an elder sister too. Ling Longyue was especially excited. Chapter 702. Is this the girl you brought out of the Holy Dragon Flame Cave? Ling Longshua asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. She seems to have recognized you as her master. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Ling Longshua reminded him, maybe it's nothing to you, and I don't want to say much to you humans. But even if she's willing, it's best not to let the dragons know about this. Dragons have their own pride. If they find out that a dragon has recognized a human as her master, they'll be furious. No way. Most of the time, yes. Lin Xian muttered, do the dragons care so much? Her own mother didn't say anything and just asked me to take good care of her. Although we're from the same clan, we don't know each other and we're not related by blood. But she's a dragon. She represents the dragons. So far as I know, there have only been dragons that died in the hands of humans. There have also been dragons that became friends with humans, but no dragons that recognized humans as their masters. Ling Longshua said to Lin Xian while stir-frying. Bing Lingyue walked in and helped Ling Longshua with the side dishes. In my era, I only know that there was one empire that was the most powerful, because the emperor of that empire had a dragon as his companion. This dragon companion would not help him conquer other empires, but it was extremely powerful and would help him guard the empire. Therefore, no other empire dared to attack him. Perhaps the strength of a dragon is not very frightening, but behind the dragon is the dragon race. The dragon race should be the most protective but also the most rigid race. However, dragons and other demon beasts of the same realm, in terms of destructive power, dragons are simply too terrifying, especially when they transform into their true form. The strength of a 1,000-meter-long dragon might be at that realm, but the range is unimaginable. Bing Lingyue sighed. That's right. They're rigid. Dragons have their rules. If they can't, then they can't. Linglong Shui nodded. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Who cares? I've lived for 21 years, almost 22. I've only ever heard of dragons, but I've never seen one. Even if they're stubborn and protective of their loved ones, as long as I don't see other dragons, they won't know of Dragony's existence. I hope so. Lingyu, come and have a taste. Linglong Shui asked Lin Xian if he wanted to eat, but the topic was changed to Dragony. She wouldn't ask again, so she turned to Bing Lingyue. Give it to Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Bing Lingyue was smart enough to see that Lin Xian liked Linglong Shui. As for whether he liked her or not, she didn't know. To Lin Xian and Linglong Shui, she was just a bystander. As the saying goes, the onlooker has a clearer view of the situation. But when it comes to herself, she's just a bystander. Bing Lingyue didn't care about being matched in terms of social status. She thought that if she liked someone, the other party wouldn't hate her. Plus, she also thought that Lin Xian was a good guy. Since he had the heart, she would help him a little. But it wouldn't be too obvious. As for whether it would work out or not, it had nothing to do with her. As for Linglong Shui, in Bing Lingyue's eyes, she was perfect. However, she was too cold and too proud. She took the initiative to ask Lin Xian for a taste, which already made Bing Lingyue feel that she had a good impression of Lin Xian. However, no matter how good her impression of Linglong Shui was, she would not ask a second time even if she wanted Lin Xian to eat it. Bing Lingyue saw it clearly, so she pushed it to Lin Xian. Some people might ask, isn't it just a taste test? How can it improve their relationship? That would depend on one's ability. Let me try. Not everyone can enjoy the food cooked by Xiao Linglong. Even those in the Heavenly Venerable Realm, Absolute Void Realm, and Heavenly Dao Realm can't eat the food cooked by Xiao Linglong even if they beg. As for me, TSK, I'm really lucky. Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Shui wouldn't be happy because of a compliment. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Linglong Shui. Even if it was Lin Xian's compliment, the effect would be a little bit, but not much. If Lin Xian's compliment could make her happy for a few days, then she wouldn't be Linglong Shui, unless her favorability towards Lin Xian reached 70 to 80. However, it would be difficult to improve her impression of Linglong Shui. For a girl like Linglong Shui, although it was difficult to make her have a favorable impression of you, once her favorable impression of you reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change. What was Lin Xian's advantage? That's right, Lin Xian had her before. This was actually Lin Xian's advantage. Could you say that Linglong Shui didn't care? Of course she cared. Could you say that the favorability of 50 favorability wasn't one of the reasons? Of course it was. It was even a large part of the reason. For example, Lin Xian once had a relationship with Ling Ying. In the end, he directly skipped the confession stage and confirmed their relationship before falling in love. In fact, Linglong Shui had the same logic, but it was more difficult. Okay, after all, you taught me. If there's anything I'm lacking, you can point it out immediately. Linglong Shui could be considered to have found an excuse for herself. I want you to feed me, Lin Xian opened his mouth and looked like he was asking for food. Bing Lingyue, who was cutting vegetables at the side, smiled. If it was just a simple taste and evaluation, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Lin Xian was Lin Xian. If he could say, feed me, then this simple taste test would have something else added to it. This was what Bing Lingyue wanted to see. She had to admit that if she knew more, she could definitely become Lin Xian's best wingman. No, she could become Lin Xian's wingman now. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. That's right. Wasn't Bing Lingyue here? Although he had to woo all three, he had to win one over first. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were together every day. They were as close as sisters. They would definitely talk about everything. If he could make Bing Lingyue his wingman to woo Linglong Shui, for example, they could sleep together at night and talk. When they talked about him, Bing Lingyue could help to sound out Linglong Shui's opinion. Or she could help to put in a good word for Lin Xian. That would be perfect. If he succeeded, then how to woo Bing Lingyue would be a big problem. This was the Empress. How could the Empress be willing to share a husband with another woman? This was crazy. Lin Xian realized that these missions were the most fucking difficult ones. Linglong Shui frowned slightly. Help yourself. You have to feed me. I have no chopsticks. How troublesome. Just use a spatula to get me a piece. Then Linglong Shui handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks. Chopsticks were next to the cooking utensils. Lin Xian, ouch, I suddenly remembered that several fingers on my right hand were injured in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. I can't use chopsticks. Chapter 703. Bing Lingyue tried not to laugh. This Lin Xian was really shameless. It's up to you. Linglong Shui said. Is it that hard to feed me? Lin Xian said helplessly. You're not a kid. Sigh, you're so unromantic. Little Bing Lingyue, if it were you, would you feed me? Lin Xian asked his super wingman. I won't. Lin Xian was speechless. That's not right. This wingman can't fly anymore. Bing Lingyue was too smart. If she said feed, it would be too obvious. Linglong Shui wasn't a fool. Of course, she could tell, so she didn't say anything. Fine. You're bullying me because I'm innocent. Then Lin Xian reached out and pinched a piece. Linglong Shui frowned. Really, how could he pinch it? If this was in the past, Lin Xian would have flown out. No, Linglong Shui wouldn't have given Lin Xian any. But now, she was more interested in Lin Xian's comment. How is it? Linglong Shui was quite fond of cooking. What she loved the most was the food she made herself. The satisfaction she felt when her family and friends ate it happily was something she had never experienced in her entire life. Did you add salt? Lin Xian frowned and asked. A little. Didn't you say that when you make braised pork, the soy sauce is already very flavorful, but if you add too much salt, it will be salty? Is it not flavorful enough? It was Linglong Shui's first time making this dish. She was looking forward to it, but she didn't dare to try it first. It's a little bland, and, he glanced at it and said, I'll bet with you that you didn't add salt. Do you want to bet? Linglong Shui was unhappy. How could she not know if there was salt or not? She had made it herself and had even remembered what Lin Xian had told her to put less salt. How could she not? What are we betting on? Since she was sure, she wasn't afraid of gambling. Then, she picked up a piece for herself and frowned. It did smell good, but the taste was a little too sweet. Was there too much sugar? She couldn't remember, so that was the only explanation. What are we betting on? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, if you lose, kiss me. If I lose, I'll kiss you. Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue was speechless. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly as the surrounding air fell silent. Ahem, I was just joking. Lin Xian broke the silence and said with a smile. Linglong Shui wouldn't get angry because of Lin Xian's words. If it was in the past, she would naturally get angry because he was teasing her. However, now that her favorability towards him had reached such a level, she wouldn't get angry. Lin Xian continued, how about this, Xiao Linglong, do you have any more spiritual revitalization pills? Linglong Shui nodded. When I went back last time, I went back to my place and brought some back. Do you need them? She really didn't need the spiritual revitalization pills this time. In fact, she had brought a lot of things back because she wouldn't go back to her place if she didn't need them. She didn't need the spiritual revitalization pills, but she knew that Lin Xian needed them, so she brought them. In fact, she had prepared them for Lin Xian. However, she definitely couldn't bring them to Lin Xian and tell him that she brought them for him. That wouldn't be Linglong Shui. Lin Xian nodded. These spiritual revitalization pills saved my life in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, but I've used them all. Fortunately, you still have some. Lin Xian grinned. Even if I do, you have to have the ability to take them away. Linglong Shui mumbled. She didn't know how long it had been since she said such things. They were obviously for Lin Xian, of course. Then your spiritual revitalization pills will be our bet if you lose. How about it? Okay. Linglong Shui nodded. Then what if you lose? She asked. Tell me. Lin Xian really didn't know what he had that Linglong Shui would like. Linglong Shui thought about it. She really didn't know what Lin Xian could give her. The obedience spray from last time. She hadn't used it yet, so she didn't need it for the time being. Then she looked at Bing Lingyue and suddenly thought of something. If you lose, then you have to help Lingyue and make her ice element pure. Is that okay? Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. Of course. Bing Lingyue looked at Linglong Shui and was quite touched. Then how do I identify it? Linglong Shui was puzzled again. Lin Xian smiled. Easy. Tell me how much salt you put in just now. Half a spoonful. From the jar. Linglong Shui said, you'll definitely lose. How can I not know if I put in salt or not? After saying that, she took the jar and opened it. Then have a taste. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian didn't know if she put in salt or not. Because of the light soy sauce, he couldn't tell if there was salt or not. But Lin Xian tasted it and it was a little sweet. He had taught Linglong Shui how much seasoning to put in. She was so smart that she could definitely remember how much seasoning to put in. Therefore, if it was made normally, it wouldn't be too sweet. In fact, it wasn't that sweet, but Lin Xian was too familiar with this taste. Plus, his cultivation wasn't low, so he could sense it. Of course, so far, it was just a guess. Lin Xian guessed that Linglong Shui put sugar in the half a spoonful of salt. This was actually very silly, but it was easy to make a small mistake. Of course, it was all a guess. If she lost, she lost. Linglong Shui frowned slightly and sniffed. She couldn't smell it, so she dipped her finger in it and tasted it. It was sweet. She was very sure that the salt she put in was this. So it was sugar. But there was a jar of sugar. She hurriedly tasted the jar of sugar, it was also sugar. She was convinced. She remembered that when the jar of salt was used up, she asked Ling Longyu to fill it up with salt. She actually put sugar in it. Ling Longshuo really wanted to say that she was innocent, but she really lost. This was also the truth. How is it? Lin Xian saw Ling Longshuo's expression and knew that he guessed right. As a man, it was better to be smart. There's sugar in the salt jar. Ling Longshuo said helplessly. Give me something. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longshuo then said, I'll give it to you when you leave. That's fine too. Lin Xian nodded. Ling Longshuo then asked, can you fix it? She really put in a lot of effort to make this dish, but she didn't expect it to be ruined by Ling Longyu. Indeed, Ling Longshuo couldn't be blamed for this. The jars of seasonings at home were all specially made for those who would go and taste the seasonings when cooking at home. Lin Xian said, actually, it's already very delicious. Ling Longshuo shook her head. If she put something wrong, it wouldn't be perfect. She still preferred perfection. Chapter 704. Lin Xian scratched his head. It's actually very simple. Just add a little water and a little salt. That's simple. Ling Longshuo didn't know much about cooking. Lin Xian, yes, it's that simple. Of course, it won't be as good as normal. But it can make up for it. Your cooking is already quite good. Red braised pork needs to be a little sweet. Ling Longshuo didn't know that Lin Xian was just comforting her. Yes, it's not bad. It's just a little bit sweet. It's fine if you eat it normally. Even Ling Longshuo would think that it's quite good. But she knew that if she didn't add any salt, she wouldn't be able to do it. This was a serious attitude. She had been like this since she was young. In the end, she added a little water and a little salt to salvage the situation. Ling Longshuo took a bite and felt that it wasn't bad. Satisfied, she took it out. Outside, Ling Longyu was playing with Dragony. When they saw the good food, the two girls couldn't help but stare. Ling Longshuo covered the plate and said to Ling Longyu, let's eat together after you're done. Then she went to the kitchen to make the next dish. Lin Xian shook his head. If you ask an expert if he likes to cook, what can you do? Lin Xian didn't know either. But it was a good thing. Lin Xian, come over here and give me some guidance. Ling Longshuo poked her head out. There's a fee. Then Lin Xian went over. Ding. You can feel Bing Ling Yue's disappointment. Adonis points plus 100,000. Oh. Lin Xian was taken aback by the sudden system notification. What's going on? In Lin Xian's memory, there weren't many notifications about Bing Ling Yue's emotions. But this time, what was going on? Lin Xian couldn't think of anything. Then why would Bing Ling Yue's emotions fluctuate? Actually, it was quite simple. Do you think Lin Xian is important to her? Friends were also very important, especially when she saw Lin Xian and Ling Ying's musical stage play. Her emotions fluctuated greatly, but her memories were changed. However, in her heart, Lin Xian had always been a very vague but very close existence. She didn't quite understand it herself. The bet between Lin Xian and Ling Longshuo was that if Lin Xian lost, he would help her improve her ice attribute. Although Lin Xian won, he never mentioned it again. Ling Longshuo's and Lin Xian's attributes were both improved by Lin Xian, but she never asked for it. In fact, it didn't matter whether she had it or not, but Lin Xian never mentioned it to her. So in Lin Xian's heart, was she not important at all compared to Ling Longshuo and the others? So she was disappointed. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't care about her, but he never tried to win her over. Under Lin Xian's guidance, Linglong Shui personally cooked the dishes and completed them perfectly. Let's eat, let's eat. The dishes on the table made their eyes shine. Lin Xian tasted them and said, "You will definitely become a chef in the future." Linglong Shui coughed slightly and took a sip of tea. She was secretly happy. This should be his affirmation. Let's eat. Then they ate the dishes contentedly. Xiao Linglong, you still haven't answered me. Why did you appear in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave? Lin Xian asked as he picked up a piece of meat. Dragony had Ling Longyue to look after her. As long as there was someone else, Dragony's food could be prepared. Lin Xian was still not used to taking care of others. Actually, she didn't need to be taken care of, but he had to prepare some food for her. She was so small, did he want her to eat from all the plates? Sister specially, Ling Longyue was interrupted by Ling Longxue halfway through her sentence. Ling Longxue said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered that the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was a place where a dragon fell. Even so, the danger is unimaginable. I just went to see if there was anything particularly dangerous, but coincidentally, the cave collapsed." So you're saying that you specially went to save me? Lin Xian grinned. No. Ling Longxue lightly replied. Okay, no. Lin Xian was still very happy. So she suddenly remembered that there might be danger and was worried about him. She specially went to save him. He was quite happy. I just didn't. Ling Longxue said again. Okay, no, I believe you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Ling Longxue couldn't be bothered with him anymore as she quietly ate the food that she had cooked. By the way, Xiao Linglong, what kind of law and domain do you have? Lin Xian curiously asked. In his memory, they didn't seem to have released any law or domain power except for their own attribute power. He was also about to step into the lower realm and was still 2 stars away. Although he might not be able to comprehend a law after stepping into the lower realm, Lin Xian was still quite concerned. So why hadn't Lin Xian seen them release a law or domain before? You could imagine that law and domain were the upgraded version of attribute power. Although they might not be the same kind of power, they were basically related to your attribute. When your attribute power couldn't do something, such as not having much effect on the enemy in battle, then it would be the law's turn. It was a kind of progressive increase in power. Because Lin Xian hadn't seen them meet a troublesome enemy, it was normal that he hadn't seen them release a law or domain. The release of law and domain consumed much more spiritual energy than the release of attribute power. As for law and domain, they were things that a cultivator couldn't easily reveal. You and I used the law power passed down in our family, the doppelganger law. Doppelganger? Lin Xian was stunned. Wow! Sure enough, it wasn't necessarily related to space. If a person's law was related to their attribute, then it wouldn't be strong. The more unrelated it was, the more powerful it would be. Ling Longxue nodded, and doppelganger has the same battle strength and attributes, it can assist in battle, but the consumption is higher. Actually, Ling Longxue telling Lin Xian this already showed that she trusted Lin Xian a lot. Then what about domain? Create a domain that doesn't consume any spiritual energy. Lo. Linglong, you said, simply put, as long as we fight in this domain, all of the martial arts that I and sister release will be replenished with spiritual energy. This means that we won't consume any spiritual energy at all. Moreover, all of the enemies in the domain will be deprived of their spiritual energy. When releasing martial arts, any place that requires spiritual energy will consume double the spiritual energy. Lin Xian, holy shit. A domain that doesn't need to worry about spiritual energy consumption, isn't this a fucking bombardment? And the opponent is consuming double the spiritual energy. This is law and domain. So powerful. Chapter 705. Then Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue said, "Mine is a bit more ordinary compared to the others. My law is extreme ice body. The general effect is that my ice attribute power will double and my realm will rise a bit. It makes me want to have my own law as soon as possible." Lin Xian rubbed his palms together in anticipation. This law simply allowed a martial artist's battle prowess to increase by several times. It's too important. You can't rush it. First you need to advance to the realm of law, second you need to be able to feel it. It's easier for me and you heir because our bloodline is already set. Ling Longshui said. Lin Xian nodded, "I understand." This meal was a happy one. In fact, Lin Xian wanted to find an opportunity to take one of them out to play and interact with them. Of course, his first choice was Ling Longshui. After all, Lin Xian had spent a lot of effort on Ling Longshui and the results were good. But in the end, he thought about it and decided to wait for the next opportunity. "Dragony, why don't you play with the other sisters? They have a lot of good food here." Lin Xian said with a smile as he rubbed Dragony's face with his index finger. Dragony quickly shook her head. "No, Dragony wants to follow Daddy." The way she called Lin Xian Daddy made him feel like he was acting out. Okay, then follow me." Dragony puckered her lips and flew into Lin Xian's embrace. Lifting her head up, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Papa, do you not like me?" "Dragony will be good, I won't make Daddy unhappy." "No, I don't dislike you." "Why would I worry about that?" Lin Xian's index finger rubbed against her rosy cheeks again. "Because Daddy always wants Dragony to follow other sisters." Xiaolong said, feeling wronged. That's right, it's no wonder she felt that Lin Xian doesn't like her. If you like someone, of course you want to be with that person forever. Dragony also understands this, so whenever Lin Xian asked her to follow someone else, she would think that Lin Xian doesn't like her. Actually, it was understandable for her to have such thoughts. If it were Lin Xian would also feel the same way. No. Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's just that I'm often outside, and I don't have much time to take you out to play. However, those sisters are kind, fragrant, and can take you out to eat delicious food. I mainly think that you will be bored if you follow me." The surrounding girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lin Xian. "It's fine if you say that those sisters are nice, but you also have a fragrant body. That makes it easy for people to think too much." "No, Dragony will be happy as long as Daddy is by my side," Dragony said while rubbing her head against Lin Xian's chest. Okay, as long as you are willing," Lin Xian said with a doting smile. Lin Xian then looked at the girls and said, "Then I'll be going first, it's really nice to come over and freeload a meal. Here." Ling Longshui threw 2 small bottles to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and caught them. "That's all I have left, I don't have any more." Lin Xian weighed the 2 jade bottles in his hand. The previous one had 8 pills, but this time it seems there are a lot more. Opening it up, he was shocked. It was filled to the brim, and there were at least 30 of them in total. "That's it," Ling Longshui said, "unless I refine more and need more materials." "Then do you know how to refine?" Ling Longshui nodded. This Ling Longshui is really amazing, she even knows how to refine pills. Forget it, we'll talk about it later if I need it." Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. If he could marry this Ling Longshui, then it would be. Lin Xian then left with Dragony to the art pavilion group. Because of Dragony's petite body, coupled with the cold weather, she's wearing a lot of clothes. Lin Xian didn't notice her hiding in Lin Xian's arms. In fact, he could have put her in the pockets of his coat, but that's not as warm and comfortable as hugging her. On the way, Lin Xian passed by some of the art pavilion group's shops. It's snowing outside and the weather isn't good, but there's still a line outside the shops. It's been like this for many days now. As long as it's daytime, there's not a single moment where there isn't a line. This is because the customers aren't just from Lin and City, there are people from other cities as well. Of course, they don't support mail orders, only physical stores. Why? Because if you want a mail order, there's just too many people on the 5 continents. You won't be able to keep up with the sales. However, if Lin Xian completes Xiao Xinyua's mission, then he could try to support mail orders in some places. For example, it's limited to China. As for the other 4 empires, he can forget about it because he's too busy. Lin Xian walked into the art pavilion group's building. It's already afternoon, so it's time to work. Lin Xian then went to Linya's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Lin Xian smiled and pushed the door open. Linya's first reaction when she saw Lin Xian was super surprised. Knowing that he safely returned from the demon beast domain, Linya was relieved. As for whether he came to see her or not, she didn't care. Although she wanted to see Lin Xian, but she wanted him to improve himself faster in the outside world. Why is it snowing so much and you're only wearing this? Linya's second reaction was worry. She quickly raised the temperature of the air conditioner and poured a cup of hot water for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and sat on the sofa, saying, "Little fairy, why don't you see what realm I'm in? You're only in the arcane body realm, do you think you'll feel cold in this kind of environment?" Linya thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't seem too cold." "Of course. You're in the arcane body realm and you're not too cold, so do you think I'll feel cold?" Lin Xian pinched Linya's pink cheeks and smiled. Linya rolled her eyes, "You still have to wear more. If you wear more, you have to take it off." "Take it off?" Linya frowned and looked at Lin Xian. "Ahem, what I mean is that you have to take it off when you sleep. You're so lazy." "Then I want a kiss," Lin Xian said with a grin. Linya's little face blushed. "Go away, don't mess around, I still have work to do. If you don't kiss me, I'll kiss you." Lin Xian revealed a naughty smile. Then, Linya was still hesitating when Lin Xian directly kissed her pink cheeks, not going too far. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Linya was still feeling shy, someone knocked on the office door. Linya quickly sat up, tidied her messy hair, and composed herself. "Come in." Then, Linya's secret technique walked in. "President Lin, President Liao is outside to discuss work with you." Chapter 706. Chairman Liao. Lin Xian could guess who it was. Liao Xian. This guy had been tricked by Lin Xian and Murong Qing. He must have understood, but he couldn't fall out with them. It wouldn't do him any good if he did. The entire Sky Blue planet was paying attention to the development of the Art Xian group. The major families were also paying attention, waiting for them to develop a potion that could increase attribute purity. It didn't matter if it was real or fake, anyone who dared to cause trouble with them before that was courting death. It might even have an impact on your own business. Falling out with the Art Xian group at this time. Wouldn't that be courting death? Where was the evidence? The contracts for dozens of factories had been signed, and they treated their workers so well. What should he do? Act in secret. On the surface, it seemed harmonious, but who knew what he was doing in secret? Liao Xian walked into the Art Xian group. He had to admit that in such a short time, the Art Xian building had grown to such a scale. Even if there were only 2 types of potions, it was already a huge profit. Earning 1 billion a day, he was envious. This time, he was here for the cooperation. It was best if he didn't fall out with Lin Xian, but it didn't mean that others couldn't. For example, Lin and city's government. But this was only in theory. After all, at this time, even the government wouldn't dare to find trouble with the Arch Xian group. If it was just an ordinary group, the government wouldn't be afraid even if it was extremely developed. But the Arch Xian group was the most special one, because its business was highly respected by the world. Even the 3 major forces were highly respected. If they did break the law, it wouldn't matter, and everyone would abandon them. But if they didn't break the law, wouldn't they be scolded to death if they tried to find trouble with them? As for the formulas of the 2 types of potions, who knew how many groups and families were researching, but no matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. In fact, Liao Xian understood that he only had a grudge against Lin Xian. It had nothing to do with the Arch Xian group. He even wanted to cooperate with the Arch Xian group. Although he wasn't happy, he had to admit that it was for his own good. So he decided to cooperate first. He had already made a secret agreement. Lin Xian wouldn't live for long. At that time, they might be able to seize power. Lin Xian had to die. Since he dared to trick him and use him, then he could only wait to die. If he had known earlier, he would not have been bewitched by her beauty. If the Arch Xian group's building was not sold to them, as far as he knew, there would not be any buildings for sale in a short period of time. There would only be rentals, and things like renting could kill people. He wasn't afraid at all, so he regretted it very much. Otherwise, this Arch Xian group wouldn't have been able to become the tyrant of Lin and City group in such a short period of time. But now, everything was too late. Most importantly, can you imagine a newly established corporation that sells 1 billion yuan a day? This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Moreover, there were many beautiful women in the Arch Xian group, especially those 2. Liao Xian couldn't flirt with one of them. That was Murong Qing. Every time he talked to her, he would be tricked. He already felt from the bottom of his heart that this woman was not to be trifled with. However, there was another one, Linya. She was also very beautiful. Linya was Lin Xian's sister. He knew this. As long as Lin Xian died, as long as he could woo Linya, wouldn't the entire corporation be his? As for his own wife, what would she be then? Knock, knock, knock. Liao Xian adjusted his tie and knocked on Linya's office door. Click, the office door was opened. Linya's beautiful face came into view. Really, how could she be so beautiful? He couldn't take his eyes off her. President Liao, please come in. Lingling will make some tea. Liao Xian smiled and walked in. Then, he frowned. There was another person on the sofa. President Liao, nice to meet you. Long time no see. Lin Xian stood up with a smile and reached out his hand to Liao Xian. Liao Xian quickly recovered and shook Lin Xian's hand with a smile. Why was this kid here? Lingling walked out after making the tea. President Liao, please take a seat. Linya sat on the sofa. Liao Xian thought that if he was alone with Linya, he might be able to do something. Now that Lin Xian was here, he couldn't do anything. Liao Xian sat down and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, are you not busy today? I heard you went to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. How was it? Oh. How did President Liao know that I went to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him with interest. He wasn't a famous person. Not many people knew that he went to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, so how did Liao Xian know? He was investigating him, even investigating his every move. Oh, it's like this. Liao Jian spilled the beans, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He then said, I have a younger brother called Liao Zhibang. You guys should know each other, right? After all, he told me that there was some friction between you and him. So, when I met Brother Lin this time, I can apologize on behalf of my younger brother. He's a straightforward person, so Brother Lin, please don't take it to heart. He was the one who told me this news. He also wanted to go, but I rejected him because I heard that it was too dangerous. I see. Since President Lin said so, I can't be calculative. It's fine. Liao Jian smiled. Young Master Lin, don't call me President Liao. Call me Big Brother Liao. Lin Xian shook his head. That won't do. President Liao's status is so high, and I'm just a student. I can't take advantage of President Liao. Call him Big Brother Liao. Damn, you want to take advantage of me. Do I deserve it? Hee, then young Master Lin is thinking too much. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Linya said, I wonder what kind of cooperation President Liao wants to talk about. Cooperation, they didn't need anything. They could make money steadily, and they had plenty of funds. The only place they could cooperate with was the store. Liao Jian also knew this. He also knew that cooperation would definitely be beneficial to him. So this time, he really hoped to cooperate with them. In fact, there was a situation now. He didn't have any capital to talk to them, so it could be considered as trying his luck and playing the emotional card. Liao Jian took a sip of tea and said, when I sold this building to you, I said that if there was a chance, we must cooperate. So, I came to talk to President Lin. The cooperation I want to talk about is quite simple. My Liao family has many branches in other cities besides Lin and City. Maybe I can help you expand the business of the Art Xian Group to other cities in the shortest time possible. Chapter 707. Both Lin Xian and Linya knew one thing. Their Art Xian Corporation was different from other corporations and companies. They did not have to worry about losses or future prospects. Moreover, their profits were ridiculous. They also knew that all the companies and corporations that worked with them might help them in some way. However, without this help, with their invincible momentum, they would only be slowed down by a little. And it would not hinder their progress. However, a slower pace was exactly what Lin Xian wanted right now. He didn't want to fucking develop the 5 great empires right away. In fact, he couldn't even afford to develop China. Why? Firstly, such a rapid development would definitely have many loopholes. Perhaps the losses were nothing compared to the profits, but having loopholes was not good. Secondly, and most importantly, Lin Xian also wanted to develop more, but what about the chalcedony liquid? To Lin Xian, this wasn't an unlimited supply. He couldn't afford it unless he completed Xiao Xinyue's quest and obtained an unlimited supply of chalcedony fluid for free. And any so-called help to them was actually useless at the moment. Linya had heard Lin Xian mention it before. That was to say, at least for now, it was enough for now. There was no need to expand it further for the time being. Linya was already very satisfied with the sales today. In fact, she didn't even know how to expand it further. Linya also knew this. It was not impossible to cooperate with Liao Jian, but it was not necessary. Linya then took a sip of tea and smiled. Chairman Liao, I'm afraid we can't cooperate for now. Why? Liao Jian frowned. Even if he could not get this woman, if he could cooperate with her before then, it would be a great help to his company. Linya said, it's not that we don't want to cooperate with Chairman Liao's company. It's our honor to work with Chairman Liao. It's just that Arch Xian Corporation's current policy is to not cooperate with other companies for the time being. Even if the three major powers approached us to cooperate, we still rejected them. However, this is only temporary. I believe there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. When the time comes, we will definitely choose to cooperate with Chairman Liao's company. Liao Xian frowned. He had a feeling that although Lin Yue seemed to be in charge of everything in this company, Lin Xian beside her definitely had a lot of authority even if he didn't have absolute authority. Perhaps this Lin Yue listened to Lin Xian. After all, he had investigated before. Lin Yue had indeed run a company before, but it only had an annual income of 10 million. She had transformed from 10 million to 1 billion a day, which was an absolute leap in the industry. Did she change it on her own? Difficult. It must be someone else. This Lin Xian was very likely. It seemed that if he wanted to change all of this, he had to get rid of this Lin Xian. It doesn't matter. Since it's your company's current decision, I'm not qualified to change it. Then I'll take my leave. In addition, I'm looking forward to the day when I cooperate with your company. Liao Xian stood up after he finished speaking. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything from this trip. At the very least, it strengthened his belief in what he wanted to do. Hey, President Liao. Lin Xian said. Young Master Lin, is there anything else? Liao Xian looked at Lin Xian. President Liao, aren't you going to visit Murongqing? She told me that she misses you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Liao Xian, it would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, the anger in his heart surged. Obviously, he also knew that this Lin Xian was deliberately angering him. No need. I won't disturb your work. See you next time. After he finished speaking, he walked away with a gloomy face. Little Xian, is there a conflict between you and President Liao? Lin Yue didn't know about these things. Lin Xian also didn't mention it to her. However, she knew Lin Xian too well. She could feel it. Lin Xian nodded, yes, in short, this Liao Xian isn't a good person. Little fairy, don't go out and talk about it because of work. Don't worry. Didn't you say that there's no need for cooperation right now? If there's no need for cooperation, then there's no need for me to talk about cooperation with any other company. Lin Xian was relieved. Okay, you go back to work. I have to go to school. I can't be a bad student who skips classes. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks and ran out. Lin Yue's face was red. She really didn't know how to define her relationship with Lin Xian. But so be it, she thought it was pretty good anyway. Lin Xian also didn't go to Murongqing's office. Although it was also a mission target, her mission didn't seem to be that urgent. Most importantly, even if Lin Xian was with her, he didn't know how to improve her favorability. So it's better not to go. Daddy, was that sister just now mommy? On the way, Dragonite poked her little head out a little and asked timidly. Lin Xian was stunned. Why would you say that? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Because Daddy kissed her. Then I slept with the other two sisters last night. Lin Xian laughed. Oh. Dragonite has 3 moms. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said in a serious tone, Dragonite, from now on don't call me Daddy, call me Big Brother, you hear? No. Why don't I call you Daddy? Because I like to hear you call me Big Brother. Do you know what Daddy means? Lin Xian asked while walking. Tilting her head to the side, Dragonite's cute voice comes out. The first boy Dragonite sees is Daddy. Then you can still call me Big Brother. Be good. Oh. Big brother. Yes, 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 from now on call me Big Brother. The first boy you see can be called Big Brother too. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Dragony seemed to understand something and nodded her little head. Yes, yes, Big Brother. Lin Xian finally felt better. These little girls are really gullible. Lin Xian really wasn't used to hearing a little girl call him daddy. That feeling was completely different from when Ling Ying called him daddy. In fact, it was extremely awkward. But it's much better now. Aren't you bored following me around like this? Lin Xian asked. Oh. Dragony needs to sleep often so it's not boring. As long as Daddy, Big Brother gives Dragony something good to eat, hee hee. Okay, 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 good food is easy as long as you're good. Yes, yes, Dragony is very good. Then she shrank her little head back into the carriage. Lin Xian smiled and walked into St. Brilliance Academy. Today, the Sacred Brilliance Academy could be said to be relatively calm, but not too calm. This was because many people had gone to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, and many people had not returned alive. They were all discussing the matter of the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Chapter 708. Hey, did you hear? Some kind of power seems to have erupted from the Sacred Dragon Flame Cave, destroying the entire Sacred Dragon Flame Cave. Of course I heard about it, it's not a secret. I heard that before that, a flame tide broke out inside and everyone died inside. I'm afraid only Empyreans can withstand it, but even if they did, they would either die or be seriously injured. I'm afraid there are no less than 100 people in our academy. I don't know how many people were inside at that time. In any case, 2 people from Class 7 died inside. I don't know about the others. TSK, what do you mean? I also heard that when it collapsed, Lin Xian and the others were also inside, but because of Lin Xian's space attribute, they ran out at the most critical moment. Some people said that the reason why it collapsed was because the most precious thing inside the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was taken away, and Lin Xian and the others ran out in the end. So, I think that Lin Xian and the others took away the thing inside the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Nonsense, right? You're saying that the group of powerhouses didn't get the treasure, but Lin Xian and the others got it? What realm are they in? Thunder Tribulation Realm. You're saying that the Thunder Tribulation Realm is more powerful than those Empyreans? That's pure nonsense. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Maybe it's just luck, but it's also possible. I heard that at that time, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Xiao Xinyue, Gong Sunjun and the others went in together. Their realm might not be very high, but they shouldn't be weak. Who knows, maybe they have some powerful spirit tools. That's hard to say. When Lin Xian entered the St. Brilliance Academy, he heard a lot of people talking about this matter. Lin Xian didn't care if this kind of news was leaked or not, but these were all guesses. The most important thing was that Dragony wasn't exposed, the rest was up to them to guess. Isn't that Lin Xian? Many people saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also a famous person in St. Brilliance Academy. On the first day, he had 2 girls in his arms, and then he flirted with Ling Ying. Then, he even used such a method to get Ling Ying's phone number. Who the fuck wouldn't accept this? Yeah, let's ask Lin Xian. Then, a group of people surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what happened at the Sacred Dragon Flame Cave that day? You guys didn't get any treasures. That's right, that's right. It's really as the legends say. Did you guys get the treasure? Obviously, these students had not experienced the harsh beating of society. Who would fucking answer such a question, unless they were idiots? Then, Lin Xian said, no, we didn't get anything. We just went in and suffered. In the end, it was all for the sake of survival. I fucking saw with my own eyes that Sky Venerables died in there. Who the fuck would dare to go in there? Fortunately, we retreated quickly and managed to escape the moment the place collapsed. Otherwise, all of us would have died inside. If we were to talk about obtaining treasures, how could it be our turn? We went there the next day. Some people went there a day earlier than us. We can't beat them. If anyone were to obtain treasures, it would be those people who obtained them. Like I said, you guys think those Sky Venerables are vegetarians. Lin Xian then hurriedly walked away. He believed that Ling Ying and the others wouldn't talk about this matter. When he arrived at Class 10, Wang Xintong still liked to sit alone in a corner and quietly read her book. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, her heart was as calm as still water. "Give me a kiss." Lin Xian leaned over and said with a smile. Wang Xintong was stunned and turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. "You're back. Didn't I tell you last night that I'm back? Did you miss me?" And Wang Xintong shyly nodded slightly. In the eyes of others, the two of them seemed to be flirting. They were really envious of them. "What's wrong with your chest?" Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian's chest in surprise. It seemed to be bulging a little, but it wasn't noticeable. If she wasn't so close, she wouldn't be able to see it. However, she could still see the slight bulge. "Oh. I'll tell you later," Lin Xian said with a smile. Wang Xintong didn't ask. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't trust Wang Xintong, but how could he let her see Dragony in this classroom? At this time, someone came in from outside the door. "Older brother Xian, older brother Xian." Lu Jingyi couldn't wait to barge in. "What's the hurry?" Lu Jingyi sat beside him. "Older brother Xian, I heard a lot of rumors about you guys in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Is it true?" "Of course it's fake," Lin Xian said. "Like I said, although older brother Xian has an imposing appearance and extraordinary appearance, the rumors are too ridiculous." Lu Jingyi nodded and said. "But many people from our academy died inside. There should be at least 20 to 30 people. Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise I would have died inside." Lu Jingyi was a little frightened. "Oh right." He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xian with a sneer. "Older brother Xian, it's time for our bet." Lin Xian also smiled. "Yes, 3 days have passed. Then when does older brother Xian plan to pay?" Lu Jingyi rubbed his hands. "I'll pay." "I'm afraid you're mistaken." "Oh." Their bet was whether Lin Xian could pursue one of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue within 3 days. Obviously, Lu Jingyi now felt that with Lin Xian's ability and skills, it was possible for him to do it if he was given a little more time. After all, Gong Sun Jun was able to pursue Xiao Xinyue. In his eyes, Lin Xian was much stronger than Gong Sun Jun, but 3 days was still impossible. So he was waiting to collect the money. Lu Jingyi was stunned, then looked at Wang Xintong and then at Lin Xian, as if he didn't know if he should say this in front of Wang Xintong. "Older brother Xian, don't pretend. I don't believe you. Don't go back on your word." "But I really did it." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. "I don't believe it." Lin Xian smiled and stood up. "Let's go, believe it or not, we'll see the truth soon." Then Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong, "I'm going out to earn some money, you read." Wang Xintong nodded, then Lin Xian brought Lu Jingyi to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue's class. "Older brother Xian, don't trick me." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Trick you? How can I trick you? You don't believe me, right? I'll take you to Ling Ying now and let you see if I've managed to pursue her." Lin Xian's confident look made Lu Jingyi believe that he was lying. But then he thought, 3 days, isn't this too fake? Could it be that something happened in the Holy Dragon Cave in the Demon Beast domain that made Lin Xian pursue her? Impossible, right? How can a goddess of this level be so easy to pursue? Look at Xiao Xinyue, Gong Sun Jun pursued her for almost 3 years. Chapter 709. Lu Jingyi followed Lin Xian to Ling Ying's class. Along the way, Lu Jingyi's heart was filled with apprehension. 5 million was actually not a big deal for him, he just needed to spend less later. The main thing was, if it was true, even though he had already acknowledged Lin Xian's ability to pick up girls, but to be able to pick up a goddess of that level in 3 days, other than admiration, the rest was jealousy. How could there be such a big gap between people? So even if he didn't want Lin Xian's 5 million, he still hoped that Lin Xian would lose. He originally didn't think there was much possibility, but when he saw that confident expression, he panicked. Classmate, is Ling Ying here? Lin Xian leaned against the window and glanced, then asked a classmate. You, aren't you Casanova Lin Xian? When the classmate saw Lin Xian, he was so nervous that he stuttered. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Fuck. Don't be so exaggerated. Also, you're making him look like a god, he's just an ordinary person. I'm Lin Xian, not Casanova. Fuck. It's really you. Lin Xian, please teach me how to pick up girls, I can give you money, I beg you, I want to chase Han Chuxue, although I can't compare to Wang Haiyang, but I like her, I want to chase her, I don't think goddess Han Chuxue is the kind of person who cares about material things, please teach me. That classmate seemed to be completely infatuated with Han Chuxue. He excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said. Lin Xian took his hand away and said, you don't have money? That classmate nodded. You don't have money and you still want to pick up Han Chuxue? Lin Xian finished speaking and walked away. That classmate stood there in a mess. Whoa, fuck. Brother Xian, so money is still very important to pick up girls, right? Lu Jingyi chased after Lin Xian and asked. Of course it's important, but it really depends on the person. Lin Xian put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. After asking a random person, he found out where Han Chuxue and the others were. They went to a small store to buy snacks to eat. Although they were both rich young ladies, who said that they didn't have childlike innocence. When Lin Xian walked over, the two girls walked out with a grilled sausage in one hand and an ice cream in the other. They looked very satisfied. It was already snowing, but they were still eating ice cream. Actually, it was nothing. After all, they were in the Thunder Tribulation realm. It was not a big deal to eat fire. It was just that they were greedy and wanted to eat ice cream, so they could be willful. However, it did not seem like their period was coming. It did not matter if they ate cold ice cream. If it came, Lin Xian would definitely not be happy. Older brother Xian, over there. Lu Jingyi pointed, and then Lin Xian walked over. There were many people around, of course, because of Ling Ying and the others. Lin Xian then swaggered over just like that. Why are you eating ice cream in such a cold day? Lin Xian said to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Why do you care? It's nothing to do anyway. Ling Ying was not afraid at all and rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lu Jingyi, who was not far away, heard Ling Ying's words and felt comfortable in his heart. Was this a conversation between two people in love? Even if he did not understand, this did not seem like a conversation between a couple who had just fallen in love. Either they were not a couple, or they were already very familiar with each other. And it was obviously the former. It turned out that Lin Xian really did not manage to get Ling Ying. He was really just pretending to be a wolf. Comfortable. You're not allowed to eat it. Then Lin Xian walked over, bent down, and bit off a quarter of the ice cream in Ling Ying's hand. Oh. It tastes good, vanilla. Lin Xian swallowed it in 2 bites. Everyone was stunned by this scene. If Ling Ying had not eaten the ice cream, then Lin Xian biting it would not be a big deal, but she had already eaten it. Oh my god. This was too fucking blissful. Then they sneered. Was this not courting death? They were already waiting for the scene of Ling Ying's slap. However, the next scene when Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and said this made them collapse. You compensate me. Everyone. Compensate me. Shouldn't this be a fucking slap? Wait, why did this look like a couple flirting? Also, why wasn't she angry? You're not allowed to eat it in such a cold day. Can I compensate you with a lollipop? Lin Xian said with a smile. I don't care, I want to eat ice cream. Okay. Tomorrow is fine, I'll buy you 10 tomorrow. Then Lin Xian held Ling Ying's empty hand and walked forward while chatting. The surrounding people stared with wide eyes. What the fuck? These 2 people, what the fuck? Did they get together? Lin Xian managed to get Ling Ying. What the fuck? Is this fucking real or fake? I'm going crazy. How can this be fake? He ate Ling Ying's ice cream, and now he's holding her hand. This is enough to prove it. Isn't this too awesome? How many days has it been? Is this fucking Lin Xian really a Casanova? I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. He managed to hook up with a goddess of this level just like that. Gong Sun Jun's psychological trauma. This incident caused a sensation in Saint Brilliant Academy. Who was Ling Ying? She was a top-notch goddess-level girl. Everyone was still talking about what kind of guy would be able to woo such a girl in the future. They had just started discussing this topic when they saw this scene. Their mentality collapsed. Then, Lin Xian's title as a Casanova was completely acknowledged by everyone because of this scene. If this wasn't fucking awesome, then what was? Anyway, they were completely convinced. As for Lu Xingyi, he was in a complete mess. Fuck. Sorry, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Then, he willingly took out his phone and opened Lin Xian's friend list and chose to transfer the money. He was willing to do this. He was just a little jealous. But then, he became excited. 3 days. He really managed to get Ling Ying in 3 days. If he could learn all of Lin Xian's martial arts, then, wouldn't it be heaven everywhere? Even if he couldn't get a girl of this level in 3 days, he would be satisfied with 3 months. Satisfied? On the other side, Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, it's good, it's good. If I could hold Chushua's hand again, I would be even more satisfied. Lin Xian laughed shamelessly. In your dreams, I'll let you act all high and mighty. Ling Ying rolled his eyes again. Then you won't have to be harassed by those suitors anymore. Lin Xian scratched his head. Let me tell you, it's almost the new year. You should know what's going on, right? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked puzzled. What's going on? Are you stupid? I have to bring you home for the new year. You have to go to Chushua's place too. Just wait for your death. Lin Xian, fuck. How could he have forgotten about this? How could he go to the girl's house so quickly? But her family was different. Her mother had already met, so he had to meet her father. This meant that this new year, it's over. Chapter 710. Lin Xian scratched his head, then asked, Can I not go this year? Think about it, going to Ling Ying's house for Chinese New Year and being greeted by Ling Ying's family. They might even deliberately make things difficult for you, and there might even be a group of Ling Ying's suitors. Then, going to Han Chushue's house and experiencing the same thing again, who the fuck could stand it? Their mothers, Lin Xian, had interacted with them before. Qin Lan was easier to talk to, while Han Chushue's mother, Xiao Yaji, was a bit strict, but she probably had no choice but to accept Lin Xian. However, the most difficult one was not their mother, but their father. It's up to you, Ling Ying said. I'm just kidding. Although I know I will be beaten up by society, for you too, I'm willing to be beaten up no matter how heavy it is. Then bear with it, it's time for class. Today's incident was fermenting in St. Brilliant's Academy. St. Brilliant's Academy students were tagging Liao Zhibang because they all knew that Liao Zhibang was pursuing Ling Ying. As the number one suitor of Ling Ying, now that Ling Ying was successfully pursued by Lin Xian, everyone was asking him about his thoughts on this matter. The answer was, of course, there was no reply. Lin Xian directly became the god of St. Brilliant's Academy. It was not a problem for him to pursue girls, but it was also not a problem for him to pursue goddess-level campus belle, right? He did it in a very short time. Although it was almost impossible, there was still a possibility. Even if they could not accept it, they could accept it first. What they could not accept the most was that before this, Lin Xian was hugging Wang Xintong and the others. They did not believe that Ling Ying did not know about this matter. He definitely knew, but even if he knew, Lin Xian still managed to pursue her. Dissatisfaction, and jealousy. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Xian's reputation as a Casanova became even more resounding. Under such circumstances, he was still able to pursue Ling Ying in such a short time. Wasn't this fucking invincible? As for the outside world, of course, there were some rumors. For example, if Ling Ying was successfully pursued in such a short time, it must be a woman who looked decent on the surface but was actually a loose woman, etc., etc. However, they did not care. There were also some people who said that this was all fake because Lin Xian and Ling Ying knew each other. They were originally schoolmates and friends, so it was nothing for them to have a good relationship. As for the intimate actions, it was all just an act. These were all guesses. In any case, everyone had their own opinions. However, no matter what, many people admired Lin Xian. In a certain room, Liao Zhibang was so angry that he smashed everything in the room into pieces. He could tolerate Ling Ying being pursued by someone else. After all, she had the right to choose. It wasn't like she had to choose him. At most, there would be another one. Even though he couldn't bear to part with her, he couldn't accept Lin Xian pursuing Ling Ying. Even more so, he couldn't accept those people judging him. He had been courting Ling Ying for quite some time now. Even though it hadn't been that long, he hadn't even managed to get her WeChat. On the other hand, Lin Xian had managed to win her heart in such a short amount of time. He couldn't accept the comparison between him and Lin Xian. His room door was pushed open. Liao Xian looked at the messy room with a sharp gaze. What made you so angry? Liao Xian walked in, then poured himself a glass of red wine and sat on the sofa in the room, swirling the red wine glass. Big brother, how long do we have to wait before we can make a move on Lin Xian? Liao Zhibang angrily walked in front of Liao Xian and asked. What's wrong? Were you provoked by Lin Xian again? Liao Xian asked indifferently. Humph. Liao Zhibang sat there angrily and said, I don't understand. What's so special about Lin Xian? Why do all the beautiful girls surround him? Why? Liao Zhibang's words struck a chord in Liao Xian's heart. He also wanted to know why this was the case. From the young girls to the intellectual Murong Qing, they all surrounded him. So he also wanted to know why. What was so special about Lin Xian? He even found out some things about Lin Xian in Tianhua City. For example, when they were in Tianhua Academy, an expert from the Evil Fiend Hall attacked Lin Xian and the others. However, he was saved by an even more powerful, fairy-like girl. Obviously, she was related to Lin Xian. What the fuck, any man would be envious of him. Why did he have so much more than Lin Xian, but he couldn't get everything he wanted? Of course, he couldn't compete with Lin Xian now. The momentum of that company was simply invincible. He knew that as long as it developed, sooner or later, the Arch Xian group would develop to the level of the 8 great families in Hua Nation. At that time, he wouldn't even be qualified to carry their shoes. So now, the matter was to kill Lin Xian, then get Lin Ye and the Arch Xian group. This was what Liao Xian had to do. Liao Xian said, "There's no why. If there's a reason, it's because you're not as good as him." "I'm not as good as him." "How am I not as good as him?" "Strength?" "Yes, I didn't beat him, but if it was at night, it's hard to say. He only won because of his space attribute. What's the point of the rest? He's just born a little better and got lucky." Liao Zhibang said unhappily. Liao Xian then stood up and patted Liao Zhibang's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about this. I've already found someone to deal with Lin Xian." "Who?" "People from the Azura Palace. This Lin Xian beat up the left and right hands of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall master. This is already a slap to their face. I'll spend a little more money, and that Gong Sun Hao will naturally be more attentive. So before that, don't stir up any trouble for me." Liao Zhibang's eyes lit up, then he quickly nodded, "I know. But this Gong Sun Hao is not an ordinary person. As for whether he crippled Lin Xian or killed Lin Xian, I'm not sure. It's best to kill him, so you have a mission." "What?" Liao Zhibang asked doubtfully. Liao Xian revealed a cold smile. "Make Lin Xian and the Gongsun family become complete enemies. Make Lin Xian suffer the attack of the Azura Palace. He will definitely die. But, how do I make them become enemies?" Liao Xian smiled, patted Liao Zhibang's shoulder, and said, "I heard that Gongsun Hao's son, Gongsun Jun, has chased after the #1 beauty of your school, right?" Liao Zhibang clenched his fists, then nodded unwillingly. "You say, if Lin Xian and Gongsun Jun become enemies, won't that make him an enemy of the Gongsun family?" Liao Zhibang still didn't understand what Liao Xian meant. His brother was very smart and cunning. Liao Zhibang understood, but he still didn't know how to do it. Chapter 711. Liao Xian drank the red wine in one gulp and walked to the door, saying, "Think of a way to make something happen between Lin Xian and Gongsun Jun's girlfriend, and then let Gongsun Jun know. Gongsun Jun has been pursuing that girl for 2 or 3 years. Tell me, if he just got her, and she was touched by another man before he even had the chance to touch her, wouldn't he be angry?" Hearing Liao Xian's words, Liao Zhibang's eyes suddenly lit up. "But, is there any way?" Liao Xian threw a small bottle to Liao Zhibang. "This is a drug refined by a very powerful poison master I know. You just have to think of a way to make her take it. I don't need to teach you the rest, right?" Liao Zhibang caught the small bottle and watched Liao Xian walk away. His eyes flashed with a sinister light, and the corners of his mouth rose. He seemed to have seen something. This brother of his was still the most sinister. However, as long as he could kill this Lin Xian, it would be fine. As for what to do, for a rich young master like him, he already knew what to do. Tomorrow was Gongsun Jun's birthday. He had invited many people to hold a birthday party at the Crown Plaza Hotel. As his girlfriend, Xiao Xingyue would definitely attend the party, but Lin Xian usually wouldn't. However, this required him to do something. As long as Lin Xian also attended Gong Sun Jun's birthday party tomorrow night, he could try to do something. When Gong Sun Jun found out that Lin Xian and his girlfriend Xiao Xinyue had sex in the same hotel room at his birthday party, any man would be furious, right? On the other side, Lin Xian happily went home after school in the afternoon. The next morning, Lin Xian went to Miao Xiaomiao's place. He hadn't spent much time with this girl recently, so Lin Xian still had to accompany her. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed. Fortunately, the girls around Lin Xian were very generous. Lin Xian didn't know why they were so generous. Maybe he was really lucky. They might be unhappy, but they wouldn't say it out loud. They might blame Lin Xian, but they wouldn't say it out loud either. In the morning, he took Miao Xiaomiao out to play and eat some delicious food, then sent her back. Lin Xian originally planned to accompany her the whole day, but Lin Xian said that she had some procedures to do when she got home, so he sent her back. She probably didn't want to take up too much of his time. Lin Xian was now worried about the mission that Linglong Shui and the others had given him. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided not to go. Instead, he opened Bing Lingyue's WeChat and poked her. After a few seconds, Bing Lingyue sent a few question marks. Since she replied so quickly, they were probably watching TV together on the sofa. Their phones were next to them. Lin Xian, little Bing Bing, what are you doing? Bing Lingyue, watching TV. What's the matter? Lin Xian, ahem, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask for your help. No one saw our chat history, right? Bing Lingyue was naturally very smart. She knew that Lin Xian's question was either related to Linglong Shui or Linglong Yu. Bing Lingyue, yes. Lin Xian coughed dryly and sent a message over. Well, can you help me? Help me chase after Xiao Linglong, or maybe you can help me find out what's going on. Bing Lingyue was slightly stunned. Although she already knew that Lin Xian was interested in Linglong Shui, but asking for her help made her feel uncomfortable. Yes, I know what you mean. Bing Lingyue replied. Hee, thanks. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian even sent a kissing emoji. Then Bing Lingyue sent him a snorting emoji. After that, there was no follow-up. Lin Xian felt that if Bing Lingyue didn't become a couple, she would definitely be a very good confidant. Unfortunately, he still had to make a move on her. Although Lin Xian knew that asking his task target to find out what's going on with another task target might help him chase after Linglong Shui, it would greatly affect his pursuit of Bing Lingyue in the future. But there was no other way. He had to get all three. Anyway, he would know when the time came. So he decided to get one first. This man was so fucking tiring. After that, Lin Xian went to St. Brilliant's Academy. He believed that Bing Lingyue was very trustworthy and could do a good job. Anyway, she was reliable. After arriving at St. Brilliant's Academy, Lin Xian had nothing to do. He just accompanied Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. Lin Xian, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi were sitting in Lu Yufan's class 9. The four of them were playing cards when someone walked in. Many people around them looked at them enviously. Unfortunately, they could only be envious. Lu Jingyi ran in excitedly. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi ran to Lin Xian's side. He realized that there was a benefit to following Lin Xian. That was, he seemed to have a chance to talk to all the beautiful girls around Lin Xian. But, those were all Lin Xian's, but they could also train him. What's the matter? Lin Xian liked this Lu Jingyi very much. He was a boy who gave money away. Tonight is Gong Sun Jun's birthday party. I just got a few invitations. Gongsun Jun gave them to me when we met on the road. He told me to give them to you, Brother Xian. Let's go and have some fun together. Lu Jingyi took out a few invitations. Lin Xian held the invitations and sneered in his heart. This Gongsun Jun was probably going to show off to him at his birthday party. Show off what? Show off his girlfriend. Although Lin Xian also chased after Ling Ying in the eyes of outsiders, he still wanted to compete. But why did Lin Xian want to go? Wow! Go go go, I'm bored to death every day. Before Lin Xian could refuse, Lu Yufan took the invitation and shook Lin Xian's arm, looking at Lin Xian expectantly. If Lin Xian didn't go, they definitely wouldn't go. Why are you going? Do you know them? Lin Xian said. I don't know them, but I'm going to have some fun. There will definitely be a lot of people. Let's have some fun. Lu Yufan hugged Lin Xian's arm and acted coquettishly. Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian enviously. He also wanted the school belle to hug his arm and act coquettishly. He must be very happy. Do you guys want to go? Lin Xian asked Yi Yi and Wang Xintong. I won't go. I have an appointment with Uncle Qin to train tonight. Wang Xintong shook her little head. Yi Yi said, if you go, then I'll go. If not, then forget it. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Okay, then let's go. Where? Lin Xian asked Lu Jingyi. It starts at 6:00 in the evening, on the 4th floor of the Crown Plaza Hotel. It starts in 5 hours. Lu Jingyi said. Chapter 712. For Lu Jingyi, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That Gongsun Jun must have a lot of beautiful friends. He wanted to see if he could hook up with one. Okay, thank you. Hee, no problem, that, Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi raised his eyebrows at Lin Xian. Lin Xian certainly understood what he meant and said, let's see when the time comes. Hee, then I'm leaving. After saying that, Lu Jingyi ran away with satisfaction. Lin Xian, what does he want you to do? Lu Yufan asked doubtfully. He wants me to help him pick up girls. Lin Xian said. TSK, he wants you to help him pick up girls. Can you do it yourself? Lu Yufan rolled his eyes. Oh, I can't do it. Then what's wrong with you three? Tisk, I'm just helping you put on an act, and you take it seriously. Go go go, I don't want you anymore, hurry up and leave. Then I'll go find little Yingying and little Chushue to play. After Lin Xian said that, he walked away happily. Then, Lu Yufan and the others were stunned. Bastard! He really left. Stinking bastard! Lu Yufan muttered angrily. Yi smiled and said, didn't you tell him to leave? Let's go and buy some snacks. Xintong, let's go together. Okay. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and the others gathered at the school gate. Of course, Lu Jingyi had his own group of people. Although he wanted to go with Lin Xian didn't want to. Lin Xian took Lu Yufan and Yi Yi to the Crown Plaza Hotel. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were also invited. They were also bored, but even if they were, they didn't want to go to such a birthday party. But when they heard that Lin Xian was going, they also went to play. After all, they were from the same school. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, if they didn't go, they wouldn't give face. And this Gongsun Jun was also very smart. What did he say when he invited Ling Ying and the others? He said that Xiao Xinyue wanted them to go, but no one knew. The more he said, the harder it was to refuse. But they went out to play in the afternoon, so they didn't go with Lin Xian. Do you need to change your clothes? Although it's a birthday party, it should be more like a party. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? Lu Yufan asked Lin Xian. Although they were dressed very well, and with their looks, it didn't seem right to wear the same clothes at school and at someone's birthday party. Then you still want to dress up and attend? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Go away, it hurts. Lu Yufan slapped Lin Xian's hand away. Hurts. Does it hurt? Lin Xian then pinched Yi. Yi, who was a bit disappointed, suddenly became happy because she felt that they were very close. Did she like Lin Xian? In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart, but she didn't know what to do. It was good enough to be friends with Lin Xian and hang out with him. She even felt that she wasn't good enough for Lin Xian now. Thinking back to the Lin Xian before, she felt that he was very ordinary, but the Lin Xian now really made her admire him. However, she felt that she was very ordinary. Looking at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, they were beautiful, elegant, and strong. On the other hand, she was more like a vase. Yi then rubbed her face and said, "It hurts. Then I'll be gentler in the future." Lin Xian smiled and then walked forward. He's taking advantage of us. Lu Yufan pouted. But we can't beat him, Yi said honestly. Oh, soon, they arrived at the Crown Plaza Hotel. This Crown Plaza Hotel was also a 5-star hotel, but its branch wasn't as scary as Rose Heaven. After all, it didn't have enough capital, but its style was really impressive. It was now 5:30. It didn't matter if they came early or late, but basically everyone wanted to come early. Lin Xian and the others were bored, so they just came directly. Please show us your invitation. Outside the hall, 2 beauties stood and smiled at Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others took out their invitation. Please come in. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a bustling and magnificent scene inside. It was a very large space, filled with drinks, pastries, and food. Various colors of neon lights were flashing, music was playing, and men and women were chatting with each other. It was very lively. Although it was officially starting at 6 o'clock, most people had already arrived. Basically, they were all young people. The rest were probably some business people who were related to Gong Sun Jun's father. There were also a lot of them, and there seemed to be a lot of fucking acquaintances. Wow, it's so lively. Lu Yufan exclaimed. Every party had a party theory. What did it mean? It meant that the beautiful women at the party were like the eye of the typhoon, and the men were the wind. They would move with the beauty. Wherever there were the most people, there would definitely be a beauty. If I knew, I would have brought Ling Longyue. This is her heaven. Lin Xian smiled and led them in. Young Master Lin, congratulations. Wang Haiyang raised his glass and walked towards Lin Xian with a smile. What was there to congratulate? Of course, it was to congratulate Lin Xian for getting Ling Ying. Of course, he was jealous, but on the surface, he still had to put on a good show. However, the fact that Lin Xian managed to win Ling Ying's heart was not bad news to him. Why? He could build a good relationship with Lin Xian, and Ling Ying was Han Chushua's best friend. Lin Xian could then ask Ling Ying to put in a good word for him. Wouldn't his pursuit of Han Chuxue be the icing on the cake? Much simpler. But he was stunned. This Lin Xian actually brought Lu Yufan and Yi. He didn't bring Ling Ying. Obviously, Ling Ying and the others were not here yet. Lin Xian smiled and said, "What's there to congratulate? Come. Let me introduce you." Wang Haiyang walked to Lin Xian's side and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he said to the group of handsome men and beautiful women behind him, this is the famous Lin Xian. I believe that even if you're not a student of St. Brilliant Academy, you've heard of him, right? In order to pursue Han Chushue, Wang Haiyang began to lick Lin Xian's boots. Of course. I've heard of young Master Lin's name. He's our idol. Young Master Lin, I'm Li Dong. Nice to meet you. If it's your birthday, you must invite us, ha ha ha. A thin man shook hands with Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, he knew what Wang Haiyang was thinking. But it didn't matter. Let's meet and learn from each other. It's just a small matter. These two are young Master Lin's girlfriends. They're the school beauties of St. Brilliant Academy. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 713. Logically speaking, it was probably the first time in their lives that they had heard or seen someone introduce them as their girlfriends. But Wang Haiyang didn't think it was a big deal. It might make Lu Yufan unhappy, but he knew that such an introduction would make Lin Xian happy. It would make Lin Xian proud. That was enough. He just needed to lick Lin Xian's boots. Obviously, the people around him were shocked when they heard Wang Haiyang's introduction. These two girls were around 17 years old. Although they might not be as charming as those in their 20s, there were people who liked girls of this age. Most importantly, they were both very beautiful. It was a blessing to have one of them as a girlfriend, and you have two of them. Most importantly, even if you have two, how did you get them to get along? How awesome! Although they weren't from St. Brilliant's Academy, they had heard of Lin Xian's name before. Seeing him today, they felt that he looked ordinary. How could he be so amazing? Ahem, young Master Lin is amazing. You are a role model for our generation. I admire you. Yeah, you are really our goal to learn from. There was even a girl who smiled and winked at Lin Xian. That's right. Don't you know who young Master Lin is? In the future, you should be more knowledgeable and let young Master Lin teach you a few moves, Wang Haiyang said. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This Wang Haiyang was unscrupulous. Well, I'm going to eat something. I won't keep you company. Lin Xian said. Oh, right. Go ahead, young Master Lin. I won't disturb you. Wang Haiyang then walked away with his people. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, Lu Yufan, and the others went to prepare some delicious food. Young Master Wang, is what you said just now true? On the other side, several people around Wang Haiyang asked doubtfully. Yeah, I would believe it if he had a foot in several boats. But to let girls know about this and still get along with each other, and such beautiful and pure girls at that, this is too exaggerated. Nonsense. If it wasn't true, why would this young master introduce them to you? Wang Haiyang glared at those people and then said, this Lin Xian is really a god. Although I think he's very ordinary in other aspects, he's really good at picking up girls. I can't help but admire him. You also know that I'm pursuing Han Chushue right now. If I can get Lin Xian to help me, Han Chushue will be mine, so you guys better be smart. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian and Lu Yufan were sitting on the sofa, eating snacks and chatting. Dragonie twitched in his arms as if she smelled something delicious, but Lin Xian didn't tell her to come out. She's very obedient and won't come out. Lin Xian, if he and I want to increase our cultivation, we have to at least reach the profound heaven realm first. That should be enough. Can we go to the beast domain now? Lu Yufan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. If you want to go, you can try to go to the beast domain behind Lin and City. Don't go to Tianhua City for now. Also, you must have someone with you, otherwise it's too dangerous. Then will you bring someone with you? Lu Yufan smiled slyly. Sure, but I can only bring you out occasionally. I can't bring you to the beast domain every day. And that's enough. These two girls were indeed very weak before, but although they rarely went to the beast domain, their training was really hard. Although they might not be as good as Wang Xintong, they're definitely more hardworking than most of the people in the school. It's just that without actual combat experience, they can't do anything. So they also need actual combat experience. Lin Xian's purpose is only to protect them, so he can be at ease. Isn't this young Master Lin? In front of him, a figure walked over with a glass of red wine. When Lin Xian saw him, he frowned. This guy is also here. That's right, it's Liao Jian. Manager Liao and Gongsun Jun are also in the same circle. You're not on the same level, are you? Are you here to attend his birthday party? Liao Jian smiled, then clinked his glass with Lin Xian and said, I don't know this Gongsun Jun, but I have some cooperation with his father. It's his son's birthday, so it's reasonable for him to invite me, right? Yes. Liao Jian then pointed to the many people in the hall behind him and said, most of the people here are actually Lin and City's business tycoons. The rest are Gongsun Jun's friends and classmates. Lin Xian nodded, so that's how it is. Then we're really fated. Yes, I'm looking forward to working with young Master Lin. Then I won't disturb you here. Eat well and drink well. Liao Jian then smiled and walked away. The moment he turned around, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since this Lin Xian is here, it's already halfway to success. Tonight, he will make him lose face in front of everyone at the party, and make him an enemy of the Gongsun family. Imagine at Gongsun Jun's birthday party, his father, the dignified White Tiger Hall Master of the Azura Palace, was also present. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian and Gongsun Jun's girlfriend were in bed in another room of the hotel, and this scene was caught red-handed. Then, how much hatred did Lin Xian have for the Gongsun family? If you die, I die. On the other side, although Liao Zhibang was chatting with others, his eyes were always on Lin Xian. Tonight was also very important to him. He must kill this Lin Xian. In fact, what he needed to do was to find an opportunity and drug Xiao Xinyue when no one was paying attention. Then, he would bring her to a room that he had already prepared, and somehow trick Lin Xian into going there. The drug would evaporate in the air through heating. As long as Lin Xian entered the room, he would definitely fall for it. It didn't matter if he was in the lightning tribulation realm or not. Although it was called a knockout drug, it was actually more of an aphrodisiac. When the two of them lost their minds and made love to each other on the bed, all the people at the party would gather there. At that time, the result would be obvious. Therefore, the most difficult thing for him now was actually not Lin Xian, but Xiao Xinyue. The most difficult thing was to make her fall for it without anyone noticing. However, he wasn't in a hurry. There would always be a chance. The party had just begun, and the key people hadn't even shown up yet. Xiao Xinyue hadn't arrived either. The real beauties hadn't arrived yet, but there were still quite a few beautiful ones. For example, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were currently being secretly watched by many people. However, they were always with Lin Xian, so no one came to talk to them. Most of the young people at the party were actually students of the Saint Brilliant Academy. There was also one person who was being watched by everyone at the party. Lin Xian. Chapter 714. Lin Xian and Yi Yi were sitting there bragging about how brave they were in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave and how they led everyone out of danger. Of course, most of it was just bragging, but the two girls were relatively naive, so they were really excited. When they heard about the danger, especially when they heard that the six-eyed blood bat king blew up a sky venerable expert without warning. They were even more scared. Then, a voice sounded. They looked up and saw a girl in a white dress. She wasn't dressed to the nines, but she was a beautiful girl. Heartwarming. Miss Xiao. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi called out at the same time. They were teacher and student, but they were friends when they weren't in school. Xiao Ningning, why are you here? Lin Xian also looked at Heartwarming with a cold light in his eyes. Why was she acting like this? That's right, Heartwarming was the most popular person in the entire gathering. Especially when they saw Heartwarming looking for Lin Xian, they were all curious about who this person was. Those who knew didn't think much of it. After all, they were teacher and student, so it was normal for them to chat when they saw each other. It was just that the beauties were all by Lin Xian's side. Heartwarming rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then sat beside Yi Yi and took a sip of wine. Why? Can't I come? No. Didn't you become a teacher just now? That Gongsun Jun wasn't taught by you, so there's no relationship between the two of you. Oh, I understand, that Gongsun Jun obviously invited you because you're a beautiful teacher in the academy. He didn't care if you knew him or not, he just wanted to give you face. Men always have ulterior motives. Heartwarming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Not many men are good. Lin Xian, then Heartwarming said, your sister is busy with work every day and has no time to come out to play. I was bored after teaching, so I came to have a look. In fact, it was mainly because of her sister, Xiao Xingyue. After all, her sister had a boyfriend now, so she came over to have a look. She didn't know much about Gongsun Jun, and she hadn't even seen him before. After all, he was a master in the backyard of St. Brilliant's Academy. She had only seen photos of him, and he was quite handsome, but she didn't know much about him. Although he was her sister's boyfriend, as an elder sister, she should know a little about him. It's quite tiring. Lin Xian nodded. So, as a younger brother, how can you not be more considerate? You come out to play every day and look at your sister. She works for you every day. You have no conscience. Heartwarming also rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly, then scratched his head and said, it's fine. I'll be fine once I'm done with this. By the way, I heard that you're dating Ling Ying. Heartwarming suddenly asked. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi paid special attention to Lin Xian. Xingyue, go find your boyfriend. We won't accompany you, Ling Ying said to Xiao Xingyue behind him. Xiao Xingyue nodded slightly, then glanced at Heartwarming in front of her and walked away. They met on the way here. After all, they experienced danger together and went on an adventure together, so they knew each other. Then, they came together. Hi, Miss Xiao, Fan, Ling Ying then saw Heartwarming and the others. He waved happily and walked over. The surrounding people felt uncomfortable. Why were all these beautiful girls together? The other beautiful girl was Gongsun Jun's girlfriend. What should they do? Lin Xian walked over with the delicious food and saw Ling Ying. Han Chuxue was already sitting beside Heartwarming. Do you want to eat? Lin Xian passed the delicious food to them. I want to eat ice cream. Help me make it. Ling Ying said. Spoil you. Make it yourself. You said you would compensate me with 10. Ling Ying stared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian, okay, I'll make it for you. Lin Xian then walked away helplessly. Then, he became a happy tool. Chapter 7:15. However, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was really happy. Beautiful women were all around him. It was easier to strike up a conversation with a beauty alone, but it was not easy to do it when there were a group of beauties. However, there were still some bolder ones. As Ling Ying and the others were chatting, a few men came over. They were all about 30 years old. It could be seen that they should be successful people like Gong Sun Jun's father. They were probably married, but what did these men like the most? That's right, college students. They probably often had sex, and when they saw Ling Ying and the others, of course, they had evil intentions. Ladies, would you like to have a drink together? The man who spoke was wearing a suit with a smile on his face. He said, I'm Chang Kai, the director of the Chang Group. This is my business card. At this time, Lin Xian came over. Make way, make way. Then Lin Xian sat in the middle of them and looked up at him. You are? Oh, I'm Chang Kai, the director of the Chang Group. Halfway through his words, he saw the young man in front of him handing the ice cream to one of the beautiful girls. Then, he put his arm around their shoulders. He was stunned. Oh. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked indifferent. He hugged Ling Ying with one hand and Yi Yi with the other. Lu Yufan next to them was jealous. If he knew earlier, he would have changed seats with Yi Yi. Otherwise, he would be hugging himself now. But it was nothing. Xiao Runing had a smile on her face. Let's not talk about whether Lin Xian had a girlfriend or not. His relationship with these excellent girls had reached the point where they didn't care about hugging each other. It already showed that their relationship was very good. It also showed that Lin Xian was a person who could make girls like him. After all, she had experienced it herself. Lin Xian had kissed her several times, and she couldn't get angry. However, it was normal for Lin Xian to have a good relationship with them. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just here to get to know you. Chang Kai's expression was somewhat ugly. This brat was actually hugging left and right. Excuse me for asking, these two ladies are, oh? They are all my girlfriends. Lin Xian said indifferently. Chang Kai. Xiao Runing also sighed helplessly. This bastard. Chang Kai was completely dumbfounded. It's fake. It must be fake. Little Ying Ying, give me a kiss. No, there are too many people. I'll let you kiss me when we get home. Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Haiyang happened to walk over. Young Master Lin, sisters-in-law, the banquet is about to begin. One had to admit that this Wang Haiyang definitely had the potential to be a bootlicker. In order to suck up to Lin Xian, he had been paying attention to Lin Xian's situation. Then, when he saw that someone seemed to be going over to hit on Lin Xian, he quickly walked over to give face to Lin Xian. When Chang Kai heard Wang Haiyang's words, he silently walked away. Fuck. Mr. Chang, what's going on? Who exactly is that brat? This is fake, right? One of them was particularly puzzled and asked. I'm not sure, but that person just now was Wang Haiyang. This person is the son of the president of Lin and City's Bounty Hunter Guild. It can be seen that he is very respectful towards that Lin Xian. I'm afraid that he really is a big Buddha from somewhere. There are still many amazing people in this world. I can't help but admire him. On the other side, Lin Xian clinked glasses with Wang Haiyang. Only then did Wang Haiyang notice Xiao Runing. Miss Xiao. Wang Haiyang hurriedly became serious. What are you afraid of? I'm not a demon. Xiao Runing smiled and said. No. I didn't mean to offend Miss Xiao. Xiao Runing nodded her head. Wang Haiyang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Han Chushue and said, Chushue, let's dance together later. Han Chushue shook her head and said, I don't know how to dance, thank you. If that's the case, then forget it. Yo, Gongsun Jun is here. His father is here as well. Then, Wang Haiyang walked over. Almost everyone was gathered there. This person is Chushua's admirer, right? Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian nodded his head and said, yes, but unfortunately, all the beautiful girls are mine. Sigh. Shameless. Lu Yufan muttered. Let's go. After all, they are here. It is impolite for us to continue sitting here. Then, they got up and walked over. That Gongsun Jun was indeed very handsome today. He was dressed to the nines. Especially when he saw so many people, all of whom came for him. Especially when he saw Xiao Xinyue, who was so beautiful that he fell in love with her every time he saw her. That sense of excellence was even stronger. His gaze swept behind him, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He found that not only Ling Ying, but also several beautiful girls were surrounding Lin Xian. But it didn't matter. In the whole field, Lin Xian had many old acquaintances. Beside Gongsun Jun was a middle-aged man. This should be Gongsun Jun's father, Gongsun Hao. He was a very powerful existence in the whole Lin and city. After all, he was the hall master of the Azura Palace. Since the boss of the Azura Palace was not here, the Azura Palace's power in Lin and city was under his control. Everyone, please be quiet. Gongsun Hao also had a face full of smiles. He was very happy today. First, it was his son's birthday, and second, it was his son's girlfriend. She was so excellent that he was very satisfied. Today is my son Gongsun Jun's birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's attendance. Everyone knows that I only have one precious son. He also worked hard and got a lot of awards and achievements. Then, there was a thunderous applause. Brother Gongsun, your son really worked hard. Yes, he got the second place in the Sky Martial Assembly. My son didn't even enter the top 50. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare with others. Of course, don't you see how hard Gongsun Jun worked? Below, a group of people were licking him. Of course, Gongsun Hao liked this feeling. He smiled and said, yes, my son got the second place. Originally, I thought he could get the first place, but in the end, he lost to a more excellent girl. Of course, I am very happy today, because I heard my son said that he has a girlfriend. I am even happier because my son's girlfriend is the genius girl who defeated him. What of the people around, whether they knew or didn't know, were very surprised. Little Xinyue, come up. Gongsun Hao looked at Xiao Xinyue in front of him, then smiled and waved at her. Xiao Xinyue frowned. She just came to participate in his birthday party. She didn't have any other intentions. But she didn't know it would be like this. She didn't like it. Chapter 7:16. As Xiao Xinyue's sister, Xiao Runing certainly knew that she didn't like such occasions. She could participate in some occasions with many people, but she didn't like to be the focus of everyone's attention on such occasions. Although she was very beautiful and was already the focus, she didn't like the feeling that everyone could look at her. Perhaps if Gongsun Jun was someone she really liked, she wouldn't care, but Gongsun Jun wasn't someone she really liked. To be precise, she didn't know whether she liked this Gongsun Jun or not. If she didn't like him, then she couldn't agree to be his girlfriend. If she liked him, why couldn't she be happy? Xiao Xinyue knew that the reason why she agreed to be Gongsun Jun's girlfriend was that he was really outstanding. He had been pursuing her for nearly 3 years. Xiao Xinyue also saw these things in her eyes. Secondly, he saved her life. Coupled with the former factor, she agreed. It had to be said that girls, no matter how difficult it was to approach a girl, her heart was still soft. However, although Xiao Xinyue didn't like it, she still had to give face. Then she slowly walked up. Wow, so beautiful. I have lived for more than 40 years and have never seen such a beautiful girl. Could she be a star? Star. I don't think stars are so beautiful. Gongsun Jun, this child, is really blessed. The people below were talking about it. Of course, most of them were really amazed from the heart. The others were just for Gongsun how to hear and to give him face. It had to be said that it really gave him face. This future daughter-in-law was so beautiful. As a father-in-law, he was extremely happy. Come, Jun, introduce her to everyone. Gongsun Hao patted Gongsun Jun's shoulder. Gongsun Jun looked a little embarrassed and then took Xiao Xinyue's hand. Xiao Xinyue subconsciously wanted to pull back, but in front of so many people, she still chose to accommodate. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Xinyue. Today is my birthday, but I specifically emphasized that you don't need to prepare any birthday gifts. That's because I've already received the most important gift for me. Gongsun Jun looked at Xiao Xinyue and said. His words were really touching. Good. There was a thunderous applause below. Look at her. Look at you. Ling Ying pinched Lin Xian's waist next to Lin Xian. Damn. What's wrong? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Humph. Ling Ying snorted and didn't continue to say anything. Xiao Runing looked at this scene and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Of course, she had seen some clues about Xiao Xinyue. It was that she felt very restrained and uncomfortable when she held hands with Gongsun Jun. She didn't like it. She wasn't sure, but she felt that it might be because of her sister's personality. She was cold and arrogant. Although she was kind-hearted, she didn't know how to express her feelings at all. She didn't even know how to express her feelings to her parents. For example, she wouldn't say, "Daddy, I love you," to her father or "Happy Mother's Day" to her mother. She wouldn't say these because she didn't know how to express it, especially in front of so many people. Xinyue, are you happy? Gongsun Jun smiled and asked Xiao Xinyue. Xinyue. Happy? Why couldn't she be happy? Then, she squeezed out a smile with much difficulty. She smiled faintly and then walked down. Ahem, don't mind her. Xinyue doesn't like crowded places, and she doesn't like to be watched, Gongsun Jun explained. She's obviously shy. Ha ha ha. It's rare to see a girl like her. Young Master Gongsun is really lucky. Xiao Xinyue walked to a corner, picked up some food for herself, and ate it quietly. Her gaze landed on Lin Xian and the others behind the crowd. She didn't know why, but when she saw them, she felt a little better. She felt conflicted and lost. Gongsun Jun then smiled and said, "All right, let's eat and drink as much as we want. Also, I have a little secret to tell everyone. We have hidden 5 red crystals on the field. They are not too small, about the size of a ping-pong ball. It is actually not difficult to find them. If anyone can find them, my Gongsun family will cooperate with him in a project." Wow! Hearing Gongsun Jun's words, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Although the Gongsun family wasn't very rich in Lin and city, it was very powerful. If they could cooperate with the Gongsun family, it would obviously be very good for them. Okay, everyone must be hungry. The party will start now. As Gongsun Jun's voice fell, the people around dispersed. They seemed to be chatting with each other on the surface, but in fact, everyone was paying attention to where the red crystals were hidden. Gong Sun Jun smiled and walked to Xinyue's side in the corner. Why don't you chat with everyone? Xinyue shook her head. I don't like it. Well, I have to entertain a lot of people, so I can't accompany you all the time, but I'll be done soon. Okay. Xinyue nodded, and then Gong Sun Jun walked away. Hall Master, that's Lin Xian. A thin and weak man walked past Gong Sun Hao. Lin Xian also recognized this man, Jin Bao. Last time when they went to eat hot pot, this guy looked for trouble, and Lin Xian beat him up. This Jin Bao was one of Gong Sun Hao's left and right hands. Oh. Gong Sun Hao looked at Lin Xian. Of course he knew Lin Xian, and of course he also knew that this Lin Xian beat up his left and right hands. He even received a message from Liao Jian to deal with this Lin Xian. However, Liao Jian said that the hatred between them hadn't reached a high level, and he needed to be careful when dealing with Lin Xian. Moreover, he also knew that it was his own people who provoked this Lin Xian first, and his identity as the Azura Hall Master was a bit sensitive, so even if he wanted to make a move on Lin Xian, he needed to be very careful. Gong Sun Hao then saw that Lin Xian was surrounded by so many beautiful girls, and frowned. In the eyes of men, how good a man wasn't based on how much money he had, but on how many beautiful girls he had around him. If these girls were good or not, then the better they were, the better the man would be. Therefore, this scene made Gong Sun Hao feel that Lin Xian wasn't simple. Well, find a chance and bring a few strong people to cripple him. Be careful, don't expose yourself, and don't let others find you. Gong Sun Hao said to Jin Bao as he drank the red wine in his hand. Yes. Jin Bao sneered. This Lin Xian pierced his hand with chopsticks, he must pay back 10 times. Chapter 717. The party went on as usual. Lin Xian didn't care about the red crystal. Sorry, he didn't want it. They just sat there, eating and chatting. Everything around them had nothing to do with them. Why do you keep looking at her? Xiao Runing was also by everyone's side the whole time. She would always see the beautiful girl beside Lin Xian and would always look at Xiao Xinyue. Ah. Lin Xian coughed and touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Did she notice that too? Why did she have to look at Xiao Xinyue? Because she was the mission target. Fortunately, when Xiao Runing said this, Ling Ying and the others went to get the food, so no one heard it. Damn, my eyes are on my body. I can look at her if I want. Why do you care? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Xiao Runing. Men are really bad. It's no use looking at her. She's pretty, but she already has a boyfriend. What did you do earlier? Xiao Runing laughed. Damn, I didn't know her earlier. You have so many pretty girls around you. They're not worse than her. Why do you keep looking at her? Xiao Runing didn't understand. Xiao Ningning, you don't understand. Although the girls around me are pretty, they're already in my hands. Once they're in my hands, they're not that attractive anymore. In other words, the flowers at home are not as fragrant as the wild flowers. Pfft, Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. Already in your hands. She laughed out loud. Although she felt that Lin Xian was indeed capable and that girls should like him, and that he had a good relationship with Ling Ying and the others, she knew about Ling Ying and Han Chushua's status. How could they be so easily wooed? This Lin Xian really didn't think twice before speaking nonsense. Lin Xian didn't understand. Was society like this now? She wouldn't believe you if you said it was true. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lin Xian shrugged. I say, it's not right for you to do this. She already has a boyfriend. If you still have such thoughts, you have a moral problem. Do you understand? Heartwarming said. As long as you swing the hoe well, there's no corner that you can't dig. Tisk, Heartwarming rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Sure enough, all men were like this. However, if you become my girlfriend, Xiaoningning, then I will definitely give up on other women. How about it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Scram. Fine, I'll scram. It's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault for not being good enough for you. Heartwarming, bastard. In the entire venue, there were too many people paying attention to Lin Xian. Each of them had their own agenda. There were also many people who came to chat with Lin Xian. After all, they were in the same business circle. Of course, they knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and the Yixian group. At the very least, they knew that Lin Xian was Lin Ye's younger brother. In their opinion, the Yixian group was a rising star that would illuminate the entire night sky in the future. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to come over and hand Lin Xian their business cards. However, they didn't have much hope because they also knew that the Yixian group wouldn't have any cooperation for the time being. They also didn't know if Lin Xian had any status in the Yixian group. On the other side, Liao Zhibang walked towards a handsome man and handed him a glass of red wine. You know what to do, right? Liao Zhibang said. The man nodded. Young Master Liao, don't worry. Just leave it to me. I will definitely do it properly for you. Well, I will wait outside. Once this matter is done, I will give you the remaining 5 million on the spot. Liao Zhibang then drank the red wine and glanced at Xiao Xinyue in the corner. Now that Gongsun Jun's full attention was on greeting these guests, it was the best time to make a move. Then, Fang Tian shook the red wine glass with a smile on his face. He had the temperament of a young master with a relatively high status. Then, Fang Tian walked in front of Xiao Xinyue. Hello, Miss Xiao. Xiao Xinyue glanced at him and then nodded slightly to express her greeting. I am Gongsun Jun's cousin, Fang Tian. I have been away all year round. I just came back and I heard that he found a girlfriend, and such a beautiful girlfriend. It really surprised me. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. Since he was Gongsun Jun's cousin, she still had to treat him with respect. It had to be said that she was still a very good girlfriend because she knew how to give face to her man. Even if she didn't like it, she wasn't sure whether she liked it or not. If she really didn't like it, she wouldn't have agreed to be Gongsun Jun's girlfriend. However, why didn't she have the happy feeling of being in love? Fang Tian then asked with a smile, do you like to eat osmanthus cake? Xiao Xinyue said slightly, it's okay. I like this kind of fragrance. Then you have to try the Sephora cake. Wait a minute, I will get it for you. Xiao Xinyue was just about to stop him, but Fang Tian had already run away. He was very fast. It seemed that he really wanted to recommend something to her. Then, Fang Tian took a piece of Sephora cake and secretly sprinkled a colorless powder on it. It looked like the flour on the Sephora cake. Then, he smiled and walked towards Xiao Xinyue. Come, try it. It's Sephora cake. Fang Tian handed it to Xiao Xinyue. Thank you. Xiao Xinyue felt that he was Gongsun Jun's cousin after all. Moreover, he was doing it out of kindness. Even if she didn't want to eat it, she still took a bite. How is it? It's pretty good. Ha ha ha, then I won't disturb you. Take your time. Fang Tian then walked away with a smile. Liao Zhibang saw this scene from afar and the corner of his mouth curled up. The first step was successful. That's right. The Sephora cake was the medicine that Liao Zhian gave him. This medicine was very effective, but it took time to take effect. However, if it was evaporated, it would take effect much faster. Liao Xian often looked at Xiao Xinyue intentionally or unintentionally. When he saw this scene, he knew that it was done. After a few minutes, Fang Tian walked towards Xiao Xinyue again. Xinyue, someone is looking for you outside. Xiao Xinyue frowned. It's a very beautiful girl looking for you. I just met her in the toilet. However, she can't come in without an invitation, so she asked me to come in and see if she's your friend. Then, Xiao Xinyue walked out. Fang Tian sneered behind her. Although Xiao Xinyue was puzzled, she didn't think too much about it. A very beautiful girlfriend. Did she have one? She didn't know, so she went out to take a look. When Xiao Xinyue walked out, there was no one outside. There were only 2 staff members guarding the entrance of the hall. The entire 4th floor was booked. Therefore, other than the people in the hall, there was no one else. Xiao Xinyue turned around in confusion, looking for that person. Suddenly, she frowned and her figure swayed. Then, Xiao Xinyue suddenly turned around. Chapter 718. There was a man she didn't know standing behind her, but that wasn't important. The important thing was, what was wrong with her body? She had no strength at all. She couldn't even stand properly, and a strange feeling was slowly rising. It was a feeling she had never felt before. She staggered and quickly held on to the wall beside her. Xiao Xinyue felt that something was wrong. Who are you? She realized that she had been too careless. Even now, she didn't know what went wrong. The man in front of her smirked and walked towards her. Bang! Xiao Xinyue couldn't resist at all. She wanted to dodge, she wanted to block, but she didn't have the strength. Young Master Liao, she's under control. The surveillance cameras have been destroyed. He spoke into the mini earpiece in his ear. Well done. Send her to the designated room and get the money from my butler. The man showed an excited expression and quickly helped Xiao Xinyue to the hotel room next door. What a beauty. He stared at Xiao Xinyue lying on the bed and couldn't help but reach out his hand. Then, he suddenly remembered that the room was equipped with surveillance cameras, so he withdrew his hand. Forget it. As long as he got the money, even if he couldn't find a woman of this level, he could at least find a lot of beauties. Then, he walked away with satisfaction. On the other side, Xiao Xinyue's disappearance didn't attract anyone's attention. She walked out on her own. Some people might have seen her, but so what? Wasn't it normal for her to go to the toilet or get some fresh air? Big brother, Xiao Xinyue is done. What do you think we should do with Lin Xian? Their goal was to ruin Lin Xian's reputation and make Lin Xian an enemy of the Gongsun family. Especially under such circumstances, wouldn't it be perfect? What was missing now? The only thing left now was to trick Lin Xian into going to that room. But it would be difficult to trick Lin Xian, but there was no need to think too much. It might be possible to do it with the simplest method. Go to the room and let the medicine evaporate first. Leave the rest to me. Liao Zhibang nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Big brother, that Lin Xian has the space attribute. What if he runs away? Is there any way we can stop his spatial attribute? Liao Xian sneered, tell me, if he is poisoned and unconscious, do you think he can still think of using the space attribute to escape? I'm afraid that even if we were by his side, he would only play with Xiao Xinyue. That's true. Don't worry about that. Once that medicine takes effect, even a cultivator in the Thunder Tribulation realm will instantly lose his strength after smelling it. After losing his strength, he will become delirious. Then, he will feel as if he has been drugged. So, as long as you let it take effect, you don't have to worry about anything else. Remember, don't get drugged. Don't worry, big brother. I'll go over now. Then, Liao Zhibang walked out excitedly. As for whether or not they would be found out to be under the influence of aphrodisiac, it didn't matter. Even if they were under the influence of aphrodisiac, as long as they saw this scene, even if they were delirious, and even if everyone could guess that they were being framed, Lin Xian would definitely die after being slapped in the face. In addition, it was best that he did not let anyone find out. So, he still had an antidote. This antidote was also in that room. With a little trick, the antidote would also evaporate, but it would only evaporate a few minutes after the aphrodisiac took effect. However, it still needed to be slowly neutralized. He would calculate the time. When they entered, the two of them would still be doing things, but the air would have already been neutralized by the antidote. Lin Xian, provoking me, Liao Xian. You are destined to end up like this. No one knew that something had happened to Xiao Xinyue. Where's Xinyue? Gong Sun Jun looked back and did not see Xiao Xinyue. After thinking about it, he knew that she would not have left. She probably went to the toilet. On the other side, Liao Zhibang came to Xiao Xinyue's room. He looked at Xiao Xinyue, who was lying on the bed with her face flushed red and her brows furrowed. To be honest, this woman was simply unimaginable. At that moment, he even thought of giving up and ignoring everything else. It would be great if he could just play with this woman first. However, he still regained his senses. Such an exquisite woman. That Gong Sun Jun did not even touch her. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would be the one to take advantage of this? Liao Zhibang felt that it was too good for Lin Xian. However, on second thought, the price was his life, so it was slightly better. Liao Zhibang originally thought that it was fine to take advantage of this moment to satisfy his craving. That face, those legs, that figure. However, he was still cautious. If he left his fingerprints on her body, although there was almost no danger, he thought about it and decided not to. Then, Liao Zhibang quickly ignited the medicine and activated the pinhole camera on the wall. Everything was ready and he quickly walked out. About 10 minutes later, Feng Tian walked back to Lin Xian's side with a smile on his face. Young Master Lin, are you busy? There's something I need to tell you. Feng Tian smiled and said to Lin Xian. Let's talk here. Feng Tian smiled. I think it's better for the two of us to talk alone. All right. Then, Lin Xian walked away. Ling Ying and the others looked at each other. Not letting them hear. There must be something. I guess it must be related to girls. Lu Yufan said. I think so too. Ling Ying smiled. However, she thought about it and let it go. She did not care about him. Lin Xian said that he did not know this person. He was so mysterious. Lin Xian was really a little curious. Sorry, I don't know what the relationship between young Master Lin and those around you is, so it's best not to let them hear it. It's also for young Master Lin's good. Go ahead. Feng Tian said, I'm Miss Xiao's friend. I'm not really a friend. After all, I'm not qualified. She asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you in room 4003. It seems that she has something very important to tell you. Oh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Then why didn't she send me a WeChat message? Feng Tian frowned. This Lin Xian's point of view was a little strange. I don't know. I just happened to meet her when I went to the toilet. She asked me to come and tell you. After all, it's a little ambiguous, so it's best not to talk about it in front of the girls around young Master Lin. I've passed the message. My job is done. It's none of my business whether young Master Lin goes or not. I'm just passing a message on the way. Fang Tian said and walked away. Lin Xian scratched his head. This Xiao Xinyue was really strange. Could it be that she wanted to have a secret rendezvous with him? But why didn't she send him a message on the phone? Could it be that she was friends with Gongsun Jun? Could it be that she wanted to seduce him? Wahahaha, Lin Xian then walked out. Chapter 719. Fang Tian didn't care about this. He just said these words and took the money and left. As for the danger, in the city, as long as he was in a crowded place, there would be no danger. Of course, he understood. Then Fang Tian said, "It's been 10 minutes, and they haven't come back yet. At first, I thought there might be some misunderstanding and didn't care too much. But 10 minutes later, none of them came back, so I thought there might be some tricks, so I had to tell young Master Gongsun about this. If there is any offense, please forgive me." Gongsun Jun clenched his fist. Even if this Fang Tian helped him, he still hated this person very much. Because he said this in front of everyone, it was a slap to Gongsun Jun's face, a slap to the Gongsun family's face. Gongsun Hao's face was also extremely ugly. "You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, go to room 4003 and take a look. I think you will find something," Fang Tian said. Anyway, when these people went out, he didn't care what happened. He just took the money and left. Cough cough. At this time, Gongsun Hao coughed and said, "Everyone, I know Xinyue very well, and I believe in Xinyue's character, so I think this matter is completely false. Of course, since this little brother said so, then we have to go and see. If it's true, then my Gongsun family and Lin Xian will not give up." Then Gongsun Hao angrily waved his hand and walked out. The people behind him quickly followed him, and Gongsun Jun also hurried to follow. He didn't believe it, he didn't believe it. But he felt something was wrong. First, he saw Xiao Xinyue leave long ago. It should be 20 minutes now. Going to the toilet shouldn't take so long, right? Second, Lin Xian also left. Whether there would be any little scheme between them, he didn't know, but he knew that something must have happened to them in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Third, he just sent a message to Xiao Xinyue, and she hasn't replied yet. Fuck. Let's go and take a look. Then, Ling Ying and the others also followed behind. Thus, hundreds of people walked out together and went to the door of room 4003 in a grandiose manner. Bang! Gongsun Hao directly kicked the door open in anger, and then Gongsun Jun rushed in. However, inside, there was no one in sight. Liao Zhibang and Liao Xian's pupils constricted when they witnessed this scene. How could this be? How was this possible? They walked around in a circle but didn't see anyone at all. How could such a perfect plan fail? Liao Xian was in disbelief. That's right, under normal circumstances, they would have succeeded. Lin Xian would have indeed fallen for the trap, so how did they fail? Lin Xian's poison attribute. Even if Lin Xian was in the lightning tribulation realm, if it wasn't for the poison attribute, Lin Xian would have already lost consciousness and had sex with Xiao Xinyue. Then, he would have been caught red-handed by everyone. It was the poison attribute that saved Lin Xian. Nonsense. Gongsun Hao shouted angrily, and then said angrily, "Where is that person just now? Where did he go?" However, Fang Tian had already taken the money and left the moment they walked out of the hall. Big brother Gongsun, this matter is indeed a bit strange. The problem now is that Lin Xian has the space attribute. Does he have the ability to suddenly hear the sound of the door being kicked open and take Xiao Xinyue away? Of course, I don't mean anything else. I just think that Lin Xian happened to be away for a long time, and that Xiao Xinyue happened to be away for a long time. Someone witnessed this matter. Look at this bed, there are obvious traces of someone lying on it. Liao Jian didn't give up and said. Humph. No matter what, I must investigate this matter clearly. I believe in Xinyue, but I also won't allow my Gongsun family's future daughter-in-law to be a despicable person. Gongsun Hao clenched his fists. Gongsun Jun was relieved when he saw that no one was there, but where was he? Find me, who can contact him? Contact Lin Xian for me. Jun contact Xinyue. 10 minutes ago, Lin Xian found that something was wrong. He directly released the space attribute and took Xiao Xinyue to room 4005 next door. So now he could hear the movements outside clearly. What should I do? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Lin Xian really didn't do anything to her. Well, he was just addicted to touching her. That was also necessary, right? After all, he had to hug her, and it was Xiao Xinyue who took the initiative. Lin Xian originally thought that he should take advantage of such a good opportunity to do her. Then he suddenly thought that something was wrong. This was a conspiracy. No, absolutely not. Then he detoxified Xiao Xinyue. Although Xiao Xinyue was delirious, she could probably remember what had just happened. Of course, she was extremely ashamed of her behavior. But now she was also panicking. Or, go out and make it clear. Xiao Xinyue said. Make it clear. How to make it clear? I destroyed the pinhole camera. Even if it can be used as evidence, it is completely unconvincing. Xiao Xinyue calmed down, but her small face was still crimson. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Make up a reason. At this time, Xiao Xinyue's phone rang. She quickly looked at Lin Xian. Just say that you're in the toilet. It's only 20 minutes. Who said that you can't be in the toilet for 20 minutes? I'll use the space attribute to send you there. Okay, then Xiao Xinyue picked up the phone. Hello, Xinyue, where are you? Gongsun Jun quickly asked. Toilet. What's wrong? Xiao Xinyue asked in a calm tone. She didn't expose herself at all. Oh, nothing. Then why didn't you reply to my message just now? Xiao Xinyue said, my WeChat has a do not disturb setting. I didn't look at it. If there's nothing else, then I'm hanging up. Then Gongsun Jun hung up the phone. Xinyue is in the toilet. We shouldn't have believed that person's nonsense. Xinyue is not such a person. Gongsun Jun said angrily. Then, Xiao Xinyue walked out of the women's washroom and calmly washed her hands. Of course, the group of people saw her. When they saw her walk out of the women's washroom, they removed their suspicion of her. Even if Liao Jian and the others had other excuses, they couldn't say it out loud because once they said it, they would be suspected. Fuck. Liao Jian gritted his teeth. Why did he fail? Then where is Lin Xian? Liao Zhibang didn't give up and asked. Aren't you Lin Xian's friends? Hurry up and ask. Liao Zhibang looked at Ling Ying and the others. Where he is none of your business. Ling Ying said. You. Liao Zhibang was Ling Ying's pursuer. But now it was different. Although he liked Lin Xian, he wanted to destroy Lin Xian more. Liao Zhibang was discouraged. At this time, Lin Xian walked out of the toilet and washed his hands. Oh, what's going on? Why are they all out? Are they going to change to the next round? Lin Xian looked at the people not far away with a surprised face. Chapter 720. The two of them acted very well and didn't reveal any clues from their expressions. It's nothing, just came over to take a look. Lin Xian then wiped his hands and walked over and said, I say, young Master Gongsun, your birthday is poisonous. I haven't had diarrhea for several years. Why do I feel uncomfortable eating here? Hee, maybe you're not used to eating something and happen to eat it. It's probably food poisoning, but for young Master Lin's realm, ordinary food poisoning is not dangerous. Gongsun Jun said with a smile. When he realized that there was nothing going on between Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue, and that they were both in the bathroom, he was relieved. His mood instantly improved. Okay, you guys continue. I have to go to the hospital. Happy birthday to you. Lin Xian said. Happy birthday. Then Lin Xian swaggered out. Hey, Ling Ying and the others quickly caught up with Lin Xian. Xinyue, are you okay? Gongsun Jun worriedly walked towards Xiao Xinyue. It's okay, I'm also a little uncomfortable, so I'm going home to rest. Okay, I'll send you. No need, there are still so many guests to entertain. I'll go back by myself. After saying that, Xiao Xinyue slightly bowed to Gongsun Hao and then walked away. What a good girl, and you actually wronged her. Where's the person who just spoke? Did you find him? Gongsun Hao said angrily. Hall Master, that person seems to have run away when we just went out. Gongsun Hao clenched his fist. Chase him for me, catch him for me. He dared to frame Xinyue, I want him to pay the price. Gongsun Jun said angrily. Yes. Liao Jian and Liao Zhibang walked into the hall. They seemed to be eating and chatting casually, but both of them didn't look very good. Big brother, why is this happening? Liao Zhibang said that he couldn't accept it. I'm not sure either. Logically speaking, even if Lin Xian was in the lightning tribulation realm, he should have been hit the moment he entered the room. However, he acted normal and even acted out a show with Xiao Xinyue. Liao Jian gritted his teeth. Then let's expose them. Please don't. Liao Jian quickly stopped Liao Zhibang and said, if we expose it, then we will be exposed. Moreover, we have no evidence. This matter can only fail. Did Fang Tian silence him? Liao Zhibang nodded. Uncle Zhang just sent word that he's been silenced. Then there's no need to worry. It's just that I didn't expect this plan to fail. That Lin Xian must have suspected something, but I'm not sure if he'll suspect us. During this period of time, don't act rashly and don't have any contact with that Lin Xian. Yes, but, that Lin Xian, don't worry, he's just lucky to have escaped this time. As long as he's still here, I want him dead. On the other side, Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi caught up with Lin Xian. Hey, what's going on? Ling Ying felt that things weren't that simple. Although it was possible for warriors to fall sick, the probability was really low. Lin Xian smiled and said, someone wants to make a move on me and frame me. Ah. Han Chushue then asked, that means that the rumor about you and Xiao Xinyue being in the same room is true. Lin Xian nodded. It's true, but I was tricked. It was to frame me. But don't worry, nothing happened between us. Lin Xian quickly said. TSK, can you remove the strawberry on your neck before saying that? Ling Ying said sourly. Oh. Lin Xian scratched his head. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Then Lu Yufan took out his small mirror and put it in front of Lin Xian. See for yourself. Lin Xian then took a look. There really were strawberries on his neck, and there were quite a few of them. Fortunately, they were far away at the time, and Lin Xian didn't walk over. He just said a few words and left. Otherwise, he would really be suspected. Ling Ying was very sure that the strawberry wasn't sucked by her. It wasn't there before, and it only appeared just now. Then, all kinds of system notifications of jealous girls appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. It's like this. Xiao Xinyue was drugged, and then, Lin Xian told them what happened. After hearing Lin Xian's words, they naturally chose to believe him. Instead, they forgot about Lin Xian being kissed. More importantly, who wanted to harm Lin Xian? Do you know who it is? Ling Ying asked with a frown. Lin Xian smiled. In short, it can't be someone from the Gongsun family. After all, Xiao Xinyue is Gongsun Jun's favorite. He wouldn't want me to take advantage of her. As for who it is, I have a rough idea. Fong Tian was obviously a gun. He wasn't important. Lin Xian guessed that he was already dead. As for the people behind him, Lin Xian's enemies, the Liao family. Lin Xian could only think of them. If it were other enemies, the evil fiend temple wouldn't do this to him, right? Xiao Mengyue. She was nowhere to be found. Maybe if she was there, it could be her. However, Lin Xian had his doubts. He felt that it was more likely to be the Liao family. Then what are you going to do? Yi Yi asked worriedly. Don't tell anyone. I know what I'm doing. Since they want to make a move on me, they'll definitely reveal a flaw. Don't worry, play slowly. There's plenty of time. Lin Xian's lips curled. On the other side, Xiao Runing left and caught up with Xiao Xinyue. Of course, she knew that there was something fishy going on. She believed that Gongsun Jun and Gongsun Hao also felt that there was something fishy going on. It was just that there was no evidence. Moreover, this wouldn't damage the Gongsun family's image. Xinyue. Xiao Runing called out to Xiao Xinyue. At this moment, Xiao Xinyue was very, very conflicted. She was about to die. Lin Xian also told her some of her guesses. She also knew that those people's goal was actually Lin Xian. She was just a springboard in the middle. This had already insulted her dignity, so she would definitely solve this matter herself. However, there was one more thing that made her extremely confused. That was, even though she was in a daze at the time, she could still remember what had happened after she woke up. She took the initiative to kiss Lin Xian, took off his clothes, grabbed his hand, and wanted him to pinch her thing. It was simply incomparable shame. To put it simply, if Lin Xian wanted to make a move at that time, she would have already lost her innocence. To be precise, she would have already lost it now. However, it was much better than that, right? However, she still had the identity of Gongsun Jun's girlfriend. Although she didn't do it willingly, when she thought about it, she felt that she was really bad. Sis, Xiao Xinyue turned around and looked at Xiao Runing, who was chasing after her. Chapter 721. Xiao Runing looked at Xiao Xinyue. When she heard Xiao Xinyue call her sister, she knew that something was wrong with her. It wasn't that she didn't know how to call her sister, but there was something wrong with the way she called her sister. Girls were all meticulous. Even the most careless girls were very meticulous when it came to showing their emotions. What happened? Xiao Runing asked. Nothing. Xiao Xinyue was as stubborn as ever. Xiao Runing pulled Xiao Xinyue and said with a smile, "Do you think I don't know you? What's wrong? You can't even tell me." Xiao Xinyue bit her lips. Yes, no matter how cold a girl was, there would be a time when she was very fragile. For Xiao Xinyue now, the impact on her might not be that big, but it was the time when she was the most confused and didn't know what to do. She hesitated for a moment, then told Xiao Runing what had just happened. Of course, she really didn't have the nerve to say that she took the initiative to kiss Lin Xian. She just said that she was a little indecent. Xiao Runing fell into deep thought. According to what you said, someone in this party tried to sow discord between Lin Xian and the Gongsun family, trying to make the Gongsun family kill Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. Then what do you think? Xiao Xinyue shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. This has nothing to do with you. What you're worried about now is that as Gongsun Jun's girlfriend, something intimate happened between you and Lin Xian. This situation makes you feel very bad, right? Yes, Xiao Runing was really helpless. Although Lin Xian might be a little straight, Xiao Runing couldn't help but admire his luck with women. He didn't do anything, but he had an ambiguous relationship with her sister. However, she really valued Lin Xian's character. After all, according to Xiao Xinyue, Lin Xian could have done her in that situation, but Lin Xian didn't. On the surface, he looked like a pervert, but his character was actually quite good. If Lin Xian knew what Xiao Runing was thinking, then he would definitely cry out that he had been wronged. If it were not for the situation at that time, and if it were not for the fact that everyone was looking for them, Lin Xian swore that he would have definitely taken advantage of such a good opportunity to take care of Xiao Xinyue. You feel sorry for Gongsun Jun, right? Xiao Runing asked. Yes. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. It was very chaotic. She obviously had no feelings for Gongsun Jun, but she happened to be his girlfriend. She couldn't deny this. However, with such a relationship, she had such an intimate relationship with another man. She couldn't allow herself to do such a thing. Even if she couldn't control herself, she was still very upset. Do you like Gongsun Jun? Xiao Runing suddenly asked this question. Xiao Xinyue frowned slightly because this question made her speechless. Like? But she wasn't happy. She didn't like. Then why did she agree to be his girlfriend? Come sleep at my place tonight, and tell me how you got together with him. Xiao Runing said. After all, Xiao Xinyue was her sister. When her sister was confused, she might be able to give her some advice. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also went back home. However, after Lin Xian sent Lu Yufan and Yi Yi home, he took Han Chuxue and Ling Ying with him and insisted on going home with them. After all, they didn't live together. Then, Lin Xian was caught in a dilemma that could lead to his death. The three of them stood at a fork in the road. One went left, and the other went right. Who are you going with? Ling Ying asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head, looked at Ling Ying, and then looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue turned her head. Although they were very good friends, at this time, both of them wanted Lin Xian to go with them. Can we go together? It's not like we're going to do anything. We're just going to play poker. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, play your sister. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. This bastard is really shameless. Hee hee, let's go, let's go. How can two people play poker? Let's go, let's go. Lin Xian pulled Ling Ying with one hand and Han Chuxue with the other. In your dreams. Do you think you're an emperor? Even emperors can't do this. Hurry up and choose. I'm sleepy and want to sleep, Ling Ying said. Han Chuxue was very indulgent towards Lin Xian. However, as for Ling Ying, to be honest, she was also very indulgent. However, she would say her own views. However, Han Chuxue was the kind of person who would listen to Lin Xian no matter what once she liked him. Even if she didn't like him, she wouldn't say it. Ling Ying made Lin Xian feel embarrassed. But following one, if he followed Ling Ying, then Han Chuxue. If he followed Han Chuxue, then Ling Ying, wasn't this asking for his old life? It was either he chose neither or he chose both. That was the only way. But, damn it, Xiao Xingyue has made me angry tonight, let's go together. I mainly want to talk to you about what happened tonight. Little Ying, what are you thinking? Lin Xian said sincerely. Ling Ying frowned. Lin Xian then said, as you all know, there are people who want to make a move on me at this gathering. They might even want to kill me. Although I already have a suspect in mind, I still need to discuss with you the specifics of what to do and how to retaliate. You all are so smart, you will definitely be able to help me. After all, Lin Xian's words were related to his safety. It was hard for them to reject him even though they felt that Lin Xian was still looking for excuses. Didn't you say that you have a plan? Ling Ying wasn't a fool and asked. Didn't I say that for Fan Fan and Yi? They are still young. I don't want them to worry. You said that we should talk on the road in the middle of the night. What if someone wants to make a move on me? What if it's an expert? It's still so cold, so let's go to Chushua's house. I swear, we will just sit in the living room and drink tea and chat. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying and Han Chushua nodded. Ling Ying, this is related to Lin Xian's safety. Let's help you decide. Han Chushua looked at Ling Ying and said. Okay, then let's go to Chushua's house. It's bigger. Then they went to Han Chushua's house together. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the two super beauties walking side by side in front of him. Swear. Just sit on the sofa. What's the use of that? As long as the two of them went, Lin Xian would definitely be able to get them both. Wahahaha, that's right. That night, the two girls were tricked by Lin Xian again. Then they were harmed again. Actually, the main reason was that they indulged Lin Xian. Otherwise, even if they were tricked, if they really didn't want to, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do it. Chapter 722. On the same night, Lin Xian was comfortably doing something. On the other side, in Ling Longshue's residence, Bing Lingyue walked into Ling Longshue's room with a pillow in her arms. Lingyue. Ling Longshue was sitting there cultivating. She opened her beautiful eyes when she heard the noise and saw Bing Lingyue. When she first met Bing Lingyue, they slept together. However, when Bing Lingyue gradually recovered, they separated. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, I haven't slept with Ling Long in a long time. After saying that, Bing Lingyue sat on Ling Longshue's bed. Ling Longshue made some space for her. Still cultivating. Ling Longshue shook her head, I'm just trying. If I want to advance to the next level, it's useless to rely solely on cultivation. What I lack is opportunities. Otherwise, I won't be able to advance in this life. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, that won't happen. You still have a long life. You're already in the 10 stars great virtual realm. What you lack is the bottleneck of the heavenly Dao realm. But this bottleneck is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I've consulted the experts of the heavenly Dao realm. To advance to the heavenly Dao realm, one needs to have no distracting thoughts. One needs to have a strong soul. One needs to understand the meaning of the heavenly Dao. However, I don't know if I've reached any of these 3 points. Ling Longshue shook her head slightly and lay down. Bing Lingyue lay down beside her. Their surroundings were pitch black. Do you have any distracting thoughts? Bing Lingyue asked. This question stumped Ling Longshue. Did she have any distracting thoughts? These distracting thoughts didn't mean that one couldn't have romantic feelings. It didn't mean that liking someone, falling in love with someone, or caring for someone was a distracting thought. These were normal people's emotions and desires. There was no need to abandon them. It just meant that abandoning them made it easier for one to have no distracting thoughts. Did she have any distracting thoughts? Of course, she admitted it. Her family had gone to that place and never returned. She wanted to explore it. This was her distracting thoughts. It would affect her negative emotions, make her sad, and make her yearn. Positive emotions, like love and happiness, were not distracting thoughts. On the contrary, such a state of mind was helpful for cultivation. For example, if a person was stuck at a bottleneck for many, many years because he had an inner demon, then one day, when his inner demon was undone, he didn't need to do anything. The moment his inner demon was undone, he would directly break through. Yes. Linglong Shui replied with a Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue asked. Linglong Shui turned to look at Bing Lingyue. Why did she suddenly think of Lin Xian? Bing Lingyue was here to help Lin Xian test Linglong Shui's attitude towards him. She was Lin Xian's wingman. It couldn't be helped. He was just that reliable. Why are you talking about him? Linglong Shui asked curiously. Because I feel that there are some special feelings between you and Lin Xian. Maybe Lin Xian will even make you have distracting thoughts, right? Perhaps even if no one told her, the sensitive Bing Lingyue had already discovered some clues about the relationship between Lin Xian and Linglong Shui. Something important must have happened between them that no one else knew about. Bing Lingyue had known Linglong Shui for a long time. When they met, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui were enemies. She knew that, so she knew that something must have happened before. That was why Linglong Shui treated Lin Xian so badly that she even wanted to kill him. After that, through various things, Lin Xian showed many extraordinary abilities and helped her a lot. Gradually, they became close friends. She felt that even if she didn't like him, she must have a good impression of him. Linglong Shui didn't say anything because her thoughts went back to that time. Do you like Lin Xian? Bing Lingyue asked. Linglong Shui was slightly stunned. Like Lin Xian. She was stumped by the question again. She wasn't a person who would lie to herself. She would say what she felt. At most, she wouldn't admit it. But she wouldn't lie to her heart. She had to admit that she didn't hate Lin Xian now. She even felt good about him. Sometimes, she would even think about Lin Xian and recall some of the things that happened between them. She felt that it was quite interesting, except for that incident, but that incident would definitely make her have the most special feelings for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the man who took her virginity. But, she shook her head. After all, Lin Xian even took advantage of Linglong. Isn't that like? Bing Lingyue asked with a smile. When was I taken advantage of by him? Linglong Shui asked. Yes. That night when you went to the casino, Lin Xian held your hand and hugged your waist. You and I saw it very clearly. She was so angry that she was about to die. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Only then did Linglong Shui realize, it seemed like it wasn't the only time Lin Xian actually took advantage of her so often, but, if it was another man, forget about taking advantage of her. Even if they were to flirt with her or humiliate her, that person would die. Not to mention holding her hand and hugging her waist, Lin Xian said that between friends, even if it's a man and a woman, it doesn't matter. Linglong Shui said. Yes, between friends, even if it's a man and a woman holding hands, it's normal. But if it's a woman hugging your waist, it's not normal. Do you dislike it? Bing Lingyue's question stumped Linglong Shui again. She had never thought about these questions, but now that she suddenly thought about it, if it was a long time ago, she would definitely dislike it. But at that time, she didn't dislike it. It was just that she wasn't used to it, that was all. If she really didn't like it, Then no matter what reason Lin Xian had, no matter how many explanations he gave, she wouldn't let him touch her hand. But, could it be that she really liked Lin Xian? No, 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 how could it be? She was confused, like. What did it feel like? Linglong Shui shook her head. She didn't know. Bing Lingyue glanced at Linglong Shui. She was thinking. She didn't directly shake her head or nod her head. She didn't give an answer. Bing Lingyue smiled. This Lin Xian was really strange. He could make a girl like Linglong Shui pay attention to him. He was really something. Lingyue, you said you liked him. What does it feel like? Linglong Shui turned to look at Bing Lingyue and asked. There weren't many secrets between them. They would whisper a lot. But of course, she didn't mention the thing between Linglong Shui and Lin Xian. Like, Bing Lingyue said, it's very simple. When you don't see him, you'll miss him. You'll think about what happened between the two of you. If you encounter something funny and you laugh, you'll see if he laughed. You'll look forward to seeing him again. Of course, there are many more. Linglong Shui frowned slightly. It couldn't be, right? Why? Like Lin Xian? Bing Lingyue asked. Chapter 723. Hearing Bing Lingyue's words, Linglong Shui was stunned and shook her head. No. Okay, but Lin Xian seems to like you. Bing Lingyue said. Him. Which girl doesn't like him? Pfft, Bing Lingyue couldn't help but laugh. This was very real. It seemed that Linglong Shui still had some resentment towards Lin Xian. If Lin Xian pursues you, what will you choose? Bing Lingyue continued to ask. Linglong Shui looked at the ceiling above her head. After a few seconds, she said softly, we are not from the same world. But we are from the same world now. Linglong, do you think Lin Xian can't reach your level? She shook her head. No, he can definitely reach it. Then why aren't we from the same world? Bing Lingyue smiled. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go to sleep. After talking about this, Bing Lingyue already knew what was going on. She knew it better than Linglong Shui. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. This was what it meant. The next morning, Lin Xian was kicked off the bed. Lin Xian scratched his head and stood up in a daze. Although he was kicked, it didn't hurt. He looked at Ling Ying on the bed and touched his forehead helplessly. Ling Ying was using the blanket to cover herself. She stared at Lin Xian angrily, but her face was red. On the other side, Han Chushue seemed to be very tired. She opened her eyes and closed them again. Miss, what are you doing so early in the morning? Lin Xian climbed up again helplessly. Bastard! What did you say last night? You said that you would come back to talk to us. You even swore. What about now? You're talking about bed. Ling Ying said angrily. Hee hee. Lin Xian chuckled and said, I'm tired of talking. Come, give me a kiss. Go away. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Seriously, she and Han Chushue, the two daughters of rich families, were bullied to death by Lin Xian. You were more proactive than me last night, and now you're blaming me. Sigh, you women. Lin Xian sighed. Go to hell. Ling Ying glared fiercely at Lin Xian, then pulled the blanket and turned around, ignoring Lin Xian. I'll go make breakfast. Remember to wake up later. Lin Xian smiled and walked Ling Yi Chushue. Behind her, she patted Han Chushue. Han Chushue lazily opened her eyes and turned to look at her. What? We're going to be bullied to death by Lin Xian like this. Han Chushue closed her eyes again, covered her head with the blanket, and said, "We'll talk about it later. I'm tired." That bastard. Ling Ying clenched her teeth, then closed her eyes and went back to sleep. On the other side, Lin Xian was humming a tune as he hopped around in the kitchen. Even his footsteps were light as he skipped around. What a joke. Of course, he would be at ease after taking care of these two top-notch girls. They're probably going to sleep for a long time. Then I'll make breakfast. Sigh, how can a good man like me be found? Lin Xian thought narcissistically. Of course, he knew that it was because of Ling Ying and Han Chushue's generosity. Think about it, this was an era of monogamy, not ancient times. There was no such thing as male supremacy. Instead, girls were getting more and more popular, and boys were getting more and more sucking up to them. Anyone who found a girlfriend like Ling Ying and Han Chushue would treat them like a treasure. That kind of girlfriend would be very arrogant. She would think that she was very outstanding, and as a man, he had to protect her. Otherwise, she would dump him at any time. With her looks, what kind of man couldn't she find? Look at Lin Xian, he already had girlfriends of this level, and more than one at that. In this era where monogamy was especially important, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were actually willing to let Lin Xian do it with them time and time again. Other than the fact that they really liked Lin Xian, they must have swallowed all their grievances. Where the fuck could you find such a woman now? Lin Xian knew this very well. He also wanted to not let them down, but what should he do with the system that he loved and hated? There was no other way. Lin Xian could only be the bad guy. Men were indeed fickle creatures. They wanted to be good to girls, but they couldn't help but hook up with other girls. Lin Xian didn't know if he would still hook up with Xiao Xinyue or other beautiful girls if he didn't have the system. Lin Xian wasn't sure, because he was a man. The only thing he could do was to treat them well wholeheartedly. He had already let them down emotionally, but in terms of action and heart, Lin Xian swore that he would do better. The girls had already indulged him so much. How could he find such a good girl in this world? He really couldn't let them down anymore. However, he still had to complete the system's mission. He hoped that everything would go well. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian took out the phone from the fridge and saw that it was a call from Bing Lingyue. Lin Xian put down the food and sat on the sofa. Lin Xian certainly guessed why Bing Lingyue called him. It was related to Linglong Shui. There wasn't much time left, so he had to do something first. Hello, little Bing Lingyue. Lin Xian picked up the phone expectantly. Bing Lingyue's voice came from the other side. I helped you sound out Linglong last night. And then? Lin Xian asked expectantly. You can try. Bing Lingyue said. Really? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Well, almost. It's just that her heart isn't in love. She wants to do the thing with her parents more. In the previous bet, Linglong Shui gave Lin Xian a chance to pursue her. However, Lin Xian wanted to know more about Linglong Shui's thoughts through Bing Lingyue. For example, Bing Lingyue said that her heart wasn't in love. She wanted to do the thing with her parents more. It was similar to this. Favorability could explain everything, but it couldn't help Lin Xian pursue Linglong Shui. Well, you should know Linglong's personality better than me. She thinks a lot. However, there is good news. She seems to have a good impression of you. If you want to pursue her, you just need to do one thing. What? Lin Xian asked quickly. Change the thoughts in her heart. Huh? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Her way of thinking is very traditional. Humans and demons cannot fall in love, and the two of you are from two different worlds. If you can make her change her way of thinking, you can do it. Alright, that's all I can do. I will try my best to keep an eye out for the rest. Thank you, little Bing Lingyue. Kiss kiss. Bing Lingyue, do you believe that I will tell Linglong that you flirted with me? Bing Lingyue asked with a smile. That's easy. Then you two can take her in together. Bing Lingyue, so you are still thinking about me? Chapter 724. What was the key to flirting with a girl? Hints. If you were chatting with a girl, frequent hints, such as some pictures, would be very useful. The more flirtatious it was, the better it was. So, when Bing Lingyue asked this question, what was Lin Xian's best choice? Yeah, of course I want to flirt with you. Don't you see how beautiful you are? Lin Xian said with a smile. On the other side, Bing Lingyue was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. I'm hanging up, she said faintly and hung up the phone. Lin Xian smiled. Obviously, this sentence was effective. It laid the foundation for him to pursue Bing Lingyue in the future. On the other side, Bing Lingyue sat on the sofa in a daze after hanging up the phone. She was wondering if Lin Xian's words were true or not. She cared. Why did she care? Because Lin Xian had a special place in her heart. Especially after that musical, she always felt that Lin Xian's image in her heart had changed. Subconsciously, she didn't feel like an ordinary friend. When Lin Xian asked her to help him sound out Linglong Shui and tell her that he liked Linglong Shui, she was very calm on the surface. In fact, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Lin Xian hummed a song as he made breakfast. After about an hour, Ling Ying and Han Chushue came downstairs with their clothes on. It smells so good. Although she had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian because she was tricked into sleeping with him, she still liked Lin Xian's cooking. If you want to keep a girl, you must first keep her stomach. This was true. You're awake. Hurry up and eat. My timing is very accurate. You woke up right after I finished cooking. Tisk, it's just a coincidence. Ling Ying sat on the chair and looked at the food on the table expectantly. This was the breakfast that Lin Xian spent more than an hour to cook. Who said it was a coincidence? This is because we've slept together so many times that I have a clear understanding of your sleeping time and so on. So, the more the better. In order to understand more in the future, hee. Lin Xian smirked. I'll give you a big slap. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian, then eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Is it delicious? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's just a so-so. It's not bad. It's not good enough for me. That's what you said last night. Ling Ying, bastard. Ling Ying cursed. Hee. Lin Xian scratched his head and sat down. Little Ying, little Chushue, where are you going after dinner? Where else can we go? Let's go to the academy. They were really bored. There was nothing they could do about it. How about we go to the demonic beast domain? Ling Ying and Han Chushue looked at Lin Xian. Of course they also wanted to go, but they listened to Lin Xian and didn't dare to go. Why do you want to go? Ling Ying asked. What's your cultivation level? I'm at the lightning tribulation realm, Chushue is at the 8-star realm. That's why I said that if you follow me, I'll make sure you have fun. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian again. Go. It's not your Tianxing fruit. It's Senior Linglong Shui's. Lin Xian didn't know how to explain the existence of the Tianxing fruit to them, so Lin Xian told them that it was from Linglong Shui, and they believed him. Then that's it. We'll go after eating. Okay, just the three of us and Dragony. Lin Xian nodded. What else? Miao Xiaomiao and the others could be brought along, but although they had reached the Lightning Tribulation realm, they were still quite far from the lower realm. So, the key now was Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. However, the disaster in Tianhua City last time was a very big improvement for each of them, and they all improved a lot that night.